Good morning, SMP Nation, and welcome to day 5, the finale of SewFest 2024. Can y'all believe it? It's already day 5. Man, this week has went by so fast, but we're so happy that you're joined in this morning. We hope that most of you got to watch all week, but naturally, if you didn't, it's recorded on YouTube and Facebook. You can actually go back and watch all the sessions and videos. So if there's one favorite part that you want to go back and recap, you can do that. That's awesome. Also want to invite you, if you haven't liked our Facebook page, to go like our Facebook page. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please go subscribe. It really helps us out and makes us where we can afford to give all the stuff we do away. So, and keep doing these shows. So we really love your support and appreciate it. Before we get too deep in the show, got to say big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching nationwide. We have Sandra Cherry in Tennessee. So good morning, Sandra. We have Carolyn Atkins in Arkansas. I think he's put, I think it's AK is Alaska. I remember Arkansas. So yeah, Carolyn's in Arkansas. There we go. We have Kathy McBride in Texas. We have Kathleen Champ in California. We have Betty Cummins down in Florida. We have Debbie Spotto in New York, Sandra Kenna in Wyoming. We have Jay Arnold in Maryland, Cindy Shelley in Iowa, Gloria Bowen in Michigan, Connie Rule in Florida, Sharon Hell in South Carolina, Diane Aker in Oklahoma, Sarah S. in Arizona, Linda S. in Wisconsin, and Judy Thorpe over in Kentucky. So thank y'all for watching this morning and welcome to the show. Today we have 2 great education sessions lined up for you. 2 of the best in the industry. We have first up, the first educational session today will be Joanne Banco. Everybody loves Joanne. She's going to have Zap Your Fear of Zippers. So that'll be on. And then we have Angela Wolf on the second educational session, and she'll be doing part 2 of tips for sewing with knits. So we're super excited about that. The other excitement we have today is we're going to actually pick our 5th finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway that's worth $25,000. We already have 4 finalists picked out. Lisa Swartz was day 1 finalist. Jerry Lutter was day 2. Donna N was day 3. And then yesterday was Vicki Woodard. And so today, this afternoon, we're going to pick our 5th finalist. We'll take all 5 names, put them in a little bucket, and I will draw it out live on air. The winner is going to get the Dream Studio that you see on your screen. It is that Juki HZL X3000. You're also going to get that Qnique 15 or 16X Longarm machine from Grace with the frame. You're going to get that Handy Quilter Moxie sit down 18-inch with the table. You're going to get from Brother the Airflow 3000 air thread serger. You're going to get that Print Moda fabric printer. And then from Baby Lock, you're going to get that Pathfinder embroidery machine. So some great gifts that we're going to give away for the Dream Studio giveaway. But here's the great thing about it. If your name is on that list already, and we picked the 5th finalist today, the other 4 people are going to go home with a Brother SE600 sewing machine. So you're not going home empty-handed. I'm sorry, SE500. SE500.
SE is for the second and third place.
That's what it is. Okay. All right. So, and then what we're going to get to do is we're going to actually draw or announce our winners of the fabric contest. So we had a garment sewing contest that you could submit. We had a People's Choice Award, which we've already seen who got the most votes. And then we had a Judge's Choice, 1st through 3rd place for the other entries. And the judges have picked the top 3, and we'll announce those winners. And they all get prize packages. And then we had our little mini quilt contest too. And whoever got the most votes with the mini quilt contest. And the reason we did that is we had some rule breakers that entered a quilt instead of a garment. So we said, you know what? They entered a quilt. They worked hard. Let's go ahead and just do a little popularity contest. So who can get the most votes? And we're going to give them a $250 gift card, whoever gets the most votes. Plus, they're going to be able to enter those into Quilt Fest in March. Normally, we don't let you enter into 2 different contests, but we're going to let you enter into that since it'll be a little different. So that's kind of all the business we got today. One of the things that we're going to be doing today, we know today is usually the biggest and busiest day of the week because everybody's, finalizing their purchases and have seen all the products. And so if you can't get through on the phones today, Kyle is going to be just throughout the day, he's going to put a Google Sheets link in the chat. And what you can do is you hit that link, it actually opens up a Google Sheet, and you can actually just put your phone number, your name, and the product you're looking for in there, and it updates real time in the call center. And when that happens, they can, as soon as they get off the phones, they can look at their sheet and call an outbound call to you and take your order or help you out. So that's kind of how that works. It's going to be really busy, we know today, so we'll try to make sure we get you taken care of. The other thing that we're going to do is we're going to extend all, the SewFest pricing and everything all the way through Saturday close of business, which will be 4 p.m. Pacific time. So you still have time, even after the show's over today, you can call tomorrow and place your orders and get those in. And here's the other thing. We've already started, when we do these festivals, we get a limited number of products. And to kind of give you an example, like if I make a special buy with one of the companies for, let's say, 10 machines, I get that special cost on those 10 machines. I pass that savings right on to you. If we run out of those 10, and sometimes that's what happens, you just don't, you miss out. You don't get that good price. But what I'm going to do is if we run out on any of those things between now and Saturday, if we run out, we're going to go ahead and honor the SewFest pricing on it. Even though we don't have it, you'll just do a pre-order, and then that way you'll get that price locked in. And then we'll just, once we get another batch of machines in, we'll actually get yours out to you. So I think that's the only fair way to do it. And hopefully that'll help you out. All right. So next up, I got to introduce my co-host today. She is a 3-time Emmy Award-winning broadcaster. She has been on every morning show across the nation you can think of. She has been a radio host, a TV host. She has been, she's a Brother ambassador. She's been on HSN for Brother. She has been just countless things that this girl has done. And she has been part of the SMP family and helping us out with our festivals. So y'all welcome Jane Klaus.
Good morning, Blaine. Good morning, SMP Nation. How are you guys today? Happy Friday.
Well, it is awesome. Today is Friday the 13th, Jane.
Yes,
and I just wanted you to, what do you think Jason from Friday the 13th movie and I have in common?
Oh, you're both from the same hometown.
No, we're both slashers. I just slash prices.
Oh, Blaine, that was the best dad joke ever.
Well, my wife, Michelle, was born on Friday the 13th. So, there's no bad luck in my life with that. So
you're both slashers. I love it. This is the kind of slashing we like, though, Blaine. This
It is.
Day 5. We love this kind of slashing.
Well, I'm so excited about today. It's going to be a great day. And we've got, so many great presentations today and products. And, it's just been some big hits. I'd like for everybody right now, in the chat to tell us, if you've been watching all week, what's been your favorite, demonstration? Has it been an educational session? Has it been a certain demo? Just kind of think about that and put it in the chat right now. We would love to do it. And you know what we're going to do first thing this morning, Jane?
Do a giveaway.
I'm going to do some giveaways.
I knew it. That's because you are a giver and a slasher.
So what we're going to do, we're going to give away 2 of the Brother P-Touch label makers.
Right.
And these are about $130. We're also going to throw in a cartridge for the tape to go with it. And these are pretty awesome. They hook up with your phone and pretty cool. So I think this will be a really good way to start the show off. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
This is great. I love starting the day with a giveaway, Blaine. You're just that guy. I love seeing everyone's going through telling us what they love. So many good.
Pamela.
Cats.
So Pamela is watching today from Facebook. So Pam, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we'll get your printer right out to you. You have 30 days to claim that prize. All right, Kyle, let's spin that wheel again.
This is the new version of Wheel of Fortune.
Gail H. Gail H is our winner. Watch today from YouTube. So Jane, tell her how she needs to claim that
Oh,
prize.
Gail, you know what to do. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom, fill out all the information. Let us know that you won that P-Touch printer, and SMP will get that right out to you ASAP. Congratulations and good morning.
Well, it is a great morning, and I tell you, you know, I don't know what all the chat's going on out there. Kyle, what's in the chat right now? What's some of the favorite things that people have been saying? Jane, tell us a highlight of your. I know you've only been here for
3
2
days.
days so far.
Don't cut me short.
What's been the highlight you've had?
Well, I love Angela. Her knit thing was great. I loved Melinda Stevenson doing the book covers. That was really fun. Cutterpillar, of course, because I love Cutterpillar. I'm Handy Quilter was great. I love Handy Quilter. So many good ones. I'm seeing like everyone's saying, no one can pick one, Blaine, because you really listen. From a program director standpoint, and that would be me being the program director, you've really done a nice job with your programming this week. And I have to commend you on that because it's just a flow and we're in it together. We're watching and I love the chemistry between all the segments. So A+.
Yeah, I saw somebody Kyle put it up on the screen. Their favorite part was the giveaways so far, which that is always a highlight. It really is. Everybody loves the giveaways.
Yeah, they're being honest.
There was so many. I'll tell you, somebody that stood out to me yesterday was Kelly doing the Janome Longarm. It didn't really matter to me. She was so good. She could have been selling me a box and I would have probably been interested. She was just so good in detail of her quilting ability. And to me, that really stood out to me yesterday just because of her details. And then Aubrey Hartman, with the Butler Robotics, is just incredible too. So there's just been so many of really good educators that really stand out to me, and I think the people watching know who they love and like to see. But I think everybody on the show has just been, to me, this is probably one of the best shows we've ever had, as far as quality, the products, the education, the demonstrations, all of it.
And the slashing.
Yes, definitely the slashing
as well. Yeah, I mean, I really like, yes, you're showing the product, you're selling the product. That's the end game. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're doing. It's SewFest and there's great slashed prices. But within that segment, every single one of them, there's such great nuggets of inspiration and education. And so even if you're like, oh, I already have that or whatever it is, you're learning something new. I mean, I'm learning something. We're all learning something as we walk away and go into the next segment. And I agree with so many people that I gotta have to go back and rewatch that. I mean, I take notes of what everybody's writing so I can ask the presenter. I take notes for myself, and then I take notes for Blaine because I'm like, I need that.
Well, Jane, you're right. It's just a lot of information. That's what makes it awesome that people can go back and watch, something that they want to watch it again. But I really encourage everybody out there. Today we're giving away a lot of stuff. I mean, we really are. We're unloading the price chest today, and so make sure if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Make as many comments and ask as many questions as you can. And naturally, I want y'all to chat it up as much as you can. But when we get to the end of a demonstration, if you would just kind of hold off the chat just to people that want to ask a specific question, so we don't make sure we don't miss it and we can answer your question. But do as much as you can, because the more participation you get, Jane, the better chances you have to win something today. And we got a ton of stuff to give away. So I'd love to everybody have a great chance.
The prize closet has just been, I don't know if you knocked down a wall and you added everything else into the prize closet since we last saw you, because it is just deep this week.
Well, we got a lot of machines today that we're giving away too. So just at random giveaways. So
I love that.
It's going to be a great day. Well, You know, Jane, I'm going to let you get going. Let's get this last day kicked off the right way. I'm going to get out of here, and I'll see y'all back here in about an hour.
Awesome. Thanks, Blaine. Perfect timing right at the bottom of the hour. Good morning, everybody. Happy day 5, SewFest 2024. Almost in the history books, but let's start this Friday. Okay, our first presenter is from our friends at Brother. Kathy Stipe started sewing for others as a teen because you know what? She would rather sew than babysit to make spending money. I hear ya. She has over 45 years of sewing experience and loves to sew in her sewing room. She's a Brother national educator, and her favorite machines are the Luminaire XP3 and the PR1055X. I also bet one of her favorite machines is the Airflow 3000s because that is what she's talking about today. A big SMP good morning to Kathy Stipe. Hi, Kathy.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm so good. It's great to see you. How are you?
Good seeing you. And you're right. That Airflow 3000, when Brother came out with that electronic threading, oh man, that's just the best.
I just remember being at, it was the big event, and I was like, I think I was over your shoulder, breathing down your neck. And I was like, show me how to put it in there and suck it in there. And it was just the coolest thing. So much easier. No more fiddling around and trying to figure it out. It just sucks it right in there.
It does.
That
Really
the thread and makes threading easier is what I mean.
Yep, it does. And I'm ready to show you about it. Are you ready to see it?
I can't wait, Kathy. Teach us.
Okie dokie. So here today, I have the Airflow 3000 serger. It's Brother's first electronic air threading serger. So with that being said, let me show you how easy it is to thread. I'm first going to remove my trim trap because I need to access these doors right here. But before we do that, let me just tell you a little bit about what some of the knobs and dials and stuff are. These are my tension dials up here. Over here, I have a presser foot lifter. Below that, I have a small knob that is my stitch length. Then a little bit further down, this larger knob that you can see protruding is my hand wheel. And right here in front of that is a smaller knob, and that knob is my differential feed. Looking at the front of the machine, this knob right here is my stitch width. I have a lever that I can retract my stitch finger. So if you remember sergers from the past, we had to physically remove that stitch finger. No longer, I can just push a lever and it's removed or pushed down for me. On the front of the machine, I can easily access my knife so I can go from cutting to not cutting. So let's open up the doors. And in order to be in threading mode, I need to push this little lever down, and I need to crank my hand wheel towards me till I hear that little lock. What I am locking, and let's take a little bit closer look. What I'm locking are these looper threading pipes that are right here in the center. So I have two little ports up here, one marked U and one marked L. I've already gone through my threading path for both the upper and lower looper. You put about a 1/2 inch of thread in these looper threading pipes, and then I'm going to press this button right there, and I've got my lower looper threaded. I think my upper looper hung up a little bit. Let's try it again. I probably didn't have enough in there. But again, I'm going to take about a 1/2 inch of thread, put it in that upper looper threading pipe, and voila. There is my upper looper threaded and my lower looper threaded in less time than one would think. The other nice thing that I really love about this serger is the fact that it has an automatic needle threader. So I've already threaded my right needle, and the needle is threaded. I've gone through the threading path, and we do have color-coded threading paths to make threading easy. And up here on the side, I have a thread cutter. I've put my thread through the threading path for the needle threader, make sure that my lever is on L for left needle, and then just like that, my left needle is threaded. So let me just grab my little handy dandy little tweezers, and we can pull that thread on through that needle. So there you have it. I mean, it literally takes just seconds to get this serger threaded. So now in order to stitch, I need to unlock those looper pipes. I need to close up my machine. And you'll notice, well, I don't know if you can see, but now that I've covered the light coming in, can you see that little light? That's the safety mechanism that brother has built into this machine, not allowing me to stitch unless I have everything just perfect. So I need to shut my lid. I need to lower my presser foot. And then you can see that that light has gone out. That means that I can start stitching anytime I would like. So let's just see what a 4-thread overlock looks like. I have my stitch settings set at 4 for tensions all the way across. And another thing that is a helpful little tip, when I have settings for particular fabric, I make myself a little cheat sheet that I then put in a page protector with my settings on there so that I have it as a quick reference guide. So that's just a little, helpful thing that you might find beneficial to you. I'm using the standard presser foot right now, but this machine comes with, well, let me put my trim trap back in. This is hard to do, guys, from the side. I have a handy little toolbox, and inside that toolbox is my little hexagonal screwdriver for taking the needles in and out. I have a piping foot. That piping foot has a nice groove on the back so that you can have your cord ride right in this groove. I have a ruffling foot. And now that I have 2 little great nieces, this ruffling foot is going to come in handy because I have these cute little girls to sew for. And last but not least, I have my blind hem foot. So you get 4 feet with the Airflow 3000. So that's just a great value right there in and of itself. So let's do a 4-thread overlock, and I'll show you how easy it is to stitch. I love that this presser foot is spring loaded, so I can just lift it up, and then I'm going to just stitch. Cut my thread tail off with my handy dandy thread cutter that's right here on the side of my machine. And then you can look and see that we have a nice, beautiful, balanced stitch. So 4-thread overlock is probably one of the most commonly used stitches, but my Airflow 3000 from Brother has the ability to do 4-thread, 3-thread, or 2-thread stitches. We're going to stay on 4-thread for just a minute. I'm going to lift my presser foot, and I'm going to change that presser foot to a piping foot. And I know it's the piping foot because it says LP right there on the front. Sorry for getting in your camera view, but I have to get this foot on from a sideways angle. They're snap-on presser feet, so it makes it really easy to change feet when you're sitting directly in front of the machine. So now if I want to make custom piping, I'm going to take my strip of fabric, I'm going to take my cord, and what I like to do is I usually like to get my cord started underneath my foot. Then I lower my presser foot. I take my fabric and I kind of fold it in half. I'll sometimes just finger press a little crease, and I'm going to wrap it around this cord. So I'm getting it pulled up to the toe of my foot, making sure that that cord is in there. Another little handy tip, there is a notch, like a V-shaped notch on the toe of this foot. That's where I want my cord to ride. So I'm going to get this started. Make sure that my cord is snugged up in my fabric. And I like to usually do because it helps me when I do that. It helps me keep that cord traveling in the groove of that foot. So now I have made my own custom piping. And for custom piping, I find that it's really handy for different decorative purposes. So like on this bag, I just put an accent piece on this vinyl bag with custom piping to match the zipper that I had also inserted with my piping foot. But let's change to a different foot again. I'm trying to get in as many things for you as I can get in. Needles up, Kathy. It's easier to get that foot off. Now I'm going to put on my gathering foot. My gathering foot, if you notice, it has a little spring down here underneath the foot. That spring helps the fabric gather. So again, sorry that my arm might be in the way. That just snapped on just like that. So let's gather a strip of fabric. I'm not going to change any of my tension settings. The only setting that I am going to change is I'm going to change my stitch length dial to 4. I'm going to change my differential feed all the way to 2. And I'm just going to stitch. And there we have a nice little ruffle. But if you have a flat piece of fabric that you would like to stitch a ruffle to, let's do that quickly. So I've got a piece of fabric. I've got a flat piece of fabric that I want to attach it to. So how you're going to do that is you're going to get the fabric that you want to gather started underneath your presser foot. Get it started. I usually take it back till the needles have penetrated it. Then I'm going to lift my presser foot. There's a slot right here in the toe of this foot. I am going to slide that into that slot, lower my presser foot, and I'm going to start stitching. And so I have joined fabric and gathered it to a flat piece of fabric all in one step. Now, if that's not a time saver for those of you that garment sew, I don't know what is. So that's one of the reasons why I like to use my Airflow 3000. So let's take a look at the different types of fabrics that we can sew. And I am putting my regular standard presser foot back on my machine. Sitting at an angle, it's kind of hard for me to maneuver this. Okay, so I have my standard presser foot. Most people like Sergers because they can quickly finish a seam, and you can do it on with a variety of fabrics. So here I have some knit fabric, and I'm just going to seam it. Oops, let me change my stitch length back to 3, my differential back to 1, which is the standard setting. Otherwise, I'll be gathering my fabric. So the nice part about seaming a knit is that these stitches have give. So you notice as much as I'm stretching, I'm not popping any of my seams. So that's always a good thing. But what kind of fabrics can this go through? Like I said, I serged this zipper pouch, and you can see that the zipper was put in. This is a faux vinyl fabric that I stitched, and I had no problems whatsoever. But here I have a heavyweight canvas fabric. So I'm going to fold this canvas fabric in half, and I'm going to start seaming it. But wait, I've gotten to a spot where I have more thicknesses, so I'm going to double this over so that I have 4 thicknesses of that canvas fabric. If you'll notice, I didn't make any changes at all to the settings, and I still have a nice balanced stitch. This is actually 3 layers of fabric doubled over, so it easily went through 6 layers of fabric. Now let's take a needle out. Excuse me. I'm going to take out the left needle, so I'm going to just break my left needle thread. And I'm going to remove this left needle. Get that thread out of my way. So now I can do a 3-thread narrow stitch, or I can do a rolled hem. But let's see what a 3-thread narrow stitch looks like. Imagine if you're trying to seam something that is sheer and lightweight, and you don't want a big heavy seam. I'm leaving all of my settings at the same thing, 4 tensions all the way across. And again, a nice lightweight seam that's not going to show very much whenever you're using it, say, for a garment. Let's do a rolled hem. Why do I like a rolled hem? Rolled hems make great finishes for a napkin. So just take a piece of fabric that's the same on both sides and do a nice narrow rolled hem along all four edges. Put a fancy fold in it, and there you can impress your dinner guest. One of the things that I like to use a rolled hem for, like I said, is napkins. And I really like to use a nice batik fabric because I do get a great finish, and it's the same on both sides. Another thing that rolled hems are great for, and if I had longer than a half hour to present, I would show you, but this is a rolled hem over fishing line. Let's see if we can get you a little bit closer. Zoom in. This is a rolled hem over fishing line that beads had been strung on, and you just stitch over the fishing line. You pull up the slack of the fishing line where the bead is at, and it attaches the beads to the bottom. For those of you that like to sew for little girls that are in pageants, you can sew over fishing line that has been wound like on a dowel, and you make this beautiful fluff for their little cupcake skirts. So do you see how that's nice and fluffy and full? And all this is layers of organza with fishing line attached in that rolled hem. So rolled hem settings. I'm just going to use a piece of a batik fabric. I'm leaving my right needle at 4. I'm going to put my upper looper tension on 5, and my lower looper tension, I usually put somewhere between 6 and 7. The other adjustments that I make, my stitch length stays on 5, or my stitch width stays on 5R. My stitch length is going all the way to R, and that's that small knob over on the side. With that setting, that is a very short stitch length, so it does take a little bit of time for it to stitch. Oops, the one other thing I forgot to mention, and I could see right off the bat what I was doing wrong, I need to retract that stitch finger. So there's a nice rolled hem. Like I said, I didn't retract my stitch finger up here, and you can see that the stitch is wider. So that's one easy way to tell that it was operator error and not machine error. But there are so many other things that you can do. Let's go back out just a little bit again, where we're not as close, and I can share some inspiration with you. This is a home deck pillow. These are what we called rolled hem pen tucks. So it's just rolled hem stitched across a piece of fabric. I used various colors. I put piping in around the edge of my pillow. I even put my zipper in on the back of my pillow cover. Here's a contrasting thread color so you can see that. So that's rolled hems and the piping foot. I said this is a 2-thread serger. This is just a nice chiffon piece that I made a scarf out of. And I did what they call a 2-thread narrow wrap stitch on this fabric. It makes an easy, quick, fast gift. Here is a tote bag that has examples of several different things. So we've used piping. Those of you that know a lot of heirloom terms, this is called a puffing strip in the heirloom world. We have flat locking that we can do with this. And again, a decorative use of the rolled hem pintucks on the back of this bag. The handles are 2 strips of fabric with a 3-thread wide or 4-thread wide stitch with a heavier decorative thread in that upper looper. So because of those looper threading pipes, I'm able to use a lot of nice, fancy, decorative threads. When I was digging this out, I thought, oh, now's the time to use these. It's fall. This is a nice little placemat that was just seamed together and then a decorative thread put around the edge of the binding that it was used to bind it. And last but not least, for the quilters, this is a quilt as you go little table mat for my table. And I used a decorative thread in my upper looper instead of binding this with a traditional binding. So let's see, can you see that a little bit better? Maybe, yeah. So those are some of the things that I like to use my serger for. So I'm hoping that you have found this inspirational. And if you have any questions, I'm going to go back to full screen so that I can answer any questions that someone might have about the Airflow 3000 electronic air threading serger.
Kathy, so amazing. I love that you demoed all the feet, because a lot of times we say, oh, we get these, but we don't actually see how they're used. The biggest question that came through, let's list all 4 feet and just confirm they all coming with this machine.
They are all coming with this machine. So the 3 feet, let me turn around here. We have the standard foot that I have on the machine.
Mm-hmm.
Then I have the blind hem foot. It comes with the machine.
Maybe the guys will put you on a 1-shot so we can just see a little closer.
I have the piping foot, and the piping foot, if you can see, has a groove that runs down the side of it so that your piping or your zipper teeth can run into that. That comes with it. And then you get the gathering foot. So the gathering foot has this spring that I was talking about. Let's see, I don't know how to make it where it shows up any better. Can you see the little spring right here? Okay, so those are the 4 feet that come in the nice little accessory box that you get with the Airflow 3000 serger.
Perfect. And I love that gathering foot. I make lots of aprons, and I like to put little ruffles right on the front of my aprons, and they're just so adorable, and it makes it so much easier than doing that by hand.
Oh, yes. And being able to use that gathering foot so that you can attach it to a flat piece of fabric all in one step.
Yeah.
Imagine the amount of time that you're saving.
And I love that you played with the threads too, to do a decorative thread, and then that's your finish. And I mean, I guess I didn't even think about that. So it's beautiful.
So for this little table, copper type thing, I found that I will use either a 3-thread wide or a 4-thread to go around and finish the edge instead of putting a traditional binding.
Yeah, it's so good. I want to come to your house and hang out and just take lessons from you on all these different tricks, because I think that you know them all.
Well, I certainly love my serger, and this little skirt has to be one of my favorite things, just because it looks like if you gather up the waist and hold it like this, it looks like a flower.
It's beautiful. Think you could do that and make home decor out of that for a special occasion.
You can, but you know, if you want to sew for others and make money at it, it was so easy to make this, and people pay a lot of money for pageant dresses.
Smart. And you know what? People pay a lot of money for lots of things, and everything you showed us looks very expensive, and we can make it ourselves. And that's the beauty of everything that sewists do, because we're creative, and you look at something and that you might see in the store, you're like, oh, I can make that. Really quick before I let you go, the manual, it shows the settings for what you will need when you're doing the rolled hem or when you're doing the ruffle, and then people can make their cheat sheets from there.
Correct.
Very
They
good.
can do that. But it's easier for me just to have my little notebook that says Serger on the front of it. And even if I have to change settings from what's in the manual for a specific fabric, I'll note that as well, and then put a sample stitch out on that page.
I mean, take the time to make the cheat sheet, Kathy. So smart. That was the first thing you showed us. And I'm like, oh, I'm always referencing the manual because I don't want to memorize everything. But I love that top tip. Everybody, big, huge thank you to Kathy Stipe from Brother, talking about the Airflow 3000. Kathy, thank you for joining us on Sophist. It's wonderful to see you. Now I want to make sure everybody buys their own Airflow 3000 so they can get started.
That would be wonderful. Great Christmas present to yourself, if nothing else.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kathy. Have a great day.
Bye.
Okay, everybody. Kathy, so talented from Brother. Here it is, the Airflow 3000 Air Serger with a trim trap and those 3 additional feet. So you get 4 total. You get the standard, then you get the 3 extra feet. Now you're seeing that you're getting the free Airflow rolling trolley to go along with your machine today, and the Angela Wolf Masterclass with your purchase today. Now that's an added value of $17,498. By the way, look at your SoFest pricing for all of that, $999.99. But guess what? It is a call-in special. So you need to call in for more information. Again, you see your SoFest pricing, but give us a call, 800-401-8151. Call for more information, just so you can talk to somebody and chat and talk about your SoFest pricing. You see it there, $999.99. $999.99. Too many nines for me, but we'll get through it. Call 800-401-8151. I love my Airflow 3000, and I learned so much from watching Kathy in that last segment. Okay, let's keep this party going on a Friday. Moving on to our next presenter from Handy Quilter. He is Nicholas Turkan. Now, he started his journey into quilting in 2012 with one quilt, and then quickly turned into several quilts. Now, he knew he needed a better way to finish the quilt tops than using his small little domestic machine. So he purchased the HQ Fusion. Now, because of his quilting obsession, he took a part-time job at a local quilt shop, and then his passion grew and grew, and he is a very talented long-arm quilter now. He helps his clients enhance their quilts with his creativity, and he is a full-time quilter, taking the plunge and investing in the Pro Stitcher Premium. That allows him to keep up with all the overflow of quilts that started pouring in from every housebound quilter. I'm excited to see and welcome back to the show, Nicholas Turkan from Handy Quilter. Hi, Nicholas. Oh, you know what, Nicholas, we have I can't see you. Can anyone else see? Oh, there you are. Okay, very good. Just a slow connection. Hi, Nicholas.
Yeah.
We're just going to get the connectivity together. But Nicholas. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Yeah. There we go. Good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
I think we're good now, hopefully.
Yeah, we're perfect. Really good.
I'm
Very
doing
good.
well.
And I just had this really quick question. I know I wanted to let you go, but what aspect of quilting do you like best?
That's such a tough one.
I know.
Honestly, I really do like finishing quilts. For me, working as a business, as a long armor, quilting for others, people always ask me, how many quilts do I actually get to piece myself? And I really don't. You know, I maybe get to do 1 or 2 a year because I'm just too busy otherwise. I'm traveling North America teaching.
Oh,
I am
Nicholas, we're having a little bit
in my
of connectivity problem.
sorry, was that did that
Okay.
cut out?
A little bit. We're good now. Okay, listen, you can keep telling us about your passion, but I want you to also tell us about the Pro Stitcher Premium, because I want to make sure everybody gets to see this amazing machine.
Yes. So yeah, I'll take it away and we'll get to it. So yes, I work in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and I do about 300 quilts a year for customers. And I would say about 95% of that is due to my Pro Stitcher Premium. And again, I do have this on a Fusion, which is one of the older handy quilter machines. It's a 24-inch long arm. And the beautiful thing about Pro Stitcher Premium and also Pro Stitcher Lite, it works on a variety of machines, not just the brand new machines that are coming out right now. It works on machines that have been out for, I've had this machine since 2014, I believe. And again, I now have actually 3 long arms. So you can sort of see in the edge, I have my Amar 20, which is not programmed to be computerized yet, but it has all the cabling inside the machine. So it's ready to go when I'm ready to invest in that. And then I have a Moxie XL with Pro Stitcher Lite. So I now have 3 long arms and 2 of them are computerized, so I can actually deal with the amount of quilting I want to do. So with that, Pro Stitcher Premium, when you buy it, you get over 800 designs preloaded into there. So a lot of these designs are anywhere from $10 to $15 US a piece. So just for the number of patterns that you're getting included with the system, that kind of makes the package worthwhile. And what actually comes with Pro Stitcher? So when you have your machine, any of the long arms that are going to be on a frame system, they ride on a carriage. Now that allows you to do free motion quilting or ruler work, anything like that. But when you want to switch to computerized quilting, that carriage is swapped out for a carriage that has 2 motors built into it. Now what Pro Stitcher does, it controls those 2 motors, one in the X-axis movement, one in the Y-axis, and literally with those 2 motors, it can quilt anything you can imagine. So when customers come in and say, well, what should I quilt on this? The sky is the limit. If you can imagine it, it can be designed and it can be drawn. So again, there's a few different components. So Pro Stitcher Premium is the software that runs the system. That includes this tablet on the mount. You can download patterns. You can actually create your own patterns. So with Pro Stitcher Premium, you can record your own free motion quilting. So that is a really fun feature that I've used several times on the quilt that's hanging behind it. You can't see the quilting in the video here, but inside each of those circles, I quilted some of my feathers. I absolutely adore feathers, and I will try and squeeze them into any quilt that I can. So what I did was I free motion quilted feathers in 1/4 of one circle. And I used Pro Stitcher Premium to record my stitching. I then duplicated that design and used Pro Stitcher to stitch out the rest of the circles. So it's still my quilting. Those are my feathers that I designed and recorded, and I just used the computer to help me get it done faster. And every single circle now has beautiful matching identical feathers that I didn't have to struggle and anguish over trying to make them absolutely perfect. So that's one of my favorite features within Pro Stitcher is using record. We also have, there's another feature called Mark, where it will record just straight lines. So if you want to create your own straight line edge-to-edge quilting design, you can use the Mark feature on there. And we always make some jokes at Handy Quilter about, oh, Mark is so wonderful. Mark is fantastic. My new friend, Mark. And Mark is really just one of the many, many features that are available on there. So currently, we have our latest version is actually a beta version, but soon to be coming out as a full production version, is Pro Stitcher Connect 813. Now, Pro Stitcher Connect is one of our newest features from Pro Stitcher, where it allows us to connect directly to the internet on our tablets. So what it does is when you update to this newest version of Connect, it creates a portal. And right from the screen, we can go directly to the ProStitcher website, and from the ProStitcher website, we can download all of our digital designs directly onto our tablet, so you no longer have to save them onto a USB stick and transfer them from your computer back and forth. It also allows you to go to the full library of educational videos that Handy Quilter has produced. So if you are stuck on trying to remember one of the many features, you can quickly just go and to the education and watch some of the video tutorials to remind you. So it saves you from having to go back to that manual, or again, having to write out a cheat sheet. It's all conveniently right on the tablet for you. Now, one of the other features with the Connect, when you download those designs, so we have a ProStitcher membership. So it's a membership. So for $14.95, you actually get 2 free digital downloads a month. So with those downloads, like I said, most individual patterns are about $10 to $15. So you're getting 2 of those for $15. And sometimes, and again, you have to keep an eye out for them, you can buy a bundle where they will put maybe up to 10 or so designs all together into a bundle, and that counts as 1 credit. So if you have a ProStitcher membership, you can really start to download and gather all these fantastic patterns that you can use. So one of the quilts that I have behind me, I had stitched this out, I believe this was last fall on the live. Now, this is a whole cloth quilt, and again, I regret choosing such dark colors against the black fabric, but the center is a nice bright yellows and oranges. This was a whole cloth quilt. This took about an hour and a bit to stitch out. So as a quick, amazing baby quilt, if you choose some fabrics and do a miniature whole cloth quilt, no piecing, you can have a fantastic little gift in, again, this was about an hour to do, and I didn't actually put binding on this. I've just serged over the edges because I too have a couple different sergers here and I love them to bits. Now, with that, you also, that was a whole cloth, so that was just 1 piece of material. You can do piecing on the long arm. So right here, I have this cute little Handy Quilter thread catcher little garbage bag, you know, for keeping threads and whatnot. Now, what I'd done for this was right on the machine, and we did quilt as you go to join these 2.5-inch strips, and I used my channel locks that come with ProStitcher. So your channel locks are built into there where those motors will lock, and you will only be able to move in a perfect straight, either vertical or horizontal line to piece these strips absolutely perfectly. So this was quilt as you go. So stitch down your strip, flip it over, stitch again, flip it over. And then I went back and with ProStitcher did this little Quilter logo. And again, my H got slightly cut off there, so it just says "and I quilt." You know, and then I did some different techniques. So I used one of the couching feet to add this little metallic yarns to that. And the couching feet are just a fantastic little addition to the machine, which allows you to stitch fibers on. Now, you can do that. This was with free motion quilting, but you can also do couching with ProStitcher. So again, this is just some chenille yarn. I'll move into the camera. Chenille yarn with an edge-to-edge quilting design of these little bubbles. So all I had to do was set up my edge-to-edge, put my couching feet on, and I did assist by making sure that the yarn was free-flowing and not getting underneath the foot when it wasn't supposed to make sure that this would feed nicely while the ProStitcher was stitching out this edge-to-edge. And again, this is just a whole cloth where it is 1 piece of fabric done with a variegated kind of chenille yarn. Now again, on the back, it's just your regular bobbin thread on the back side, but you can stitch this down. So again, ProStitcher, if you need a quick little baby gift, baby quilt, this could be a fantastic, quick, easy gift that you can whip up in a matter of hours. And again, I always keep thinking, I really want to add some rubber duckies to this in some nice yellow yarn. I think that'd be just absolutely darling. So I'm going to ask if you can switch over my camera, and I'm going to move my camera into play here. There we go. And again, I hope that my microphone is still active from my other camera. Can I get a thumbs up if you can still hear me? I'm going to assume that we still have it. So these are some of the designs that I've already stitched out. And again, I'll just tip this down. You can see that those were the designs that I've already stitched out. So on the screen here, if I want to do some stitching, again, you can see these are the designs. I've left them there just to show where they are. Now I'm going to bring in a new design. So we're going to go File, Design, Open. And it's going to open, and I wanted to stitch out this beautiful curly line block. It's a fantastic little design, but it's on point. So one of I want to do first is rotate into a square so I could sit to match my other blocks. So I'm just going to go to Modify, Rotate, and then I'm going to rotate it 45 degrees over. Pretty quick and easy. Now to set an area, I'm going to go to my quilt and I'm just matching up my needle with the corner of my block. And on my screen, I'm going to do a multi-point. And you get to hear the lovely ding of Pro Stitcher. So I'm going to come over 8 inches, do another multi-point, and again, I will refresh my screen so we can start seeing there's these little pink dots, and those are the corners of my area. And to find out, I'm going to go about 8 inches down, do my multi-point, and come over and do my last point. And again, if I need to see if I've done that exactly 8 inches, oh, we got the dimensions right there with 7.96 and the height is 8.16. It's close, but it's not perfect. So I'm going to just go in there and change that to 8 by 8. Now to get my block inside that area, I'm just going to use one of my other favorite buttons. It's called Skew. So Modify, and you know what? I'm going to rotate my design back to the way it was originally. If we try and skew this into that block, it fits, but it doesn't look quite right. You know, it's not filling those corners, so it's a little bit empty. And again, we can try our other skew. It rotated it slightly, but it still didn't fill those corners. So I'm going to go back to no skew, rotate, turn it back to that square. And again, if we go to skew, oh, look at that. We have our block perfectly skewed to fit that space. So it's very quick and easy to set up an area and then set your blocks, or set your designs into your block so you could have a perfectly stitched out design within your quilt block. So if you want to do any type of custom quilting on the machine, this is how you would do it. And again, I'm just going to make sure I can stitch that, and I'm going to go to Pro Stitcher, under Quilt. I'm going to make sure I have my tie-offs turned on, my pull-up on, so it's going to pull up my bobbin thread. And we're going to have a little pop-up window here asking to verify our settings. So the most important, and this is flashing at the bottom, make sure needle is up. Now, if we were to go to click proceed and our needle was down, Pro Stitcher doesn't know, and it might tear a hole in your quilt. So every single time, we're going to have that. Make sure needle is up. And if I can move my machine, I know my needle is up. So I'm going to click proceed. It's going to take 1 stitch, and that will allow me to pull up my open thread. And then I'm going to click resume. And then once my machine has stitched slightly further away, and maybe I'll turn it down to here so you can see it stitching out, I can now go and clip my threads. And again, these are the micro handles. On the older version of machines, we had 2 sets of handles. So that's why it looks a little bit different. On the newer machines, they have 1 set of handles that are fully adjustable. So they can be rotated into the horizontal or vertical positions. And I just love watching Pro Stitcher work. Whenever I have customers that come in and the machine is running, people love to come over and watch Uh-oh, I see a comment from Tammy Schmear. Did that once, forgot the needle down, and it tried to move and it caught the fabric. Yep, and that's why we have that warning. Donna, no, the machine is working on its own. That's the whole point of Pro Stitcher, is the machine is doing the movements. So I'm turned around in the other direction, watching the comments go by as that is going there. So again, so that was our design stitched out. And again, on the screen, it might be a little difficult to see because, let me actually, there we go. I'll zoom in, I'll pull my machine forward. The design that's stitched out is actually turned golden. So if there was to be a thread break at some point along the way, I could very easily see where my thread break was. And if I needed to restitch out that section, I would just come along here and go Pro Stitcher, new start and end, and select the auto button. And it would automatically move a new start point here. And if I went to quilt that out, it would allow me to stitch out just that one portion of the design. And same thing on that note, if I wanted to change this design, I could actually crop away part of this. So I can go to modify, crop start and end, and it removed the portion of the design that was on either side of my start and end point. So I'm going to baseline that. And again, I can now skew that to make that fill that space. So there's some very powerful tools that you can see, with just the touch of a few buttons, you can really edit and modify these designs. And again, let me, I will clear that out of the way. And I'm going to show you how to do some recording. So with the record feature, I'm going to disengage my gears. So again, now my machine is ready for free motion. And again, the crosshairs are purple. Now, if you didn't see how quick that was, to raise and lower the gears, and again, I won't speak so you can hear it. Now my gears are engaged and I'm ready for computerized quilting. So it's very easy to make that adjustment on there. And sorry if it's blurry. I think that might be possibly just the internet connection or possibly the streaming. So hopefully that will just buffer and clear out in a second. So again, I'm going to disengage, so I'm in free motion. And if I go to the record, I'm going to turn record on, and I'm going to handwrite my name, and I'm going to add a little heart above the I. And we'll just go with Nick because it's a little easier than writing out Nicholas. So I just created my own signature that I can now add to my quilt. And again, with that design, I can modify it. So I stitched that out fairly large. That was 3 inches tall and about 7 inches long. I can shrink down, oops, let me baseline that. I can now shrink down my signature so it's nice and teeny tiny, and I could add that into my quilt. And again, if that doesn't fit just like that, we can go and rotate our design. And let me try and zoom in a bit. So you can see how quick and easy it would be to modify and rotate that to fit in that design. So again, and let me show you, this is the Pro Stitcher Connect. So if I just go to PS Patterns, and again, I'm going to turn on my Wi-Fi just so I'm able to go to through the website. And again, this is the Pro Stitcher website right here. And again, I'm able to access all my designs. If I go to my PS Patterns, and it will show me my account. And again, I have 2 membership credits to use up. And these are some of the designs that I've gotten in the past. So these are all ready to go, downloaded onto my system. But in case I accidentally delete one, I can just re-download it immediately. So I will have you switch back to my first camera. There we go. And I'm gonna turn off that other camera so it will hopefully give me a little more bandwidth here. And I see I got a few more minutes left. Was there any more questions in there that I can answer Otherwise, I'll just do some more show and tell. You know, I've done this lovely little, again, I love a Lone Star. You know, I got one there, I got one here, I got one on the other wall. And again, I use Pro Stitcher for the blocks in the corner and the blocks into those setting squares. And again, I love my feathers. So somebody asked, the Pro Stitcher membership is free or they're charged. So when you purchase Pro Stitcher, you're going to get those 800, it's over 800 designs. That comes with your purchase of Pro Stitcher. The Pro Stitcher membership, where you get the 2 free credits, there is a charge for that. That is a monthly membership, but that's an optional thing. You don't need that to operate Pro Stitcher. You are able to buy your own designs wherever you want, whenever you want. There's many websites that are out there. And again, a lot of them do different memberships. So that is completely optional, but the system itself comes with over 800 designs. And once you start editing and modifying them and combining them in different ways, you can really do a lot of different quilting with it. Let's see, is there any more questions in there that I can answer? And yeah, Pro Stitcher is not free motion, but you definitely can record your free motion. And again, at any point, once you have the computer system, you can disengage the gears and you're able to still do free motion quilting or ruler work or however you want to quilt. So this is just an extra tool in your toolbox to use. Now, again, once you have it, it's really fun and you really get into it. So it's one of those things that you'll find ways to use it just about everywhere you can. Somebody else asked, how much memory is there to save? So it depends on what comes with the tablet. I don't know exactly what the tablet is, if it's 8 GB or 16 GB, but the designs themselves really are not a lot of information. So you can save like tens and tens of thousands. I know some quilters that have like 80,000 plus designs on their tablets and they work just fine. So you don't have to worry about running out of memory. And again, with this tablet, the internet portion is restricted to the Pro Stitcher website. So you can't go onto your tablet and start downloading from other things or going onto Facebook or things like that. It is strictly meant to be used to aid in the computer system. So you don't want to be filling it up with photos or videos, you know, from your other cameras or whatnot. This is just to run the system here. And if you do that, you will not run out of memory on there. And again, let's see. How often does the software have to be upgraded? So that's an excellent question. You don't have to update the software. For a number of years, I was a year or two behind in what the updates were, because if you do not want to use the new features, you don't have to. You can stay using the older systems. I know there are people that are still running Pro Stitcher Classic, and that is, we're talking maybe 10 to 15 updates ago. Again, they will still operate on those machines. And again, if you do have one of the first Handy Quilter machines, you might not be able to be using Pro Stitcher Connect. You will have to stop at Pro Stitcher Premium, which is a few versions back. But again, if you're getting it now, you're going to want the latest and greatest features. So you do have Pro Stitcher Connect at 813. But generally speaking, it's maybe 1 or 2 a year that come out for updates. But again, when you're on the Wi-Fi, very easy to update. I updated my system this morning just for the show, and it took me less than 8 minutes to get it done. So really not that bad. And I only have 1 more quilt, well, 2 more little projects here. This was a quilted coat that I was planning on wearing, but my studio is very warm this morning. So on here, I just did a beautiful edge-to-edge design called Malachite. It's one of my favorite patterns. And again, these were shot cottons and I was worried about them fraying. So I just shrunk down the edge-to-edge, which I normally do a larger size for quilts, and made it a little bit nice and tighter just to do for this jacket. So I think that's it for my time, unless there's any last minute questions that come through. I think we'll get Jane back in here.
Nicholas, amazing. You're so talented. And seriously, you must be the coolest guy walking around the street wearing all those cool clothes that you make for yourself. Like, wow. I was like,
You know,
I want to talk to that guy. Look what he's wearing. Amazing.
one, let me grab you. I'll show you my other jacket. This is the one that I wear out in public normally.
Yeah.
You know, because this is my work coat. But again, it's got a polyester batting, so it's nice and lofty and fluffy, but it's really warm in Vancouver right now. So it's like, no, I can't be wearing that yet. But once winter comes.
Yeah, and let's not wish for winter too soon. We know how good we know how great those coats are, but let's just keep it a little bit still warm. Nicholas, amazing job. Thank you for that great presentation. I want everybody to know how they can hear the lovely ding of Pro Stitcher. So I'm going to say thank you to you. And let
thank you very much.
How they can get their hands on it. Nicholas, Turken, everybody. Thank you so much. What a great presentation. Wow. Okay. I want you to hear the lovely ding of Pro Stitcher. Let's tell them how they can do it, guys. There you go. Pro Stitcher Premium computerized quilting system. You see it right there. You see your SoFest pricing, $11,995, but there is a call-in special. So you're going to want to call 800-401-8151. Remember, with Pro Stitcher, you're getting over 800 designs. And also remember, the machine is doing the movement for you. It's just, Nicholas showed you so many great techniques with what he has done with his Pro Stitcher. Imagine unleashing the creativity in your life. That would be amazing. This is Pro Stitcher Premium computerized quilting system. Call in right now. I know a lot of you were saying, this is the time. I really need to get my hands on this. So 800-401-8151 is what you need to do right now to hear the lovely ding of Pro Stitcher. Right, Blaine?
That is right, Jane. Well, Jane, I guess it's time for to go to the next one. We're going to give you a little break, and we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes, okay? All right, guys, we are going to continue on with the show. We have got Baby Lock in the house next up, and we are going to talk all about the Flare embroidery machine, and we've got Jory Snyder coming in. Now, Jory, throughout her childhood in Texas, her mother was an avid sewer and crafter, so sewing and crafting were a part of her DNA. One of her first memories was making custom stickers to screen print and personalize her Barbie's doll clothing. After graduating from Texas Tech University with a degree in apparel design and manufacturing, she worked for a publisher in the Dallas-Fort Worth area as an editor and designer for ink knitters and crocheters. Is that what it is, Kyle? Crochet. Okay. Anyway, y'all, welcome to the show, Jory Snyder.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jory, good to see you.
It's great to be here. I'm so excited to talk to everybody about the Baby Lock Flare. I have so much to show them today.
I know. Now, I think this is your first time on SMP, one of our shows, right?
It is, and I'm just so excited to be here. This is my first time, so.
I know we've known each other for a couple of years. I think I met you 2 years ago, and we've been trying to get you on the show, and it finally happened, and we're so happy you're here. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell them how they can get this Flare.
All right. Well, hello. I'm Jory Snyder, and I'm a Baby Lock educator, and I am located in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys. So this morning, I have the Baby Lock Flare, and the Baby Lock Flare is a dedicated embroidery machine with lots of high-end features. So let's talk about some of the stuff that it comes with, and then I'll show you some close-ups. So its largest embroidery field is 6 1/4 inches by 10 1/4 inches. So it's pretty wide. And it comes with this other hoop as well that is 5 by 7. So you get 2 hoops with it. And also with the hoops, you get these nice little grids to help you place everything and get your fabric or whatever you are lining up. So it comes with those. This machine comes with a lot, you guys. All right, so one of the things that customers are always requesting is they want a printed manual. So the Flare Comes with a printed manual. You get full printed instructions. There's more stuff that's built into the machine to help you learn how to use it. But it's really nice to have this printed instruction manual. In addition to this, you also get all of the designs that are built into the machine. And they're printed out, and you have the color steps. Every single design and font that is in your machine is printed out in this nice little booklet. And you guys, this machine is loaded. It has 293 embroidery designs. If that's not enough, it has over 14 built-in fonts, and 2 of those are large monogram fonts. So there is a lot on this machine. All right, so let's see here what else you get. You want to keep your machine nice and dust-free, so you get this beautiful baby lock cover to go over it when you're not using it. It covers both the embroidery unit and the machine itself. So that's really nice. It keeps your machine clean when you are not using it. It keeps all of the dust off. It comes with Wi-Fi. So the moment that you plug it in, you can set it up to your Wi-Fi and update it. You can also, it comes with free software, and that free software will allow you to transfer designs from your computer to your machine directly. And that the free software that it comes with is called Design Database Transfer. Now, if you don't like using the internet or the Wi-Fi to transfer your designs, it does have a USB port. So you still have that. All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's get a little closer. And we're going to get a little bit closer here. Let's see here, guys. All right. This is my first time, so I'm switching cameras. Give me just a second. Oh goodness, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. It's not very smooth, but just wait till I get this up close. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. Let's see. There we go. Let's get this nice and straight so that you guys can see everything. All right. Let's get some lights on this thing. There we go. So this is the screen. This is the main embroidery screen for this machine. You have your exclusive designs. You have lots of categories: celebrate, delicate, floral, timeless, kids corner. We'll explore all of these here in just a second. I'm just kind of talking about the screens right now. Right here, you have even more designs. You've got your buttonholes and your buttonhole embellishments, and we'll take a look at those. These are your larger embroidery designs, and the ones that have multiples together. We'll take a look at those. And then you've also got some beautiful built-in edge-to-edge quilting designs that are under this last category. And I'm going to make sure that I show you all of those. So you've got designs galore. Here, these big letters right here, this is the 2 built-in monogram fonts. And I tell you what, since I've got them pulled up, let's take a look at them. They are gorgeous. I'm going to pull up this A here. This screen is so easy to navigate. If this screen is full color LCD screen, if you're having problems seeing it there, you can also look at a larger preview. So that is really nice. You can also see over here, this tells me what hoops it's going to fit in. And it's letting me know that the only hoop this letter will fit in is my largest one. So I don't even have to worry about trying to use the wrong hoop. I'm going to click OK to exit out of that screen. If I wanted to scroll through the letters, right down here, I've got some arrow keys that allow me to go through all of the available fonts. If I want to get back to the main embroidery screen, I can either hit the back key or I can hit the main embroidery screen, and it will just make sure that I want to go back, and I do. And there we are. Let me show you the other monogram font because it is gorgeous too. I'm going to pull it up, and we're going to pull up a large preview. Oh my goodness, look at those gorgeous flowers. And look at this one. This one will fit in my largest one or the 5x7. So it's really nice, again, that the machine makes it easy for me. I'm going to hit OK. This time I'm going to hit the back key. And I'm going to go back one more time. Let's talk about what these are down here, and then we'll explore some of the designs more. All right. We've already used our back button. This button right here will lock the machine for safety reasons. So if I engage this, it will ask me if I want to lower the presser foot, and I can say okay. And what this does is it locks everything. So I can't touch any buttons. I can't accidentally make anything go. This is a safety feature. So when I want to change my embroidery foot or when I want to change my needle, I can put this into this safety mode and I don't have to worry about accidentally stitching my finger. So I really like that. After I've changed my needle or whatever, I can just hit this button again. And we're back to normal. If I touch this in any screen, this looks like a little embroidery hoop. I know it's kind of dark on camera, but this will get me back to this main screen right here. So if I was to go into a screen and then I touch this, it takes me back to this main embroidery screen. So I love it. With the click of one button, I can get back to my main menu. So right here, this is my settings for my machine. It looks like a piece of paper that's kind of folded. If I touch that, I can scroll through and change settings on my machine. So let's see here. Let's scroll through some of the settings. There's 10 pages. I'm on page 2 of 10. I can change the speed. It will go anywhere between 350 stitches per minute and 850 stitches per minute. So I can slow it down or speed it up based on what I'm doing. And if there is a black highlighted box behind it, that means that that's the default setting. So I usually don't mess with the tension, but I could if I needed to. So you can continue scrolling and you can change lots of settings. You can change your embroidery height. You can turn this feature on or off. When you use the machine, if you don't want to have to constantly push the presser foot down to get your light to turn green, you can go ahead and turn the auto feature on. I have it turned on. I'm going to leave the embroidery the embroidery foot height at its default. I can change it between millimeters or inches. It's that easy. I can change the size of the thumbnail image that it shows me in the preview window. I like to have the larger thumbnail, so I have it set up for that one. I can turn the sound on or off. I can turn the opening screen on or off. And I can change the language. There's a lot of settings that we have here. I can also turn this light off over here. So you guys can see that that went off. So with the touch of a simple button, I can change features on my machine. If I want to change the sensitivity of the touch screen, this is where I would do it. I'm going to hit the back button to get out of that. I can continue scrolling through this. This tells me what version I've had. Whenever I want to get out of this, this is where I've set up my internet connection. It's really easy. It walks you through how to connect to your Wi-Fi. And I should add that I know a lot of people don't have good Wi-Fi at home. You can still connect this to your computer by using a router. The router does not have to be connected to the internet. So one of the things that you'll get when you purchase this machine is you get access to Baby Lock's SewEd catalog of videos. There is almost an hour-long video just about the flare, every aspect of the flare. And one of the things that the video talks about is how to connect and use the Wi-Fi features. And in the video, she does talk about if you prefer to use a router. So if you don't have good internet, don't worry. You can still send designs wirelessly by using a router. So that's a really cool feature. At any time, if I want to get out of this screen, I just click OK, and it takes me back to whatever screen I was in. All right, so the page setting is for all of our machine settings. Let's see, this is probably one of my favorite features. Now we have the printed manual, but if I push this little button down here that's a sewing machine with a question mark, it pulls up all of these little animations. So there's 2 pages. So to go to the second page, I just use my navigation. If I click on one, like this one right here is going to show me how to thread the machine. And so there's 17 pages here for me to go through. So the first thing it wants me to do is lift the presser foot. Once I've done that, I can go to the next step, and it wants me to make sure that the needle is raised. I like how it goes step by step, and after I've done it on my machine, I can click the next button. This is where it wants me to put a spool of thread on, and it's just reminding me to use the spool cap. And it's reminding me to replace the spool cap once I've got that on there. So this is a pretty cool little guide here. Not only do I have the instructions in a printed manual, I also have these little animation videos that go step by step. I can do it little by little and play along. All right, so to get back, I can either click, I have to use my back button. So I'm going to use the back button, get out of there. I can click either main embroidery screen or back button again. Well, there we go, back button. All right. So we've talked about all of these buttons. This machine is really easy to navigate. Let's see here. This is where my Wi-Fi information is. This pocket is where my memory is. So if I click here, I can save stuff to the machine's memory. I can save stuff to this USB stick. And this right here is where I will either save something that I want to send to my computer, or where I will go to find something that I've sent from my computer to the machine. Now, I don't have anything under this right now, so it's empty. But I do have something in my USB. And to get to that, I just click on B Pocket. On your USB, it automatically makes a little stick. And that's where my designs are. And I'm clicking the back button. All right. So that's how you pull up designs. And I didn't mention this, but if you have palette software, you can actually send designs from your machine to your computer and add stuff to them, put it in a design. Palette works great with this machine. So for all of my palette users, you're going to love this machine. All right, so let's take a look at some of these embroidery designs. I'm going to pull up a holiday design. So I'm in the extra menu, and I just love this little bunny. I know it's not Easter, but I just love this little bunny. I'm going to make him bigger so you guys can see him. Just so cute. And here you guys can see that I can use these 3 hoops. I can use my large one that the machine came with. I can use the 5x7, or I can use the 4x4. So I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to set this, and I'm going to show you guys something. Let's see here. Let's play with this. So on screen, I can drag this with my finger and move it around. So that's kind of cool. If I want to be more exact, I can click on move, and this little button will recenter it, and I can use these little arrow keys to move it. Okay, so if you want to be more precise, or you just need to move it over a few clicks, the arrow keys are really helpful. I can also change the size of it. I can make it proportionally larger or proportionally smaller. So I can increase it by 20% and I can decrease it by 10%. And it will stop me once it's reached its limit. All right, I'm going to click OK. One of the other things I can do is I can rotate it. So I can rotate it 90 degrees. So if I have a design that if I have something that I'm trying to quilt and I need to turn it in the other direction, I certainly can do that. I can do it 90 degrees, I can do it 10 degrees, or I can just do it 1 degree at a time to get it exactly where I want it. I'm going to reset it, and I'm going to click OK. These are grayed out right now because I don't have a font pulled up and I cannot adjust what this is. And we'll talk about this here in just a second. That's the density. This is mirror. So if I click this, you'll notice that the design just flips. So that's kind of neat. Do that. And I can also get rid of the design by deleting it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. All right. This has 9-point placement that makes it really easy to place your designs. So I'm going to end edit and I get to this screen. So if I come here, I can still move the design at this point. All right. I'm going to go ahead and center it again. If I click on this little thing right here, I can, let me shut the frame. You'll notice that my hoop moved. My hoop moved up here to the top left corner of this box. If I click this one, it's going to go to the top right corner. So this is a really good way to center and get your design exactly where you want it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move it down here to the bottom. So this is a T-tail. Let me get you guys a little bit kind of closer over here so you can kind of see what I'm doing. I have a little blue dot here. It might be hard to see it, but what I'm going to do is I want to get, this T-tail has a black border. So I want to get my design about 1/4 inch above that black border. Right now, you can see where this is. I have it down here at the bottom and it's way up here. It's nowhere near where I need it to be, which is down here. So I'm going to click OK. And I'm just going to move it. I can drag it on the screen. I'm not going to do that because that will uncenter it. I have folded my T-tail and I have a crease in it. It's hard to see on camera. Let me turn these lights off and let's see if that helps a little bit. No, that didn't help. Okay. I'm going to get really close, and I should add that there is an optional foot that you can buy. It's called the U+ foot, and it plugs in back here, and it gives me a little needle beam light. So that's really helpful when I'm using this particular function. You don't have to have it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just push the needle down button, and you know what? I don't know. I don't think you guys can see it, but I have a little dot right here on my fabric where I wanted the very bottom of my design to be. I put it about 1/4 inch above that black line, and it's perfect. So I'm going to remove it from, I'm going to remove the needle from the machine by pushing that button back up. I'm also going to go back into the 9-point check. And the other place I want to check is I want to see if it lines up on that folded line that I centered. So I'm going to click this, and again I'm going to push the needle down, and yes, it is right on my fold. So this is perfectly centered, and now I've got it exactly where it needs to be. So that's a pretty cool feature when you're placing your designs. I'm going to click OK. And this is another really cool thing. So this is a trace feature. So if I click this little button, the machine is going to go through, it's going to go around all the spots where it's going to embroider. It's going at the top left corner, the bottom right corner. It's just going all along that. And it stops up here and it let me know that's where it's going to stop. So that's a really good visual as well. All right. Super easy. The other thing that I wanted to show you guys, let's go to add. Let's add another design to this. Let's add another bunny. All right. I'm going to just drag this bunny up. And I am going to hit End Embroidery. And it wants me to put a larger frame on. So I'm going to do that. All right. All right. End Embroidery. So now I'm in actual embroidery mode, and there are these 3 spools of thread over here. If I touch that, what it's going to do is, instead of me having to completely stitch out this first bunny and then stitch out the second bunny, it's going to stitch them together. So it's going to stitch each color in my bunny together. So it'll stitch these 2 pinks together, it'll stitch the 2 blues together, it'll stitch the yellows, and that's going to save me with having to change my thread a whole bunch of times. You guys, there are so many features on this machine, so many features. I did not even get to the fonts, but I'm going to delete everything. I'm going to type something in real quick. And to get to my other fonts, my other letters, I just use my, whoops. Okay. There we go. We'll just do baby. Real quick, I'll show you some of the fonts that you have. Again, with your fonts, you can move wherever you want it. You can change the size. You can do it with a simple click, or you can use your resizing tools. You can also rotate fonts just like a design. Here we have this now. This is, if I stitch this out and I don't like the density, I can increase it. All right, so that's one of the things I can do. And I can also go into font edit. I have different ways that I can arrange it. It doesn't like it because they're so big. So let's make these smaller. There we go. Now let's go into font edit and let's see. There we go. You can kind of see how I can curve it. I can curve it up, curve it down. I can change the spacing. I can even edit them one at a time. If I want to make the B much bigger than the other letters, I can do that. So this machine is chock full of features. So let's see if we have any questions. And let's go back to Blaine and Jane and let them tell you about the specials, and let's hear those questions.
Well, thanks, Jory. Great demonstration. And I know you're just scratching the surface with this machine. There's so many features, but great job. And we're going to tell everybody how they can get it. Thank you so much for being on SewFest.
Thank you.
All right, guys, this is the Baby Lock Flare embroidery only machine. Now, this is a 6x10 embroidery area. So it's going to be a really nice size to get you going. Great pricing list, $19.99. And what we're going to do, you saw, Jory talk about that embroidery, LED embroidery foot that has the pin light. We're going to throw that in absolutely free for you with purchase. We do have financing available. We're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free. We have a call-in special. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. Now, this has 293 built-in embroidery designs. It's Wi-Fi enabled as well, has 14 built-in embroidery fonts, has that advanced needle threader, and it is just packed full of things. And so, again, I love this machine. If you are in the market for a great embroidery machine that's a 6x10 hoop size or embroidery size area, this will do a whole jacket back very easily. this would be a great machine for you. And I'm telling you, that price is incredible. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, you can speak to one of the live chat agents as well, and they can help you out. So let's bring Jane back in.
Hey there, how are you?
Doing great, Jane. So the show is continuing on. We're counting it down till the end today so we can announce the winners. And but we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. Yes, we're counting it down, but let's enjoy the meat of it. Let's enjoy the middle. Okay, from our friends at Grace, they are back with us again today. We have got Melinda, and Melinda Romero is SMP's personal account executive at Grace, and she provides world-class customer service. And Mark Martin, he is the sales and customer relations manager for the Grace Company. With a team of 9 Wonder account executives, he manages the day-to-day sales operations with both customers and dealers. And Mark has been with the Grace Company for over 10 years. Welcome to the show, Melinda and Mark. Hi, guys. Oh, we're just on mute.
Fix that. All right. Are we good?
Nope. A little bit of feedback, but
I get closer. Mic check. Not yet.
One of the mic. Oh, there we go. Okay, here's Blaine. They're gonna try and fix those microphones.
All right. So why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side.
Exactly. I'm just trying to buy some time.
I love that.
They got some really bad mic feedback problems, Jane. So while they're trying to work their issues out, let's give something away. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do a giveaway. That's what happens. We love it when there's technical issues. Blaine comes in and he wants to do a giveaway.
All right. So here's why I'm going to give everybody the choice.
Oh.
Do you want to win a sew mat or a P-Touch? Put it in the chat right now. P-Touch, put a number 1 for P-Touch and number 2 for sew mat.
Okay, this will be interesting because we like them both. And you already gave away some P-Touches, but P-Touch is new to the prize closet, but we also all need the sew mat, so it's going to be a tough one.
1 for P-Touch, 2 for sew mat.
A lot of 2s, Blaine. I'm seeing a lot of 2s. Couple of 1s.
Kyle's monitoring the chat right now.
Yeah, Kyle's the guy. Hey Blaine, what do you and Jason have in common with Friday the 13th?
Well, I already told you.
I know, but I'm just
you tell me what we.
You're both slashers.
Exactly.
I'm just circling it back to the beginning in case anybody missed your dad joke of the day. When we reference slasher, we're not talking about Friday the 13th. We're talking about Blaine.
Exactly. All right. So the Kyle got the poll in. We're going to have to give both away. So let's give 2 giveaways. The first one's going to be a sew mat. Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go.
Here we go. For the sew mat, the winner is a New York beauty.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Can't argue with that. All right, New Yorker. How are you going to claim that prize and get that sew mat? You're watching today from YouTube. You need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete. And most importantly, in the notes section, put in there what color sew mat you want, and what size, and we'll get that shipped out to you.
Awesome.
All right, next up, we are going to give away a P-Touch printer from Brother, $130 value, and we're going to throw in an extra tape cartridge for you as well. Kyle, spin that wheel.
Spin the wheel. I love this new addition to the prize closet. I know I've been saying that every day, but
this is a cool little thing. I love it.
I mean, think how organized you can be. Alexandria
fan. All right, Jane, tell her how to claim that prize.
Congratulations, Alexandria, watching us on YouTube. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, give us all the information, let us know what you won, and Blaine and the team will get that right out to you ASAP. Congrats.
We sure will. All right, so Jane, I'm going to let you take it back.
Great.
I think hopefully Grace got their problems worked out. We'll get going.
Okay, let's hope that our friends... Oh, no, not yet.
Nope. So, Mark and Melinda, if y'all are watching, we may have to just mute y'all and y'all just kind of hold poster boards up, tell us what you're saying, because it is just a really loud buzz. So my suggestion would be one of y'all turn your mics off and see which
Yep.
one of y'all are the guilty party.
Yep. Because they both have mics. I wonder if there's
Right.
a third. If
All
there's
right, so we're going to say,
camera.
Mark, you turn your mic off first, and let's see if Melinda's mic is working. So let's go back to Grace right now. Oh,
no.
all right. So Mark, you turn yours back on. Melinda, you turn yours off, and let's go back to Grace. Y'all ready? Gotta give them a second to turn it off. All right.
Mine's on. Mine's on.
Whoop.
No, Mark, yours is the guilty party.
Yeah, Mark seems
Mark.
like the guilty party.
Yeah. So Mark, turn yours
I gotta be
off.
honest. I think they should just unplug them.
Well,
and
I'm thinking
replug
Mark
them
just
back
turns his off. Maybe the mic will pick up. Melinda's mic might pick up both of them.
in. For sure, absolutely.
And so let's try it out with
Sure, they've
Mark
tried everything.
off. Nope. They got some major technical difficulties today.
What a bummer.
That is a bummer.
Can we?
All right. Let's give them a few minutes to work that out, and let's do another giveaway.
Okay, I like it. I was gonna say if we could throw up the overlay on the 21 series with that evolution frame, you could talk about it while they're
Well,
doing.
we could do that. Let's give away and do that. What do you think?
Okay. Oh, great.
All right, Kyle, you want to pick out a giveaway to do? Let's do a giveaway first.
Okay, giveaway first.
Kyle's going to pick the giveaway.
Floriani swag.
Look at that. This is a Floriani swag bag, and it is loaded up with SMP goodies and Floriani. You're getting I think it's a 16 or 17 spool thread from Floriani. You're getting a personal care kit from, you're getting the USB sticks. You're getting all kinds of stuff, Jane. This put in their gift cards. So, and a Serger tote bag. So, $249 value. And so let's spin the wheel, Kyle.
That is an awesome prize pack. I have not
It
seen
really
that one
is.
yet. I don't know if it's because I was absent, but that's a great prize pack. So you should keep that in the prize closet. We'll do a bunch of those. Oh, Linda! Congratulations. Linda's watching on YouTube. Linda, it's great to see you here, and thanks for joining in the chat. I always see your messages go by. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, fill out all the information. Let us know that you won that prize pack from Floriani, and our friends at SMP will get that right out to you. Amazing prize pack. This is so fun, Blaine.
All right, Jane, we're going to try it again.
Okay.
Let's go to Grace. Nope.
Huh.
Come on, guys. Nope. Hey, Mark, I'm officially firing your audio guy.
I don't know. You should fire Mark because it's been working every single day.
Well, I think Mark is the audio guy. All right, so we don't know what's going on over there at Grace today. They got a bad cord or something.
Yeah, something's not right. They're missing.
All right, so let's bring up the overlay, Kyle. We're going to talk about the 21
like
while
the
they
air
see if they can get another try. Jane, and you and I will just talk about it. This is the Qnique 21X, and guess what we decided to do, Jane? The last minute today.
I know what you decided to do.
Tell us about it. What did I decide to do?
Not only when you buy the machine, you get the free quilting frame, you get the $1,000 free accessory kit bundle, but you are also adding a free light bar.
You are exactly right. We're going to throw that free light bar in. Now, everybody, the price on that, look at the price, $99.49. That is with the frame, a 21-inch long arm machine, the accessory pack, and we're throwing in the light bar, free shipping nationwide, and we have financing available. Get on the phone right now and order this because this is the best deal on the 21 all year.
This is really, truly amazing. Amazing because you know the machine is awesome and you know you're getting the machine for the SoFest pricing. But when you throw in the frame, when you throw in the accessory bundle, and then you're throwing in the free light bar, it just makes this entire package for today on SoFest that much sweeter. So thank you for adding in the light bar. Hey, Blaine, can you talk a little bit about the light bar?
We sure can. So, Kyle, what is the retail value on that light bar? Do you remember? We're going to try to bring that up for you real quick, Jane, and tell you about it. But it is a 12-foot. Well, it goes from 5 feet. It's adjustable now, so it's going to go from 5 feet to 12 feet. So it's going to clear that frame all the way.
My
There it
God.
is. Kyle's putting it up on the screen for you right there. $399 on that. And again, it's fully adjustable, has the casters, you can move it around, has the 2 actually LED lights.
10-foot is actually
$499. That's right. So it's it's $499 value. So it's the 10-foot up to 12 feet. And it's going to cover that frame. Kyle, can we pop up another picture? Like, see where underneath the where you can see it on the frame itself.
That's beautiful.
Keep going. Right there. That's what your setup is going to look like.
Amazing.
And it is, if you've never had really good LED lights on your frame, it is a game changer, Jane. It makes quilting so much nicer because, you know, your machine actually has a great set of lights on it. This 21 has really good LED lights, and it lights up the whole throat space. But what it doesn't do, it doesn't light the whole quilt on both sides of the machine. And a lot of times you're looking at you're looking at the job it's done. You're looking at different things, and it just lights it up and makes it so much nicer to use. And I tell you what, I can see a big difference in our retail store. We have these set up. It's a huge difference with the light bar.
And remember, they're LED lights, so you're not getting any extra heat from the light. And I will say this too, and I know this, you know, as I age and I'm starting to have to wear readers, any kind of light anywhere that I'm sewing is helping me regardless of all the light I'm throwing on it. So the fact that you can use this light over the machine and you're illuminating the entire thing, I'll tell you this, from a person who films a lot, just knowing that there's a light out there, not only is this great for your quilting and your long arm, this could potentially just be great for your crafting table. Because if you move over and you want to film or you want to shed light on something else, if you have a cutting table, put it over the cutting table. It helps just to see. So really,
it does. It really makes a huge difference.
That's a great bonus. I mean, the lighting, we talk about that all the time, is so important. But I love the setup of this. It's on casters, right? So you could put that on the floor. You could roll it around. I mean, that's a great ad. Oh,
well, we just popped Grace in and they're still squeaking. So, Mark, my suggestion is y'all completely reboot.
Yeah.
And try to reboot your computer. Come back to the stream. Try it again because it's Friday the 13th, and I think y'all got the Jason bug right now.
Oh, no, don't say that. I saw somebody asked us, why don't we announce the SewFest winners? Oh, the winners of because of the competitions. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant the grand prize winners, just to reiterate who those are. Because at the end of the day, Blaine, you know what you're doing.
Yes, we're going to announce all the winners this afternoon. We're going to announce the 5th finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway. And then we're going to draw them out right on air, the winner of the $25,000 Dream Studio. And everybody will get to see. They'll get to see me put the names in the little bucket, and they're going to see me pull the name out.
That right in and right out. No funny business here.
No, I make sure that it's I'll show you that it's an empty bucket. I'm going to show you all the names prior to putting them in there, and so everybody knows it's on the up and up.
You know what? Could we do this? Is there a way we can jump to the website and scroll through looking at some of the sewing projects just real quick?
We actually could. We could look at some of the entries in there and show you, because it is. I tell you what, there's a couple that just blew me away. I don't really understand sometimes how much time and effort it takes on some of these projects. But I tell you, there's a couple that I think it doesn't take a brain surgeon to look at it and go, wow, that took a ton of time and effort. But you can see them scrolling up on the screen there, Jane. It was just some really incredible entries. And there was a lot of quilts. And that's what I really didn't understand why people submitted quilts. And, because it was a garment sewing contest. But that's why we had that little secondary, vote for a quilt, whoever got the most votes. But I look at the garments.
The beauty of handmade to me is the time and talent that it takes to create these one-of-a-kind garments. And I get it, if you have a pattern and you use the same fabric and you can mass produce 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever, they're still one of a kind. Look at that blue Zoe jacket. It's beautiful. But it's whenever I see something handmade, and that's what I always stress to people, that if you know it's handmade, you know that it took time to make, it took talent to make, it took thought to make. And that is why I so love the slow fashion movement, just simply because we know that our own two hands went into creating this garment. Look at how beautiful those are. We see them scrolling on the screen. So I so appreciate what everybody sends in, because anything handmade is a winner to me.
All right, so let's give Grace another try. Let's click on them.
Are we good? Can you hear us?
Well, you still have a little bit of feedback, but it's not near as bad as it was. So let's go for it.
All right. We are so sorry. It is Friday the 13th. Jeez.
Is it still?
Right?
No?
It's a little, maybe you can turn it down. Yeah. Let's see.
Volume wise on our end.
Give me a test. All right, you sound good.
We sound good.
We can hear you.
How-
Oh, maybe turn it back up just a tad. It was just a little overblown.
All right. So hopefully a few little tweaks.
Turn it up just a teensy bit. Turn up the volume. Not to 11, maybe to a 7.
Okay.
Give me a tester.
We're so happy.
Nope. Turn it up. Turn it up just a little. Melinda, in your back pocket. Turn that up.
Okay.
Well,
There you
just
go.
Make sure.
There. How's that?
That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
Good?
Good.
All right.
Am I good?
Awesome.
You're good.
And
Yeah,
you can.
see?
Whew.
I heard what you guys were saying. It wasn't me, Jane.
Mark, it's never you.
I know.
You're my friend.
Yeah, of course.
He
Friends
just
always-
has a big
yeah.
target on that bald head to be
Aw.
blamed.
All right, I want
Well-
you guys. You got 15 minutes. Go for it.
Yeah, we got 15
All right.
minutes. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, Mark, so far this week, we've talked about so many awesome things. Automation, the Little Rebel on the Cutie Breeze, the 16 series on the Evolution hoop frame, the 19 series on the Q-Zone Queen frame with that 2-foot extension. Today we're talking about the 21X Elite on the Evolution Elite frame, just to round out the week. I love this machine.
Yeah, it's a beautiful machine. It's a fast machine, and it's a big machine.
Yes, it is
And it's
big.
a portable machine.
Yes.
That's the most important. It's the portable long arm machine.
Yes, absolutely. So we've talked about some of the awesome features with the X Elite models. So again, the 21X Elite, definitely not skimping on any of those fun features, but you have the extra few inches in the throat area. Now, Mark, we briefly talked about our 21X Elite here in our showroom, having being our previous version. So tell us about the newest version that will be sent out.
and there's so many things with the limited time. Yeah, our 21 has throat lights in it. So our 21X Elite has throat lights underneath. Obviously, it has the needle lights, which is one that it always has. But the biggest two features of the new 21X Elite is the throat lights and the new bobbin winder. Are
Yes.
the two major differences amongst all the wonderful features that it comes with, from the large throat to the adjustable handles. Let's go ahead and start listing and talking about how great this machine is, because one thing that when we think about long arming, for those who are beginning into this hobby, for those who have been doing it for a while, the fear of I can't do it, the fear of the affordable, the cost, the fear, whatever that is that takes them away from, hey, I've had this small machine, now you want me to go to this large machine. I want to just say right now that it is an easy transition to go from what you already know you're using and you feel comfortable to a machine that you feel like you're not going to feel comfortable with, that it walks you through, it helps you through the process to get your stitches nice and pretty and finishing your quilts.
Yes, exactly. You know, the 21X series, it's the fastest machine in our lineup, has the most powerful motor. Remind me, how many stitches?
Yeah, 2,600.
That is a lot of stitches.
2,600.
So,
So let's just dive in, right, Melinda? We can see right now the screen, the above screen, we've already talked about automation. So yes, our automation, we have the tablet on there that you can put on there. But the screen I'm talking about is the one that controls the machine, which is the 7-inch screen right here. And there's so many features that come with it, from choosing your stitch mode, to your settings, to the one that I really love is edge warning that you can put in around your quilt.
Yeah, so I will say there's two features, extras that I love with the X-Elite model. So again, you brought up edge warning. The second is the bobbin estimator. So if we go into our toolkit on that bottom right, we have a measure tool, calculator, that bobbin estimator, the edge warning, and our project mode. I'll tell you, as a newer quilter, there's so many things I've tried, and it's a lot of trial and error at first, but the two features I appreciate most are going to be that bobbin estimator and the edge warning. How many times have I run out of bobbin thread and I'm, continuously still quilting, and then it's like, wait a minute, where's my stitches? Where did they go?
Yes.
And you get into that little, that slight panic mode. It's like, what happened? Lo and behold, ran out of bobbin thread. Now we have the M-class bobbins, so they're large bobbins. They hold a lot of thread already, but just having that extra kind of safety precaution or that reminder, it is top notch.
Yeah, it is. When we talk about the hobbyist, right, the new beginner, those who are venturing in this further, there are little things that can go a long way. Little things that help your quality, your experience, your just drive on finishing quilts. All the little things go a long way, and we already talked about the bobbin estimator, right? The other one we mentioned was the edge warning. Edge warning, what that does is give a warning around your quilt. Now we all know with certain types of quilts that you're going to have large quilt spaces and small quilt spaces, depending on if you have one of our hoop frames, a queen frame, a king frame. Either way, when we bring the sewing machine to either corner, we're going to find that it's going to bump either to the rail in the back, or the carriage will bump to the side of the frame. And that's just what's normal about it, right? So if we go all the way side of the frame, that your needle area, so this is what we call like a quilt area, right? Or in your overall
So we
area.
hit that bump right at the edge.
As we hit the bump, the needle is still about 8 inches away from where that side is. And if your quilt goes all the way to the edge, you can see our quilt, it stops right here, right? But if it went all the way to the eye, you think you're going to have quilt area, but you don't. You actually don't, because the needle where it places. So that edge warning tells you as you approach those edges that, hey, if you're doing a circle, whatever image you're doing,
right,
it's going to not be that image if your carriage crashes into the side of the frame or to the front or from the side. And so that edge warning stops you from doing that, which is really nice.
Yes, and I'm that quilter again. I'll be so focused in a particular area, I don't realize how close I am to that back take-up rail, even the front rail, the sides, and you bump into it. And I've said it before, few choice words come out of my mouth, because you have to go back and pick your stitches and fix it and, make a whatever minor adjustments with the pattern that you're stitching. Lots of trial and error. These are tools that just help make the process easier.
Yeah, it does. Now, because of doing live, we had very audible issues at the very beginning. So with our time limited, we're going to start talking about more of the features. But if you do have any questions, reach out to SMP. They know all about our 21X Elite. There's so many wonderful features. So we're going to go ahead and start listing them. We're going to start showing what they are as well. We're going to turn the machine on and start working it. So on the screen as we go, we're going to go ahead and look at the very first of this mention of the screen. We have right now our 4 different stitch modes: precise, cruise, based, and manual.
So the machine itself, it's a fully regulated machine. Precise and cruise will be those regulated stitch modes. We have a manual speed. Lots of people love doing manual. I haven't quite mastered, quite having my stitches be consistent on manual. I'm getting better. But then, some people, they're phenomenal with it, and they prefer the speed and the power of the machine in that manual mode. Then, of course, we have base.
Yep. And we have cruise as well. So both precise and cruise are regulated. What I love about those, they bring two different dynamics to the quilting. Precise is precise. And yes, you're going to pull your bobbin up and do all that stuff. So I'm going to quickly do that. We're going to go pull the bobbin up, and that's just on the handlebar on the right. We have pad printing icons to show you what they are. So we'll go ahead and hit the needle down, needle up. Okay, and you can change that actually. You saw I had to push it twice. You can change that to be a single stitch. Just press it once and it'll pull the bobbin up right away. We have it on too tight, so right now I got to push it once, push it twice. But on precise, as I go and pull that up and move it around, okay, really quiet, and it is precise as we're moving it. Even with one hand, now see, you're going to be quilting the way it should, but if I stop, it stops right away. If I keep going, it keeps going, and if I speed up, it speeds up. So you get that precise quilting all the time when you're quilting in that mode. Cruise, Melinda, is also regulated.
It is.
But it has that constant needle up and down from percentages from 5% to 25% of just that constant speed.
Yes, so very much like cruise control on your car. It gives that constant movement. You don't have to worry about pressing the gas pedal or anything. Same kind of with that needle motion. That needle's continuously moving up and down. So when we go into the cruise mode, again, you can see I'm not moving the machine, but that needle's moving up and down. I like using the cruise mode, especially if I'm micro stippling, going into some sharp corners, trying to, filling in a particular area. Just because with that needle constantly moving, I'm able to get those prettier results versus just being in that precise mode.
That's right. So long arms, when you think about it, they all have pretty much the same functions. Hopping foot, right? They all have stitch regulation. We're all looking at that. But little things that set it apart, especially the edge warning. The edge warning, only the Knit machines have the edge warning to keep you from your images not looking like what you want it to look like. The features we have also on here are needle jog up and down. So with the machine being so large, if you want to jog the needle, there's a feature on the screen that you can hit needle jog, which allows that needle to go up and down.
Yes,
it also has
very small
increments, yes. We also have the manual built in. We all know the manual, right? It can walk away from us. We all love having printed manuals. When you open the box, having that printed manual is really nice. But then you set it down somewhere. Where did you put it? And you want to know how to clean. Right. You want to maintain, you want to clean, you want to know how to thread, etc. So our screen has that all built in. So if that manual does walk away, we have that in there from preparing to quilt, quilting, maintenance, troubleshooting, and using the touchscreen. And they each dive in to more features and more direction and instruction within those.
Yes, yes. I love the 21X Elite. It's, again, the biggest machine in our lineup. It pairs beautifully with the Evolution Elite frame. Today, Mark, we're throwing in a light bar with this machine and frame bundle, along with that awesome accessory package that comes with all of our machines. So we've talked about that accessory package every day this week. Let's see if we can quickly rattle off those free accessory items. So there's the Wonderfoot, the laser, horizontal spool holder, two 10 packs of bobbins, the cutting mat, the non-slip pad, the 45mm comfort cutter, the circle cutter, replacement blades for both of those, the 3-piece hopping foot set, free motion starter kit, and that 16 pack of thread. Yeah, did I forget anything?
I'm trying to rattle off. There's so many that comes with it. I think you did a really good job on getting those listed. Comes with an easy machine. We talked about just the maintenance of a building built in there on the screen, but maintaining it. I talked about transitioning from a smaller machine or a machine that you feel comfortable with. You know how to maintain it, clean it, use it. When you want to get a 21X Elite, the maintenance on this machine is very minimal. We did that so that you can focus on your quilting and not on maintaining it. You have to like take it in. We want you to be able to get your jobs done for all the loved ones, especially entering this type of season where making quilts for loved ones is very important.
Yes.
And the 21X Elite will help you through that from just an easy threading machine. It's just so beautiful too with the bobbin winder up top. You mentioned the bobbin winder earlier, but it has a built-in bobbin winder.
And it's upgraded, so it has that new
On
motor.
the new one, yeah. This is our previous 21X Elite. Our new one has those throat lights. And we talked about lighting earlier. I know Jane talked about how important all that lighting is. So throat lights in the 21, along with the new built-in bobbin winder. Adjustable handles. I don't want to forget that, the adjustable handles. We want to have handles that are integrated, whether you want to do micro stitching, whether you want to have it extended out, especially if you're vertically challenged.
Like me.
That when we go to move the machine, we want to be able to quilt in comfort. And as we move it back, we don't want you to kind of like rock your body back and forth just to make sure that long motion of the machine is using the whole utilize of the quilt. So with our handlebars here, right, they're adjustable. You can open that up. You can bring that down. So right to micro stippling, right? You can extend it out as well. So it does about another 2 inches. So extension right there, which is really nice. You can move it up, move it down. So very easy to use, adjustable handles, well maintained, fast, 2,600 stitches per minute. And it just gives you the quilt that you want at affordable price. Long arms can scare people from just the mere fact on, I can't afford 15,000, I can't afford 18,000.
Or it's too big.
Or it's too big.
I don't know how to do it. I'm going to be awful. I talked about the 3 C's. I believe it was on yesterday's segment. So again, with any machine, the more you do it, the more comfortable you get, the more confident you become, allowing you to be more creative. So keep at it, you know, whether it's the 21X Elite or any of the machines we've talked about so far this week. Always remember those 3 C's. Give yourself time. You know, we're always going to be our own worst critics, you know, but just don't be afraid to do it. Get out there, you know, do it. And whether, you know, it's for yourself, for your family, for friends, just remember the more you do it, the better you'll get.
That's right. Be better at what you do with the 21X Elite, Jane, right? 21X Elite. If you're going to buy a Christmas present, which is coming up, Halloween's coming up, Thanksgiving is coming up, so many wonderful holidays, a lot of quilt tops. Yeah, birthday's
My birthday's coming up.
Yeah,
Mark's birthday's coming up.
Birthday.
So many quilts that need to be done, Jane, right? Let's get those finished on a 21X Elite at the price. I'm sure you're going to blow everybody's minds away when we bring that up.
Let's do it. Yes. I mean, great job, Mark and Melinda, for only having 15 minutes to explain this beautiful machine. But let me tell everybody how they can get their hands on it today during SewFest. I felt like I was watching that from the airplane seat. Blaine can comment on that later. Okay, there is your 21X Elite, what Mark and Melinda were just talking to us about. You see your Quilt Fest pricing there, $9,949. You are also getting the quilting frame. Somebody just asked, do you get the frame? Yes, you're getting the accessory bundle when you buy the machine. Melinda went through all of that, but today they are also throwing in that free light bar. That is an exceptional add-on to this package. That's great pricing. By the way, the 21X Elite, you get the throat lights, you got the new bobbin winder, you have the adjustable handles that Mark just showed. This is an easy transition, learning to use the 21X Elite. It is the fastest and biggest machine in the Grace lineup. You're getting 2,600 stitches. Of course, tons of features and benefits that they just went through, like the bobbin estimator, the edge warning. And of course, you've got that built-in manual, so you're not searching for the manual when you're looking for some information. Again, look at your pricing there. SewFest pricing this week only $9,949. But wait, you get the quilting frame, you get the free accessory bundle, and you're also getting the free light bar. You just need to call. That's all you need to do. 800-401-8151. 800-401-8151 to get your hands on that 21X Elite. That was so much fun. They did a great job for only having 15 minutes to get that presentation in, right, Blaine?
You're exactly right. They did a great job, and at least we got it in. I know they had some sound issues, so we apologize to everybody. the hissing. That was pretty
No,
bad.
like
But
when you're sitting in your airplane seat and you have and that's what it sounded like. But it was fun.
But we got through it. So
Yeah.
apologize for that. But all right, Jane, we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes, the first educational session. So we're super excited about that today. But hey, before we get there, we're going to talk all about the Janome MC 6650 quilting and sewing machine. And we have a delight coming in next that's going to educate us. Jennifer Daly's coming in, and Jennifer is a lifelong sewing enthusiast with a genuine passion for education, design, and community. From her humble beginnings as a fabric store cutting counter clerk to her guest appearances on Sew It All TV, Jennifer loves being a part of the sewing industry. Her work has been featured on sewing and craft publications, and she makes her debut on SMP Live right now. So y'all welcome Jennifer to the show.
Hey, Blaine. It's good to be here.
It seems like I just saw you.
I know. I was just down with you guys in store. That was a fantastic event.
Yes, you were in our store in San Marcos for our new product launch party. We sure do appreciate you coming out for that. And we sure do appreciate you coming on SewFest and being part of this. We're going to let you get going and talk all about this machine. And when you get finished up, I'll tell them how they can get one.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Blaine. All right, so let's talk about this beauty right here. We have the Janome MC 6650. Everything a sewist needs to complete their project a little bit faster. We have a 10-inch throat space with a seamless flatbed. It provides a perfect workspace for projects large and small. With the speed and the precision of the 6650, you are going to happily get your projects finished, whether it is bag making, quilting, fashion design, anything that you're doing. This is the one for you. Let's go through the list of the amazing features that it has so that you can. This beauty has 172 built-in stitches, from our one-step buttonholes to the letters that are on board. There's 2 different alphabets that are on board. We have apparently I am loading. I'm not sure why. I'm going to keep going and then we'll see what's going on.
All right, Jennifer, I think you froze up on us there. You still with us? All righty. Well, let's go ahead and do an overlay, Kyle, of the Janome machine while Jennifer's trying to maybe reboot or get hers working. I guess the gremlins are out today. Anyway, this is the MC 6650 sewing and quilting machine. We have a SewFest price of it of $17.99. Now, we do have a call-in special on this, so give us a call. You are going to get the free accessory bundle with this too. Now, part of that bundle, you're going to get that Janome rolling trolley. You're getting the Janome Clearview quilting foot for 9mm machines. You're getting the Janome bobbin case for free motion quilting. You're getting the Janome Clearview 1/4-inch foot for 9mm machines. And then you're getting the Janome J-style plastic bobbin 10-pack with this, all in the bundle. And this thing, the key features on it, 170 stitches plus 2 alphabets. It has a maximum sewing speed of 1,000 stitches per minute. It's a one push needle plate conversion with 2 included plates, 10-inch all metal seamless flatbed, 6 LED lights in 3 locations on the machine. It has that memorized needle up, needle down, 12 included accessory feet that come with this. So it is absolutely built in. 172 stitches, 9 one-step buttonholes. And, it's just a great quilting and sewing machine. And Janome, again, has knocked it out of the park with this one. This is one of the machines that's really one of our most popular machines we sell of Janome. We sell hundreds of these things, and it is such a great machine. Everybody loves this. The weight on this too is only 24 pounds. So this is going to make this extremely easy to carry around. It has that really nice throat space on it as well. So it is just a great first choice, machine for a quilter. Wants to do piecing and also take this to classes and to your retreats. Such a great travel machine. At only $17.99. Do have a call-in special with the free bundle. Financing available. We're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. And I think we lost Jennifer. So she hasn't come back on yet. So we may have, I don't know what's happening with her, but let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine, I think we need to tone down the commenting on Friday the 13th. Because we started talking about it. I know you don't believe in it. I know you don't, and that's fine.
Hey, you know what?
We've
had issues at other shows before, and it wasn't Friday the 13th. So it's just what happens when there's storms throughout the United States. Sometimes it affects internet connections and carriers, and so I think she's having some internet problems, probably.
Absolutely, that's right, Blaine. Let's keep it positive.
Well, the S&P Nation, they adapt and overcome.
Yes,
and they kind of actually love it when we have technical issues, because that usually means that we're going to give something away.
Yes, this is exactly right. A nice little shakeup. Actually, I got to tell you, I'm going to let you know the secret. You guys are cool. You guys are cool. If I tell Blaine our secret, you're good with it? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So they all said yes, all my friends. But Blaine, here's the thing. We all plan for these little hiccups because we know you'll give something away. Like we called and we said, hey, I have a little problem with your sound and stuff like that. Okay, Jennifer, why don't you just cut out for a second so we can get more getaways? It's just something we do.
That's right. So let's do it right now. We're going to give another Brother P-Touch away. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea.
All right. So Kyle, spin that wheel. All right. I think we got Jennifer back. Jane, so we'll go right back to her.
Just in time for a giveaway.
Here we go. Teresa Wilson Erickson. There we go. Watching today on Facebook. So Teresa, how you're going to claim that prize? You're going to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. And once we get that information, we will ship you out your Brother P-Touch. And we're going to add in a cartridge, a replacement tape cartridge for you to have some extra. And you got 30 days to claim the prize. All right, so let's go back to Jennifer. So Jennifer, I think we got you back now, so we're gonna let you take it away. And you're muted. I think you're muted, Jennifer. On maybe stream. It's not StreamYard, so it may be your microphone or your laptop or something is muted. Nope, we still don't have you. All right, so let's. Yeah, we don't have her. All right, let's bring Jane back. So, hey, Jane, come on back. Jane just thought she had a break.
I was goofing around. I was like this.
Jane was working on something and she was throwing stuff all around, and I saw fabric flying and all kinds of stuff. I was like, what is she working on?
Next part of me.
I figured you was working on some sort of project and we caught you working on it. So
well, I get so inspired during SoFest that sometimes I wander over to my machine. Kind of depends on what machine we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the Airflow 3000 from Brother. So I went in that direction to work on my Airflow. Sometimes we talk about something else. I go over there. So yeah, I just was like, okay, she's back. I'm out.
Well, you know what? That means one thing. We're going to give something else away.
What are we going to give away? I love that Floriani prize pack. Can we do another one of those?
All right, let's do another one of those.
Oh, good.
All right, so Kyle's going to bring it up.
So how many threads are in there? That's just
I
great.
think it's 17 spools. I think. if I
That's what I'm
remember
telling you,
correctly.
friends. I'm in it for you. I'm doing this
All
for
right.
you. Look at that. Look at that. It's amazing.
It's a big swag bag. It's got Kyle's counting them.
And
Yep, 17 spools. It has a SMP notebook with a pen. It has we give you a SMP stylus for those computer type machines.
love.
You have an R&K design pack of 200. I think it's 200 embroidery designs.
Mm.
You're going to have you got the Trevor Trove from
Yeah.
Trevor Conquer Good.
He was on later today.
All kinds of stuff in there. We have a little personal care kit. We have a USB stick. We have a magnetic pen holder.
Is there a gift card in there too?
Yeah, we have I think it's $100 in it, Kyle.
25.
$25.
$25.
$25 gift card. Yeah, and the black Serger tote.
Love that.
Which, yeah, in the so it is it's really a cool little bundle that we have. $250 value. So we're going to give one of those away. So Kyle, spin that wheel. Matter of fact, let's give 2 away, Jane.
Yes, Blaine. That's what I'm talking about.
We only had 3 of them. Let's give them all away. So Michelle Headland.
Michelle
So
Headland.
congratulations, Michelle. She is watching today from Facebook. So Jane, tell her how to claim that prize.
Oh, Michelle, congratulations. You have won this beautiful prize pack. You need to go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, give us all your information and anything else you'd like to tell us. And Blaine and the crew will get that prize pack right out to you. Make sure you tell us you won the Floriani prize bundle. I mean, and you guys, and also make sure you give her email because you're going to email her that gift card too, correct?
Correct. All right, we're going to give one more of these away, Jane. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
This is a good one. This is a good time to knock these out of the park. Teresa Sandifer. She's hanging with Teresa. I know you watching us on YouTube. How are you? Thanks for being here again today. Congratulations, you're the winner of the prize pack from Floriani. That's all good stuff. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, give us all of your information, make sure you give us your email address as well, because there is that $25 gift card in this prize pack, and the crew will get that out to you, all the tangible items to your doorstep, but then they will email you the gift card.
Very good, Jane.
Thank you.
All right, so you know what we got coming up? Next coming up is going to be Joanne Banco.
Yes.
And I know everybody has been excited waiting on Joanne. And then later on this afternoon in our afternoon educational session, we got Angela Wolf coming back, going to do her part 2.
Yes, her knits.
Or her knits. And so, yeah, it's going to be 2 good educational sessions. But, this week, all the educational sessions have been extremely strong. I really enjoyed that. I even really liked, we had April Yang on. Last time she did one, it was putting pockets on pants without pockets.
Yeah.
And then this time she put, putting sleeves on sleeveless skirts.
Sleeves. Yeah. Why not?
That was good.
Yeah.
So next time. Which as a guy, I didn't realize how important that was when she put the pockets. And that one just blew up last time. Everyone loved that.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
Everybody really liked that educational session. So if y'all want to know, I don't remember we
love pockets,
which festival it was, but we need to find some of those educational sessions and start separating them out and just putting them as education videos.
On your YouTube channel or even on your website, just do education and just you can knock them all out. People can binge watch all the education. Think of all the festivals that you've done.
I know it's hard to remember them all.
Yeah, that's a whole job there trying to get all those things.
Well, one thing I wanted to talk to Jane while we had the time to do it, wanted to invite everyone to our, we've got a great event that we are planning for February. And I want to invite everybody to go sign up and actually make the trip out here to it. It's actually a one-of-a-kind event. I don't know if anybody else has ever done something quite like this. But what we are doing, we've commissioned Reen Wilcoxon of Embroidery Garden. She's going to come out and lead the charge and teach 6 different projects in 2-day class. And what we're going to do is put everybody on a machine, but everybody's going to be team sewing. So there'll be 2 people per machine. And the idea is in the 2 days, one of you will actually complete 3 projects. Your partner will complete 3 projects,
And
but you'll take
driving.
home the 3 uncompleted projects to do on your own.
Oh, cool. Oh, because the partner does one and you take that other.
Yeah, because you're going to take turns sewing on machines. The other part of this is
it's driving all the machines.
Yeah, it's called stitch and switch. And what that means is after you do the first project, you're going to switch to another zone, and you're going to sit at a different machine. And so in the 2 days, you're going to sew on the top of the line of 6 different brand machines. So we got Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Janome, Pfaff, and Viking. They're top of the line machines of all those brands, and you're going to get to sew on all 6 of them. And it's like, I tell everybody, it's like going to CarMax and driving, the different brands of their best cars they have. You're going to get to do that. And naturally, we're going to give some prizes away and giveaways and things at the event. We're going to feed you. And what else I'm doing, if anybody across the nation wants to fly out here and come to the event and they end up buying one of these top-of-the-line machines, I'm going to reimburse their airfare.
Wow. I was going to remind you that you said that if you didn't remember yourself. I was going to say, what else are you going to do? I love the test driving. And if they come out, they test drive, and they go home with one today, you'll refund their airfare.
Yes. And how it's going to work, it's February the 12th and 13th is the first show. And then we're having to repeat it because it's so many people are signing up. And then the 14th and 15th will be the second show. So you can sign up for either one. And both of them are going to sell out. So you don't delay. If you think you want to come, make sure you go ahead and plan it now, because it's going to be something that I think you'll want to try to come and see.
That sounds like such a fabulous event. I love the idea, stitch and switch. It's like speed dating, and then it's like tag teaming with your partner. Like, you do this one, then I'm going to switch and do this one, but everybody gets to spin on the machine. Yes. Yeah. Because you try it and then the next person tries it. Then you switch. And
then the added cherry on top of this ice cream float, that you should say, is that we're bringing in a national educator for each one of those brands, and they will be giving you hands-on help at the table that you're at with that brand. So if you're basically, just tell you right now, Sarah Vetzer is coming out, and she'll be in charge of the Brother Avenir table, which that's their brand new top-of-the-line machine. She'll be helping people with the Avenir. We're doing that. Melinda Stevenson is coming out for Baby Lock and doing that. Everybody's kind of got to know Wendy Owens here this week. Wendy's coming out and going to be doing the Viking Epic. So we've got, the best of the best coming out and going to give you, hands-on help at each station as Reen leads the charge through all the different projects.
That sounds like a party with those people in there. Blaine, which one of the stores is it at?
It's at the San Marcos store in San Marcos, California. And it's, about 35 miles north of the airport in San Diego.
Great. How many people can you accommodate?
We'll give everybody, if they want to fly out and come to it, we can give them hotel suggestions that are real close by. We have a really nice hotel that's just right down the street from the retail store that's very inexpensive to stay at. And it's really a nice hotel.
I have a question. Do you get paired up with a partner, or what if you bring your own person?
Well, when you're signing up, if there's somebody you want to sit by, you can actually request them, and then we'll work all that out. Sometimes people request 2 different people, but a lot of times you may get to sit with your friends at the same table. So if there's 4 of y'all want to come, we'll put you all at the same table and we'll still pair you up. So that's kind of how it works.
And how many people can come? Because you had 2, and then you added another 2 days. You might have to add another 2 days.
Well, we may have to. It's right now it's 36 per event. So 36 on the first event and 36 is the max. So we can manage it easily. And if we have to add another event, we will.
And maybe even one before it. Why not?
You never know.
You might have to. I have a feeling you
depends on how many people want to come out and go to it.
Sounds like a lot of people want to come out. I mean, you're telling us in advance. We're looking at our calendars right now. We can book that out. Sounds like you're going to be reimbursing a lot of airplane flights.
Well, we hope so. We hope everybody will come out. We've done some events in the past where, we've had people fly. I did a big scan and cut event one year with Julie Fee-Fan Balzer out here in San Diego, and we had, people flying from all over the nation out here. I had, 6 ladies came from Houston. We had some people came from North Dakota, and came out here just for the event, and so it was really a cool experience for them to come to the San Diego area and our beautiful weather we have out here, and especially in that time of the year in February, a lot of parts of the country are still under snow, so they can come out here and enjoy 70-degree weather and get to learn some really cool projects on some really unbelievable machines
with a lot of great people. That's what I would say. That is going to be such a blast because we're doing what we love. We're hanging with like-minded people, great people, good energy, lots of fun, great location, sunshine. Yes, let's do it.
And on top of all that, Jane, I'm going to load them up with chocolate.
Oh, yes. Chocolate and Mountain Dew, Blaine.
There's going to be Snickers and Milky Ways flying everywhere.
Oh, yeah. That sounds good. And prizes too, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, we'll give plenty of prizes away. So it'll be a fun time.
Blaine.
Looking forward to it. And I've been wanting to do this event for 10 years. And I've always kind of started trying to work on it. And one of the manufacturers would talk me out of it. Oh, let us make it just our brand. And I'd go, okay. Well, this time I stuck to my guns. I said, nope, I'm bringing in all 6 brands. We're going to do it. We want you to participate. And so you're going to get the 6 top of the line machines in the country. Those machines you're going to get a chance of sewing them all, and it's going to be awesome. So
it'd be really cool if you could put like a camera, Kyle. Maybe you could think about this. Put a camera, like an overview camera of the room, so people can watch the festivities and see what's going on. They're not actually doing the test driving, but it could be like I need to go to that next year.
Well, you never know. We may film and show some highlights. So
yeah.
But hey, you know what? We're 5 minutes till Joanne comes on. I think she's probably ready.
Let's go for an extra 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start. And I'm going to let you take it away for our first educational session. And I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
All right, cool. I like it. That's so much fun. Wow, I want to go to the party in February. I think I might have to get there. Okay, let's move on to education. One of my favorite people on the planet. She's such a great human and so smart and inspiring. Joanne Banco is the graduate of the Progressive Fashion School, formerly located in Cleveland, Ohio. She is an author, a freelance sewing educator, and a self-proclaimed sewing cheerleader. She is a Brother ambassador, and she contributes regularly to the Brother blog, Stitching Social. She is a guest instructor on the popular PBS series, It's So Easy, and she is an author of the book Wrapped in Embroidery. Joanne enjoys designing projects to help sewing and embroidery enthusiasts make the most of their machines. She is also the creator of Just Jackets. It is a multi-format software design collection that is available to you right now. You can learn more about her at her website, letsgosew.com. But we all know her. We love her. Let's say hello to Joanne Banco. Hey, Joanne.
Hey.
I always have to get the pom-poms out for you.
I appreciate that.
It's great
very
to
much.
meet you. Thanks for jumping on with us a little early. I want to give you extra time.
No problem. I want to real quick check this other mic because it does funny things. So it seems to want to go off and then on again. Let me try it.
It sounds really good right now.
It does? Okay, well, let me give it one little zap here.
Okay, give it a zap. I love the conversation today is zap the fear of your zippers. So zap is in the conversation today as you're zapping your microphone.
I don't know. I tested it before and it worked perfectly fine.
It's working right now.
All right. Well, I'm actually on an auxiliary mic right now. So
okay. I'm sorry.
Let's just see.
You're putting your lavalier on.
If that one sounds okay, we'll go with that one. But you interrupt me if you lose me, okay?
Oh, don't you worry, Joanne. I got you.
Okay, very good. Woo! Hello, and happy SewFest Day. Woo-wee! Zippers. Did I make you shaky just by the very word? I hope not. Many of us are using zippers in so many different ways today. And it would take me really a whole day if I was going to cover zippers from A to Z, no pun intended. That might be a good course in the future, but I got a lot of tips and tricks to share with you today. So hello to all my friends here. Hello to all the SMP Nation peeps. And if you haven't been around me before, I hope you'll stick around me after this. So it's really, really, really good to be here. And thank you, Jane, so much for your kind introduction. I appreciate it. And thank you, Blaine, for inviting me back to the show. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my camera on my workstation where my machine is, and I'm going to go ahead and talk from there. So you won't see me, you'll just see my hands, and you'll see me back here when we're finished, okay? All right, let me do a little switcheroo here. And let's see if you can see that. I think you can, so that's good. And let me check one other thing while we're at it. Okay, very good. I'm good to go and set to sew. So without further ado, let's go sew. Let's talk first about the variety of zippers available. And I've got a whole batch here that I'm going to put on my table. And we'll talk just a little bit about that. And I'll give you a few tips while we're at it. I'm also going to tilt my screen just a little bit. I'm not going to be able to see all your comments, but please, please, please make sure that you go ahead and, give me your comments and questions, because if I don't catch them right now, I will catch them later. I always make sure to go through those comments. And if you don't get your question answered, all you got to do is go to letsgosew.com and you will be able to get in touch with me. And I would be happy to help you have happy sewing. So let's talk about some different types of zippers and some of the challenges that are involved in all of these. Sport zippers. These are typically the ones that are separating zippers. You know, they separate at the bottom. So you're putting it in maybe jackets, sweaters, things like that. This is probably, the dreaded one that somebody has asked you to replace in their own jacket. And can it be done? Sure, of course it can. But I'm going to tell you, if you can find a way out of it, do it. Maybe buy him a new jacket. And I'm kind of joking in that. I've done many of them myself. But in reality, stitching the zipper, a new zipper into one that is, has a broken one is not the hard part. It is ripping out the stitches and getting that old zipper out before you get them in, get the new one in. So my best tip for you on that is teach the person that has the broken zipper how to rip. Give them a seam ripper and show them how it's done. We all know seam ripping is not difficult. It's just tedious and time consuming. So let them do that part. Give them a pair of tweezers or little needle nose pliers to pull out the extra threads out. And then for you, sewing that new zipper in is not going to be that big of a deal, especially once you see some of the tips I show you today. Now, one of the other challenges with this type of zipper, though, is finding the right length. So obviously you can't go shorter, but if you go longer, you can alter the zipper at the top. Obviously we can't alter it at the bottom because we need that separating and we need those stoppers, but you can alter it at the top. You can go ahead and pull these teeth off and then simply fold the tape back, and it will allow you then to shorten that zipper. However, I'm always a little afraid that
you know, people that are a little like, oh, extra enthusiastic when they zip their zips up might zip so hard that they zip past that. So before I leave you today, I will show you a trick for reinforcing that. All right, then we have metal zippers, and a metal zipper may be, again, a jacket zipper. This is another jacket zipper. These are not as popular as the plastic forms. For one thing, these are more decorative, and they come in a lot of colors, so they can, you know, they can actually be an accent to your actual project. But if you have, for whatever reason, a metal one, just remember with the metal ones, you can also remove the teeth. But the main thing is you never want your needle to hit anywhere near that metal zipper, whether it's this type of zipper or a jean zipper. You cannot sew over those metal teeth. They absolutely have to be removed. Okay, that's kind of a no-brainer, but just don't want to go without saying it. And then we have just our standard ordinary nylon, what are commonly called all-purpose zippers. And all-purpose zippers are wonderful because you can sew right through the teeth on these, and it is not going to harm your machine at all. Now, my biggest recommendation for putting zippers in particular in garments, and you're going to see me put a zipper in a little mini garment today, is to always purchase longer rather than shorter. So if my pattern calls for a 7-inch zipper and it has a 7-inch zipper opening, I'm going to purchase either a 9, maybe a 12, whatever is going to give me a couple extra inches to play with. So I'm going to show you just a couple samples of zippers already inserted in a very common area. Okay, this would be the this is my little mini half scale straight skirt, and in this case I just did a slotted zipper in the back. Obviously I used a contrasting zipper and a contrasting thread so that you could see it really well. But note that I have an extra tail at the top. So this is, you know, not new news. You may already know it. If you do, you can pat yourself on the back. But if this is new news to you, this is going to be a golden tip, because what this shows you is that I have completely eliminated the issue of having to sew where that stopper is. Now, if we had that stopper positioned where we're sewing the zipper, you can visibly see that it kind of juts out a little bit where that top stopper is. And that is the bane of a sewing enthusiast's zipper insertion, because there is almost no way to get around that without causing a little bit of distortion or a little bit of a bump. So the first thing we do is simply eliminate that out of the equation by getting a zipper that is longer. Once this is has the waistband put on it, again, remember I can stitch right across those zipper teeth. My zipper is going to be stopped by the actual waistband itself, and I will have no need for that stopper that is built into the zipper. Okay. Now, notice that I went ahead and put a safety pin in here. Now, you are going to need to trim this zipper off after you sew your waistband on. But what if you get scissor happy? We all get scissor happy sometimes, and we think, oh, I'm done, I can trim that off. Well, fine. If you trim that off and then you accidentally get zipper happy and you zip it up, you may very well zip that zipper right off of the teeth. And I'd love to know in the chat, been there, done that? Give me a thumbs up or a yes if you have experienced that. So for me personally, I leave that pin there, and that is my warning sign to tell me that I had better be thinking about the fact that that will not have a stopper there once the zipper is trimmed. So I'm still going to have to trim it. I'm still going to have to remove that. But that's just another sign telling me that I'm going to have a problem. All right. So my camera went to sleep for a second there. Don't do that to me. We got other stuff to do. All right. So hopefully that helps you understand that. I'm going to show you in a minute how I was able to get such nice, even top stitching on here. But before I do, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and show you the next sample. Let me show you the next sample, which is a lapped zipper. And this is certainly an upgrade from the slotted zipper, but there's nothing wrong with a slotted zipper that is well executed. And it's probably one of the easiest ones to do. So I definitely recommend that you start with that, which, by the way, I have actually got samples of a slotted zipper, a lapped zipper, and my all-time favorite, an invisible zipper, which you're going to see me sew today. And I also have on my YouTube channel videos. If you just search for zipper, you're going to find a YouTube video that shows me doing each one of these so that you can watch that. And then there are also written instructions that you can download to go along with that. Okay, so you can see I've done the same thing. I have avoided that bump. Now, one of the fun things about zippers, if we're working with a variety of different bags and things like that, is the fun decorative ones that we can find. So I'm going to give you a really good little tip on this. With the decorative ones, they can be, kind of hit or miss, meaning, you might find a bunch of them at one time. I have a whole pack of these really cool ones that someone gave to me that have decorative tape. And when you have decorative tape, you can simply top stitch that right on the outside of your project. If you're doing a bag, you're still going to put tabs at the end, but wouldn't that look pretty to just have that extra accent from the tape itself? So there are some fun ones out there, but you can't always find a fun one. So I want to give you a great tip for making one yourself. You're simply going to take a plain nylon zipper, find some grosgrain ribbon, readily available, and comes in a mega match of colors. Apply some interfacing to the back of it. I like to use a shirt style interfacing because it's got some extra stability to it, or use one of your liquid stabilizers if you don't want, for whatever reason, anything on the back. But you want to firm that up. And then the next thing you're going to do is use your decorative stitches that live in your machine and don't get used very often, and go ahead and just do a decorative stitch. I do it right down the center of my grosgrain ribbon, and then I simply layer it on top. So if you can imagine, that would be layered on top. I'll give you a tip for that in just a minute. And I'm going to go as close to the teeth as I can get there. You could always leave a little bit of that tape for a contrast. Maybe you like the pink and the purple together. And then you're going to use one of your selected feet to simply edge stitch very close to the zipper teeth. And you have just made your own decorative zipper. Very, very budget friendly as well. So I love this technique. I actually have another video where I use this to create a pocket on a garden apron. So another way to utilize zippers. Of course, we have zippers by the yard. That's kind of another animal in and of itself. Some of them come with decorative tabs, and this could be a topic, another whole topic for another whole show. But most of the time you want to pay attention to the manufacturer of the actual zipper by the yard tape and see what their recommendations are for inserting the tab, because this allows you to cut whatever zip length you want. Again, the decorative varieties are out there, but you do sometimes need an actual special tool to be able to easily, and that's the key word, easily put that zipper on there. So I'm a very, very fortunate lady. I have a great friend. Perhaps she's watching here today. Her name is Terry, and her husband, Scott, made me this beautiful zipper tab inserter with my very own logo on it. So that is designed for certain sizes and certain types, but it is a treasure. So can't say I can tell you where how to source these, but you will find them. And there are people using forks and all kinds of crazy things in order to do those tabs. All right, next, and my last but not least zipper is actually an invisible zipper, which is my all-time absolute favorite. And when it comes to zapping your fear of zippers, my best tip for zapping your fear of zippers is to learn how to do an invisible zipper, because it is the easiest zipper you will ever sew anytime, anywhere, and it can be substituted on so many things. One of the things you want to realize with this type of zipper is that you are actually not matching the zipper tape to your garment. I mean, sure, if you can, fine, but what you're actually matching is the tab, because the zipper itself, if the shade is a little bit off, that is not really going to matter. It's the tab that counts. So let me pull my little dress sample over here so that you can see it. And yeah, I got lucky with that tab. And the zipper, matches pretty near perfectly. But just a couple tips if it doesn't. First of all, if you have a dark fabric, go ahead and use a black zipper. If you have a light fabric, go ahead and use a white invisible zipper. Nobody's going to come up to you with a magnifying glass and say, oh my, how did you end up with, with that color? It doesn't match. If they're that close, especially if it's somewhere at the back of your neck, you got other problems with that person besides the fact that they're criticizing your zipper. But another thing to consider is nail polish as a paintable covering for this. You do want something that's really strong. So you want some type of an enamel. But if you can find something that's closer to your fabric in the nail polish section, which used to be a tricky thing back in the day when only common colors were available, but you can find just about everything these days. And consider going ahead and just painting that tab. I would do it before I put the zipper in, just to make sure everything's going to work out good. And I would just layer a piece of wax paper underneath there and go ahead and paint it, flip it, let it dry, flip it over, paint the underside, and then give it probably another coat just to make sure that it covers really well. But I have done that, and it definitely works. All right, let's talk about a few more tips and tricks for getting your zippers to be a fearless project. All right, another tip number whatever, but maybe one of the biggest tips ever is to always interface the area where you are going to insert a zipper. So if I showed you every one of those little skirt samples again, you would see that every one of those has interfacing in the area of the zipper. It's important because what it's going to do is just totally remove any stretchability of that fabric. And even if your fabric is a woven, it's going to have some stretch factor to it, more in the cross grain than it does in the lengthwise grain. But let's eliminate all of that. And let's just give our zipper area a nice, smooth surface so we up the game and get better results. Now, what I like to do is choose the lightest weight tricot interfacing that I can find, What is tricot interfacing? It's a knitted interfacing that has stretch across the grain and virtually no stretch on the lengthwise grain. So I would cut those strips slightly longer than my actual zipper area would be. And I usually cut them about an inch wide, 3/4 to an inch, because I want to extend beyond the seam allowance a little bit. Generally, you have 5/8 inch seam allowance. And then I like to use a pinked edge. So either a rotary cutter with a pinking blade works great, or pinking shears. And what that does is it just softens the edge from the outside. So if your fabric is a little bit thinner, it will prevent that from showing a hard edge and showing through. Now, this is very helpful on straight grain, but it's really, really essential if you have any kind of curved area. This isn't showing up as curved as I like it to show up, but your side seams on pants or skirts are very often going to have a curve there. So just go ahead and follow that curve and cut your interfacing just like you did before. All right, let me take a little sip of water here. All righty. I had the same cough that Jane had, so Jane can commiserate with me. Let's talk about some other little tools and tips. Tape. Double-sided sticky tape can be your best friend, because what you can then do is apply this to your zipper tape, and when you peel away the second layer, it goes down first, paper layer comes up. This is wash away basting tape, another one that's been around for a while. But once I've done that, I can literally stick my zipper in place and it will not move, and it will stay there until I wash it. Now, what if you cannot wash your garment? Well, I like to say there is a time and a place to baste. And I don't know if I have a basted sample here. Yes, I do. Okay, so there is a time and a place to baste. And I know basting might be, I might need to do another session of bust your fear of basting, because a lot of people think that basting is hard. But one thing, about basting is it doesn't have to be even. It doesn't have to be straight. It doesn't have to be anywhere near perfect. It just has to hold your thing in place before you go to stitch it. Now, what I like about that, as opposed to pinning or even gluing or taping, and by the way, you can use glue if you want to. Once you've got that laid down, this is repositionable, but it's kind of hard to adjust as you go along, where if you pin your zipper in place, now this happens to be an invisible zipper, but that works for anything. And then as you're basting it, you can adjust a little bit. Maybe you got a little cockeyed, maybe you need to straighten yourself out a little bit. And if it didn't work, so you take it off and you redo it. But there is definitely a time and a place to baste, so consider that. Now, what about marking the top stitching? You saw my top stitching on the, come on, camera, don't do that to me. All right, hang on, folks. Some reason she wants to shut off here. Let's see if we can get her going again. Sorry about that. She ran good before, so I don't know what her problem is. Maybe she's afraid of zippers too and doesn't want to muss and fuss with this. Let me get another battery. Even though this one's fully charged, she's misbehaving. Let's see if we can get this one to connect. Doo-doo, she's singing. That's a good sign. All right, we're back in business. Okay, so how did I get this top stitching nice and even? And what would I do if I needed to do top stitching for a fly front? I'm in the process of putting together a fly front tutorial. What I like to do is I like to use Quilter's template plastic, simply lay the plastic over my guideline. I use just a regular, ordinary ballpoint pen, trace around that. And when I'm done, I have a perfect template. You see that template there, so that I can lay that on my fabric and mark it off and make sure that when I top stitch that, I'm going to be able to top stitch directly on that spot where it needs to go. So you see, I've done the same thing with this slotted zipper. I would just go ahead and chalk around that with my tailor's chalk or my favorite marker, and I've got perfection there for every point that needs to be stitched. All right, let me double check my list here, see if okay, we're ready to slide the machine forward. And let me show you the fastest, easiest zipper insertion you have ever seen. All right, we also want to just talk for a second about presser feet, okay? Your standard ordinary zipper foot that comes with most machines is well suited for lapped and slotted zippers because it has the grooves underneath it, and you can actually see that in the videos that I've done on YouTube. Then we have another flat-footed zipper foot where the needle either has to go on the far right or the far left. And by the way, if we're using the standard zipper foot, in most cases, the needle has to be in the center. So far left or far right. And this one is ideal for top stitching zippers and getting close to those edges. I love this foot. Then there's the adjustable sliding zipper foot, which I like to call a ski toe. This you actually can adjust from side to side, so it's going to stitch exactly where you want it. If you have a low shank machine, you're going to need an adapter for that. And then we have our invisible zipper foot, which looks like I'm going to have to just show you the steps real quick rather than stitch that out. So the first thing you're going to do with an invisible zipper is press open the teeth. And I do have a full video on this, but press open the teeth so that they are going to lay flat. This is how I do all of my invisible zippers. The next thing is another big, big important tip, and that is lay the zipper out as it's going to be stitched. So if we look at this, our seam allowance is going to be actually what's stitched over the zipper tape in the seam so that it completely closes up and looks perfect. Well, if you lay it out the way it should be, where your tape is facing down against the right side of your fabric and is flipped up so it will show the right side of the zipper and the tab when it's finished, that's the way it's going to need to be on both sides. So what I do is I open up my zipper, and this is all done before you sew the seam. I layer it just like it's going to be stitched so that I know that it's going to show up with the tab on the top side and the right side of the zipper facing up. And then I tack that zipper in place so that it cannot move. Now there's no way I can stitch this incorrectly because I'm going to now be able to line that up. And by the way, if you serge finish your edges or clean finish them with an overcast stitch that is about 1/4 inch wide and you lay your tape right along there, all you need to do then is keep that tape even with that stitching. And the very next thing you're going to do is go ahead and stitch with your invisible zipper foot right along the teeth. Invisible zipper foot is made to go right along those teeth so that when it opens up and it actually zips like it is in this dress, it will be absolute perfection. Now, you can never get all the way down with a zipper foot, with an invisible zipper foot. So you will always sew with a little bit of your zipper left, and then you will finish stitching the seam with a zipper foot that will get you really, really close. So the adjustable one will work, or my flat-footed one will work as well. And then once you're done, you can just trim away the excess zipper. And then I like to just tack it down to that dress area so that it looks nice and smooth. But look at that absolute perfection. I'm going to flip back over here and see what everybody has to say and show you just what is behind me, which are 3 dresses that were all done with an invisible zipper. And just look at how beautiful that is and what kind of, invisible, concealed, hidden zipper you get with this type of zipper. You also want to note that I've done a really good job of matching where those seams are. And in order to do that, you simply stitch one side and then you mark the other tape exactly where that one was, so that when you stitch the other side, even if you have to adjust along the way, you will be absolutely perfect. All right, I'm ready to see Jane or Blaine or whoever's got more great news and information to share with the SMP Nation.
Joanne, your segments are always so good and so insightful. That was like, I love putting zippers in, but of course I learned like 10 more things. So that was great.
Oh, great. Yeah. It's just the hardest thing is packing it all in, because you know me, I could go on forever.
We love
there's always more, right? Because
more
why, Jane?
Because more is more and less is a bore.
Absolutely.
That's right.
You got it.
No, I think, and the thing too is you tell us, you're such a great instructor. So we really, really appreciate that. Like, it really is a skill to show us what you show us and then teach us how you do it. So thank you.
And the more you do it, the better you get, obviously. Yeah. But having those tips and tricks in the back of your mind just helps make things faster, easier, and more fun.
Faster, easier, more fun. I love the nail polish tip and the decorative zipper.
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
Lots of possibilities for doing this. It's so easy. And you are making use of your decorative stitches.
I think it's great. In fact, I got a couple of eye rolls. I was in Paris buying decorative zippers because I found a bucket of them. And my husband and a friend of ours were like, really? Do you have to buy decorative zippers?
Pricey. Yeah. Cheap, very inexpensive.
That's all I thought about was the eye rolls and the money. I'm like, well, I could have just done that at home. Joanne Benko, everybody.
Yeah. I was just going to say, the next book I write might be The Frugal Seamstress.
I think that's a great book. Write it down right now. Let's go sew.com. Joanne Benko, everybody. Joanne, you are a delight. It's always great to see you. Okay. Thank you, Joanne Benko. She's great. I know we could talk to her for hours and hours and hours. That was great. I got to go sew some zippers in, Blaine.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, Jane, while you're sewing some zippers in, we're going to give you about an hour break. And when you come back, you're going to do the second educational session of the day
with Angela.
But between then, we're going to talk about some Longarms and some robotics. So we'll see you back in about an hour. All right, everyone. We are going to talk about a King Quilter Elite 18. This is our very own brand. We launched this in September of 2018, and we have never looked back. This has been an incredible machine for us. It's going to be an incredible machine for you if you choose to get one. And we have an expert quilter here to tell you all about it today. We have Becky Thompson in the house. Now, Becky learned her passion for stitching from her mother, who was an amazing garment seamstress. And so she's been around the sewing machines throughout her life. Throughout Becky's 20-year career in the U.S. Air Force and 17 years as a federal civilian, she learned to become very comfortable with technology and loves to combine that knowledge with her quilting and her machine embroidery. And so y'all welcome back to the show, Becky Thompson.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Becky. So now I also got to tell everybody, Becky, if y'all want to see Becky every single day at 7 a.m. Central Time, she has a YouTube channel called Power Tools with Threads, and you just have a regular old quilt retreat almost every morning. Right. Uh-oh. Are you there? Man, I tell you what, the gremlins are out today.
Yeah,
Becky,
internet gremlins, right? I get them all the time. I live in the country.
All right. So I think your internet was lagging a little bit, but I think we got you now. So we're going to let you take it away.
So I have the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread, and it's a Monday through Friday virtual stitching retreat. We even have a virtual kitchen, and we hang out in there from 7 to 8 a.m. Central every Monday through Friday. And today we did a huge giveaway. We had more than 1,000 people there in the live. And we did a giveaway to honor and in honor of my 75,000 subscriber mark on YouTube. So thank you to all of you who follow Power Tools with Thread and join me in my chat every morning. So behind the camera today, because I can't do this by myself, is my sidekick, Valerie. Valerie, you want to wave kind of in the front of the, over here. There she is. There's the hand. Valerie, I couldn't do what I do without her. She's awesome, so awesome. So I know some of you know Valerie personally and are going to enjoy seeing her with me, because we're going to get her back over here at least once a month to come and visit in the Situation Room. So if you have followed me through this Sew Fest, Monday, I had another friend, Elaine, over here, who's a former long armor for a quilt shop. And she showed us how to do a paper pantograph on the back of the machine, on the back of the frame, because a lot of times robotics is not something that you're thinking about right now. And so Monday we did that. And then Wednesday when I was here, I got into showing you how to set up a pattern on your long arm robotics. Now this is Pro Stitch Premium. I am loving this system so much. It's just so nice. And I had a little boo-boos that happened on Wednesday. And, you know, that happens when we are long arming. And so I want to show you in today's video how to get back to where you want to be when you're going along and everything seems fine and maybe there's a power outage. Or maybe you got distracted and you left and something went wrong. Maybe you had to shut down for the night and then you're going to come back in the morning and finish up the quilt. Well, that happens all the time. And I want to explain to you what happens with the pattern when you shut the robotics off, and then how to get back and find your way again. So I want to talk to you about an area. And an area, when you go into Pro Stitcher, the first thing you do when you're making a 2-corner is you will tap the area tab and you'll give the machine the far back left corner and the far front right corner. And that gives your machine, the computer, the idea of the area, the width that you're going to be stitching. And then you manually input the length that you're going to be stitching. What confuses a lot of long armors, and this is true of any kind of automation that you might be using on a long arm, the area is for you. It's not for the automation. So the computer tablet does not know that this side of your quilt is actually 30 inches away or 25 inches or however far from the edge of the frame. It doesn't know that. All you're doing when you establish an area is you are telling the computer, I want to fill a box this big so that I can make sure that the long arm pattern covers the entire, that the edge to edge pattern covers the entire quilt that I want to do. That doesn't matter whether it's a single box or it might be a border or it could be the whole row on an edge to edge quilt. So the reason I tell you this is because we're going to get rid of the area. Now, Wednesday, when I was here and we set it all up, I saved my workspace. And my workspace is my area plus all of the pattern that I had filled up in that area. So now I want to show you how I'm going to get back. So Valerie, can you swing the camera around? And I am going to, right now, let me see this right here. Oh, we've got the camera on backwards, don't we? So will you zoom in? And I want to show you guys right up here. I have got the first partial row done. Okay, can you get in? Oh, other way. There we go. Right to the end. So I have the first partial row done right here. and it ended right over there at that point. That's the end out there on the batting. So up here on what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to move the machine so that the needle, there we go, is right over here, and it's right above, and it's on. Let me plug in my handy dandy little laser. That's always very helpful as well. Okay. So it's right on where I finished. All right. So let's roll over a little bit and go up to the screen, and I want to show everybody what we're talking about. Can you zoom out a little bit? Yes. A little bit more. Okay, there we go. And zoom in. You can see it, right? We'll get you right in there. We want you guys to be able to see. Okay. So can we see the screen pretty well? We can. Okay. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to go to File and Workspace because I saved my workspace. I'm going to tap the Workspace button, and it wants to know what workspace do I want to open. Okay. And this one right here, let me see that. There we go. It's Table Runner CY, which is Corey Yoder, because this is Corey Yoder's little runner I'm making. And I'm going to tap that. And there is my workspace that contains the area. But you can tell, can you zoom in to the screen pretty, just a little bit more? There you go. That's good. You can see that those crosshairs are not where they need to be. Okay. So I want my crosshairs over where I place the needle right above that last point. So the trick to doing this is I am on select right now. And I want to zoom, so I'm going to tap zoom. And I'm going to make this corner much bigger if I can. There we go. All right. Whoop. Let me go. I want to pan. I'm going to tap pan and move that over. Okay. So where I need my crosshair to be, it's right here. And where I need it to be is right over there on the end of that light bulb. So I'm going to tap the select button. Let me see here. I want to be right. Yeah, make sure we can see. I'm going to tap the select button. Now you can use your finger, but a stylus that has one of those little rubber tips, those work really well too. I have found with my finger what happens, so I can pull it over. Look how my area is a dotted line and it stayed over there. Okay, don't freak out when that happens. I'm going to pull this down, and I want to put my crosshair right on that end. And sometimes when you pull your finger away, it jumps around. It didn't jump around this time. If you find that you have that problem where maybe it's just too difficult to get it right where you want it, then you can use a little stylus with a rubber tip. Okay. So what I want to do now is I'm going to go back to the home button. So let me see, I'm going to tip this down just a little bit. I'm going to get all the buttons in. The home is the refresh. So I'm just going to hit refresh. Now, you want to zoom in on that the other way? Your other zoom. There you go. Go ahead, zoom in tight, real tight. I want to show the crosshair. Now you can see the crosshair is on the end of the stitch where I want it to be. So now it knows where it needs to be. I'm going to hit baseline right now. Let me back out a little bit. All right. So I'm going to hit baseline. Okay. Baseline, what you're telling the Pro Stitcher is all the little adjustments that I've made up until this point, forget all about those. This is where I want to be and go from now on. So you can see that my start point, we've got a little X marks the spot with a circle right up there in the corner. Let me see this if I could. And I want to get in here. See that green X marks the spot right there? That is where it wants to start. But I'm going to get rid of that little pink dotted line because that's confusing to people. Again, that area button is just, that area line is just for you. The computer does not care where you think your area is. That was just so you could build the repeating pattern that you put on the quilt. So I'm going to come over here to the area button. And can I see it? I can. I'm going to hit the area button. And let me see. Oh, I'm sorry, the area tab, my bad. And then right over here on this side is a clear button. So I'm going to touch clear, and that takes that pink dotted line away. So now it's not going to be confusing. And I want to start again. So now I have repositioned the pattern to be starting exactly where I ended the day before. So my needle is up. We're going to make sure that the needle is up. And I want to go over to Pro Stitcher. And then I'm going to come here to New Start End. Okay, it says New Start End. I don't want it to start up here at the top where I was before. That's the beginning of the quilt. But I've already stitched that. So I'm going to touch New Start End. And as down here in the bottom of the screen, we have the word jumps. Okay, and I'm going to tap. I'm going to use a stylus so my big fat finger isn't in the way. So I'm going to tap the jumps, and can we back out just a tiny bit? There we go. I want you guys to notice now that X marks the spot is going to jump to each one of these little green dots because those were start stops and they were jump threads. So I'm going to hit the jumps down arrow, and look, it's moving across and it says move start point. And I'm going to keep touching that until it gets to the beginning of the next row. And I want it to start down here at the beginning of that next row. That's where I want to be. So now all I need to do, so simple. Let me get up here so I can see the buttons. All I want to do is touch quilt. And when I touch quilt, the green run button engaged. And now I can just touch run. And it says, make sure your needle's up right there in big old letters. And there's a reason for that, because if you're like me, you'll forget. Okay. And I'm just going to tap proceed. And watch the machine back out. Wide, wide, wide. There we go. You can move it yourself if you want, but this is letting me see the machine is traveling across the quilt. And I'm going to make sure that it's on the right start point so that I can begin again with no drama. We don't like drama, do we? All right. Okay. And it just took a little stitch because I have the stitch set so that it does the to bring up the bobbin thread. And I'm going to pull it a little bit, back up, pull that out. There's my bobbin thread. Okay. And we're good to go. I'm going to hold on to my bobbin threads, and I'm just going to press resume. It's going to take 3 little stitches, and then it's going to start stitching our Christmas lights. And the pantograph is from Urban Elements. Now you'll notice I've got a different foot from Friday. Can you zoom in on that glide foot? Or from Wednesday, I'm sorry. There it goes. Wonderful. Awesome. You can see the laser. The laser's very handy, so you know exactly where it's stitching. I love that. Good job, Valerie. Yeah, she's all yay. Isn't that cool? So I want to talk to you guys about some accessories that come with this machine. I'm going to walk behind the camera. Whoop. Okay. So I'm roll over here. Point to me out. And zoom way out. There you go. I'm going to find you. And bring me up so I'm not headless. Thank you. So with this machine, when you get Pro Stitcher, you're going to get Pro Stitcher Designer as well. And Designer is a neat program. You can install this on your computer. I hope my camera is noise canceling the Longarm. So you get this. Let me come over so you guys can see. Can you zoom in on me? There we go. That's good. tell you what, I'm going to come up here by you. I can move this over here. I'm going to put all this right down here and zoom out. Can't do this by myself, you guys. Okay, so you're going to get Pro Stitcher Designer, and this allows you to design your quilt on your desktop or your laptop, which is really nice because you'll find sometimes that you'll be standing at that tablet for 20 minutes or 30 minutes just trying to figure it all out. So it's really nice. You can create your own workspace in Designer and get that installed so you can figure out your quilt while you're sitting down. Another thing that comes with this system is the glide foot. And the glide foot is that little bowl foot. This is so nice. If you have got bulky seams on your quilt, or maybe you didn't base down close to the edge like I didn't last time. Valerie said you wouldn't have got your needle caught if you had the glide foot on, and she's absolutely right. So this comes with when you get the King Quilter 2 Elite. This is such a nice accessory. It is an additional purchase on all other machines, but you get it with your King Quilter 2 Elite. And then also you get the Sure Foot. This also is included. Now the Sure Foot is a ruler foot. So this has got the high edge so that you can use long arm quilting rulers and not get them caught up underneath the hopping foot as it's traveling around on the quilt. You can also purchase the Handy Quilter laser, and that is an additional accessory that you can get like I've got, so you know precisely and exactly where your machine is when you need to, if you have a thread break or something like that, and you're going to make sure that you can pinpoint exactly to get back where you need to be. So also, this machine comes with the ruler base. I just talked about the Sure Foot. That's your ruler foot. It comes with a ruler base as well. Again, usually an additional purchase, but it comes with the King Quilter 2 Elite. I love this machine, and it's an awful good deal during SewFest. So this ruler base is so nice because I don't see a screw hole on here. Not one single screw hole, okay? You don't need any tools to put this on the machine at all. It just has a couple of little grooves right here, and it's got some little legs or arms, little wings that stick out on the base of the machine, and it just slides right on as easy as it could be and slides right off when you're finished. So I like to put my binding on while it's on the long arm using a ruler, and I always have to put this on for that, and it works perfect. So let's show them what this is doing down here. It is just beautiful. Stitching so pretty. So pretty. I'm using a beautiful kind of a tan thread color. I'm going to trim it up, and it's going to be a pretty table topper for my Christmas table. Awesome. Yeah, very happy with this. Now, this machine has an 18-inch throat, and a friend of mine who is I'll give you that back. A friend of mine who is a former Handy Quilter educator, she might be in here, Harriet, Quilting with Harriet, she told me that whenever you are going to get a machine and the throat space for it, you need to subtract 3 on the top and 3 on the bottom. And that's to take up for rolling space and whatnot on the quilt. So if this has an 18-inch throat on it, you can do up to a 12-inch pantograph. And that's huge. That's a very large pantograph. This one started as a 15, and I shrunk it down to a 10. So it's doing 10 just fine with no trouble at all. And I love the lights that are under here. So you're going to get, I'm tempting, I hope so. That's my job. That's what Blaine told me. So I want to show you, look at the lights under there. It looks like a runway at an airport. So you're going to get bright lights right up under here. And these handles are adjustable. They've got knobs on either side, so you can do them in or do them out, whatever you like. And then you've got buttons on the bar up here. Also in the back, I also got, it comes with, the machine comes with this, these LED lights that are up inside the boat. Comes with that. So on the back, you have handlebars with additional buttons and about a 3x5 screen. This is coming out so pretty. I am so impressed with the stitch quality. Let me get you up in here. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Very, very nice. So I just wanted to show you how very easy it is to be able to, oh, sorry, I've got that big light behind me, you guys. Tis the nature of YouTube, right? But I just wanted to show you how easy it is. This happens to everybody. Something will happen where maybe the power goes out, maybe you're finished for the day, and you come back and you want to start in the morning, and where your pattern is on screen, you may not even be able to see your crosshairs because it's so far away from where the computer thinks you are. So it's very simple to just select the pattern and then put your needle exactly to the last stitch you were at, and then take the pattern and just move it over there. And that's it. It's that easy to do. So I hope that was helpful for you guys. If you're thinking about getting a long arm, y'all, this machine is fantastic. I've had my share, and this is by far my favorite. I absolutely love it. It says long jump pause. Do we do it? Let's see if we're going to do this. All right. So it says it's finished with the row. And what I want to do now is drag and drop. Harriet, am I doing the right thing? I'm going to drag and drop and then cut my threads. I'm going to hit, let me see. Is that right? I always get confused on this part. This is what got me last time. Yeah. Yep. So anyway, I'm not going to chance it. I've got to go back and read my book. You guys, I've only had this machine a couple of months, and I have not played with it as much as I should or would like to. Let me see. I'm getting in from cut threads, then drag and drop. Thank you, ma'am. So I'm going to push the head back and bring it forward, needle up, needle down, needle up, cut my threads. And then I'm going to move it. Let me throw these in the trash can so they don't end up on the floor. I'm going to move this in the middle to the lowest point of the pattern, which actually is about right here. I can tell on the laser, the other way. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to drop my needle. Whoop. You're supposed to drop. Not up, not needle up, down. Oh, I had it on precision. I should have put it on cruise. Harriet's trying to train me. There we go. I'll put it on cruise now. I'm going to take off my clamps. Okay. And now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to advance the quilt by moving it. Okay. And take that one up, put that one down, and I'm going to roll back. Whoop, my top. Okay. I'm going to roll back until the back wheel of the machine is about an inch away from the back of the carriage. About right there. So I know it's not going to hit the back of the carriage. Okay, that looks good. And then I'm going to smooth this out and make sure everything is nice and tight. And I'm going to look under here. It's not super tight. I can grab my finger. Okay, that's the trick. And then I'm going to come up here on the screen. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to come up on the screen. That's good. And I'm going to tell it drop right there. Okay. And all right. I think that's right. And then I'm going to needle up. Okay. So that's how you switch this around. So Blaine, if you want to come back on, I know you gave Jane a lunch hour. She deserves it.
Well, yeah, she does. Well, Becky, thank you so much for being part of SewFest this week. This has been awesome having you on, and I look forward to working with you again. And I know if anybody out there wants to meet Becky in person, in January of 2025, she's going to be in the King Quilter booth at Road to California in Ontario, California. And we invite y'all to come out and meet Becky. And we're going to have a good time, aren't we, Becky?
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. Blaine, I want to thank you for having me. This has been an honor. And everybody else, y'all check out Power Tools with Thread on YouTube. Come be part of my Power Tools with Thread Nation. We'll talk to you soon. You guys go sew something. Bye.
All right, Becky. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to tell you how you can get this King Quilter machine. Now, here's the thing about King Quilter. I'm just going to talk about all 4 models that you basically can get. We like I said earlier, we launched this in 2018 in September, and we came out with our 18-inch long arm. We have a standard edition and an elite edition. The standard one has front handlebars that do not adjust and no rear handlebars and a little bit smaller display screen. The elite has adjustable front handlebars, has a little bit better LED light system, has the rear screen, rear handlebars to do pantographs, and you can get your choice between either one of them in a 10 or 12-foot frame. Now, the price we have on the screen is for the King Quilter 2 Elite with a 5-foot frame at $62.99. You can upgrade it to a 10 or 12. Now, we also have an 18-inch sit-down. So if you want to do free motion quilting with the sit-down, we have a fully adjustable sit-down table with the King Quilter 18 that will go on that. And we just didn't have it on the show, but it is an absolutely fantastic machine as well. And we got some great pricing on that. So if you're interested in something like that, give us a call and they can talk to you about that. We also this week have shown our brand new, the newest addition to the fleet is the King Quilter 16 Elite. And it is a great machine as well. We got a great special on it this week. So make sure if you're looking for a 16, 18 stand up or a 18 sit down, take a look at the King Quilter brand. I believe it's just as good as any brand on the market. We absolutely love these things. They are bulletproof and they're going to give you years and years of service. Naturally, we're going to ship this free, nationwide, free shipping, and we have some financing available on all 4 models. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you're on the website looking at the King Quilters, you can also speak to one of the live chat agents that are standing on the website, standing by. All right, so we're going to continue on. We are going to go right into some robotics now, and we've had Butler Robotics on the show all week, and we have been fortunate enough to have Aubrey Hartman with us as well. Now, Aubrey, she's an area sales manager for Butler, and she got hooked at an early age in quilting. She took a quilting class, I think around the age of 5. She got hooked and she's never looked back. She has a degree in theatrical costume design. She enjoys making her own clothes. She loves to make Halloween costumes. And we love having her part of SewFest. So y'all welcome Aubrey Hartman to the show.
Hi, Blaine. Hi, SMP Nation. Happy Friday, everybody.
Well, happy Friday to you. And we're so happy you're here. And I tell you what, the Butler's been a big hit this week. And we sure appreciate it. We're going to give you all the props because if it wasn't for you, I don't think people would really, truly know how awesome a program this is. And we're going to let you get going. I know you've kind of been taking us through a journey all week. And so hopefully you can complete that journey today. And then at the end, we'll tell everybody how they can get their Butler.
That sounds great, Blaine. Thanks so much. Hey, everybody. It's so great to have you with me here on Friday. I know Blaine was just telling you about the 4 different models of the King Quilter that you can get. And this one here is the King Quilter 16 if you haven't seen it before this week. So he was talking about all the different ones. I've got the 16 here on the frame. And with it, I have our professional butler. That is the top of the line butler system that we offer, but we do have 3 different models available for you for your long arm and 1 model available for you for your home sewing machine. So you've got lots of options for automation from Butler Robotics. For your long arm, you've got the 3 different models. They are the basic, the deluxe, and the professional that you see here on my King Quilter. The basic comes with an 8-inch EPC full color touchscreen display. It comes loaded with 160 patterns to get you started right off the bat so you can quilt right away. And it's got lots of great design features like editing with scaling your sizes, rotating things, moving them around within your quilt space. So it's a really great program to get you started. Now, if you want a little bit more with working with your designs and being creative on your quilt, you can move up to the deluxe model. You get a larger EPC display. It's a full 10 inches. It's still full color touchscreen. You get 260 patterns on the deluxe model, so even more to get you started on that one. Lots of great editing features and some good spoiler features available to you so that you can really get working with your quilt. And then if you're like me and you really want to have the top of the line and be spoiled by everything that Butler has to offer for your quilting, you've got the professional system. This is a 12-inch full color EPC display. It is a touchscreen, so you can use the touchscreen as well as the buttons available to you. It comes with 500 preloaded patterns and every feature Butler has to offer. So I really love this, and it works great with both king quilters because I have a 16 and an 18 here in my quilt studio. Today, we are going to be using one of my favorite features to fill in one of my quilt blocks that I've got here. It's available on the deluxe and the professional model, and it is called point to point. You can take a pattern and fill it in your space just by dropping points on your quilt. And we're going to be filling in this block here that's a bunch of different triangles all lined up. So I'm going to show you guys how I do that, and hopefully we can get that stitched out and I can get the camera down to show y'all what it looks like. So I'm going to bring my screen a little bit closer to you guys so you can see that what I've got here is just my safe area laid out. This is the whole quilt top so that my robotic system kind of knows my limitations. I'm going to actually, instead of setting a layout box like I've been doing all week for my different pattern areas, I'm going to go to my edit feature. And that's here on the left-hand side of my display. And we have all of our editing goodies here on the right-hand side of our display. And I'm going to open the point-to-point feature. Point-to-point features down here. And when I do that, we get some goodies across the bottom here. And this is where we can add in what we want to use. I've got a pattern file, just like the pattern file over here. And the pattern that I want to use today is this little guy here. Since I've got a Halloween quilt, this kind of looks a little spider-like to me. It's something that I've used a lot. I kind of like it. When I load that, it just puts one kind of up here in the corner. I know that's kind of hard for you guys to see. I get this a little bit closer, you might be able to see it's up here in the corner. It's not going to stay there. As I start adding points around my quilt block, it's going to be loading into its space. Now, right now, the height on this pattern is listed right here at 4.25 inches. But I know that my little triangles here are not that tall. So this is where having one of your measuring tools around you can come in handy. I have already measured my triangle up to its tip, and I think a 2.5-inch tall design will fit perfectly. So I can touch on this little box here. I get a keypad that opens up, and I can put in 2.5 and hit my check mark. And now it knows that when it starts loading this design into the space, it's going to keep it at that size. So we're ready to go. I've got a little plus sign here on the display. So while I'm out here on the quilt, I'm going to be hitting the plus sign when I reach the corners of my triangles on this block, and it's going to be popping that design in place. Once I get my corners loaded, I'm going to bring you back into the front of the camera so you can actually see the design. I'm going to start over here on the right-hand corner. And I'm going to be filling in the purple outside corners, leaving my black and white center open right now. So I'm starting on my first corner, and I'm going to hit my plus sign. And the robotic system always gives me my instructions, and it says select the next point in your pattern chain. So I'm going to move up to the very top of my triangle and the top of my block, and I'm going to hit my plus sign. And when I do that, it's taken that little design out of the corner and moved it to the location that I've just marked with those 2 points. That's all I did. I just hit my plus sign twice. And it's also changed the size a little bit on the screen. So it's kind of matching that size that I put in here. I'm going to now draw my machine down to the next corner of the block. And I'm going to hit my plus sign again when I get to that corner. It's now added another one of those designs on the screen, filling in that triangle. I'm going to come down to the bottom of my design and the very bottom corner of that triangle and hit my plus sign. And then I'm going to go and move back up to my origination point and hit my plus sign again. And if I can bring this into the screen for you guys and get a little bit closer, I think you'll be able to see what's happened. Oh, you can see my ring light. So you can see that my design has placed itself 4 times around my block. And when I stitch it out, it's going to go into those little triangles on my quilt. So let's go ahead and stitch that out. I'm going to turn you guys back down so you can see my block and see it stitching out. We're going to go through our normal method of stitching out. So from here, I go to my home button at the top left-hand corner of my display. I'm going to kind of move into place so the robotic system doesn't have to move as far. I'm going to make sure my needle's engaged. Remember, we've been talking all week. If we don't have that needle engaged, it's just going to trace around the design, but it's not actually going to stitch. So we definitely want to stitch here. I'm going to hit my green button, and it's telling me to make sure that my machine is ready to go. It's going to go to the start point and make sure the needle is not down in the fabric. So I've checked that. And now it's going to go to that first corner where I originated my chain of point-to-point items. And it wants me to do my single stitch so I can then pull up my bobbin thread. So I'm just going to scoot my machine out for a second, pull my bobbin thread to the surface. I'm going to cycle my needle next. If you are a person who buries their threads, you don't need to do that stitch. You just need to make sure you have nice long tails. I'm going to turn my stitching on and I'll hit go. And because we've done this in a chain, one point to the next, it's going to do all 4 triangles in a row. And I think this is a really useful method for filling in kind of half square triangles on a quilt. If you've got squares that are jumping across a chain on your quilt that you want to fill in all the same, you can do that this way. The borders on this particular quilt, I'm filling in with point to point as well. So I'm going to show you that so you can see what it looks like. So this is really handy. Maybe you have a little pattern that you want to put in some sashing down the middle of your quilt. You could use the point-to-point method to do that if you have a design that's made for this method. I really enjoy working with this. I've done a whole half square triangle quilt just by doing point-to-point. It's a great kind of custom work use and really gets things done quickly. So I'm going to cycle my needle again. And I'm going to move my machine out of the way so I can pull my bobbin thread up to the surface. And I'm going to just tuck that out of the way and bring you guys down so that you can see how this stitched out. I promise I'm going to be careful so I don't make anybody sick with the camera. So you can see, I'm going to turn the light off and see if that helps. There we go. The light being off helps. So you can see my 4 purple corners on this block have the same design stitched in them, and it was that quick and easy to place them with my point-to-point feature. So I really love that. And I'm going to just swing on down to the end of my quilt here. So I'm using the point-to-point feature to fill in my borders on my quilt. And the points that I'm using are the points of my squares because my squares are consistent across my quilt. They're just I think they're like 4.5 inch squares at this point, now that they're all sewed together. I don't remember what I cut them at. So every time I roll the quilt, I just put in my points as I'm going down my border. So I'll have to roll my quilts again, and then I'll continue down the edge of the quilt, filling in my design. So it looks like I have a continuous border pattern, but I'm just doing it kind of, well, really it takes 2 at a time with the width of my frame and the width of my machine. So you can really make a good looking border very simply with your point to point. So that is one of my favorite features, and it's really easy to learn. You just have to practice a little bit to land on your points. Put you guys back up here and get you. Oh, we have a question.
We just have some newcomers that are asking if that missed the beginning. So is the display included?
Oh. So hi, newcomers. It's nice to see you. Yes, when you purchase Butler Robotics, you do get your display included. And depending on which model you buy, that determines the size of display you get. The basic model comes with an 8-inch display. The deluxe model comes with a 10-inch display. And the professional model comes with the 12-inch display, which is what you see here on my King Quilter. Okay, I'm going to turn my light back on so that I can see a little bit better. And now we're going to go ahead and just fill in this inside block. And this is kind of fun because I'm going to do the triangles and actually lay them out as triangles instead of doing point to point. So you can see, because we've been doing squares all week on both quilts that I've been doing on the 2 different frames, but you don't have to do squares. You can do triangles too. So we're going to go to, let me get you here in frame so you can see the display. So we're going to go to layout, and we're going to add a pattern box with our plus sign over here on the right side. And when I do that, I'm going to set the points of my pattern block, but this time I'm going to be setting the points of a triangle. So instead of 4 points, we're only doing 3 points. So I'm going to use this little square over here that has the skull and crossbones on it. Like I said, this is my Halloween quilt for the year. I try to do a Halloween quilt every year because it's my favorite holiday. So I'm going to start at the top of my triangle and hit my plus sign. I'm going to move down to the bottom corner of my triangle and hit my plus sign. And when I get to the 3rd corner of my triangle, I hit my check mark. And as you can see, I have a nice triangle there on my display. So you don't have to always do squares. You can do triangles. You can do hexagons. You can even do circles. You just have to set the appropriate points to be able to get the shape that you want. I know that not all quilts are squares and rectangles or even triangles. Modern quilting has lots of fun shapes, and you want to be able to quilt in them. So I'm going to come to my patterns, and I'm going to swing on through. And you can see, because I have the professional, as these patterns slide by, there really are 500 patterns loaded onto this. I don't know if I'm going too fast, but I want you all to see that there are tons and tons of choices for you. But remember, if you don't have what you like on the display on the Butler Robotics system, you can always choose something else. You can purchase a design on a quilt website. Make sure you're getting the appropriate file. We use QLI. Sometimes QCC or DXF is appropriate, but I tend to find that QLI works the best. I'm not seeing the one I want, and I know it's down at the bottom. And you can import your designs. And I went over that the other day on Wednesday. So if you're curious about how that works, you can definitely see. I'm just going to type in the word triangle because I'm not seeing the design I want just by scanning. So you have that option to do it that way. Okay, here, I wanted this little guy. So can you see how big that triangle design is? We need to make that fit into our smaller triangle for this. So we need to resize, but we also need to rotate because I need to get this point into the corner of my triangle. So I'm going to rotate first. And my rotate button is here off to the right. It looks like a little square with kind of swervy arrows on it and little swish signals. So I always remember that that's the rotate because it looks kind of like it's turning. I am going to use my 45-degree angle and rotate it in the proper direction so that it will sit in my triangle a little bit better. Now that I've got it in the right kind of formation of what I need, I'm going to go ahead and hit my scale button. And this is where we can resize it to fit in our triangle a little bit better. Now, we've been talking about this all week, and I have my spoiler features, and I am going to use my auto scale, which is available on the deluxe and the professional models, and I can hit this button, and it is going to take my design, shrink it down, and get it to fit in my triangle just perfectly. So we can go ahead and stitch this out now that this is perfectly nestled in my little triangle space for my quilt top. So this is going to stitch very quick and easy. I'm going to hit my home button. It's always the same method when you're ready to stitch out. You hit your home button. You always double check that that needle is engaged so that you know you're going to be stitching and not tracing. You hit your green button at the top. You read your instructions and double check that you have everything the way you need it to be. Make sure that needle's not in your fabric, and you hit your check mark. That's where the Butler Robotics takes over. It moves your machine on its carriage into place, and then you follow the series of directions. And I love that you get the directions on the display telling you exactly what to do. There's no confusion. You know what you're supposed to do. You can't get lost. And it makes you feel confident in what you're doing. I know that I am not the best person when it comes to technology. I tend not to want to read instruction manuals. And so the fact that the robotic system is giving me the information I need on the screen makes it so easy. So here we go. Oh, we have another question.
Videos, tutorials on how to use the Butler?
So the question is, are there videos and tutorials on how to use the Butler? And the answer is yes. There is an information button on the display. If you need help with what something is, you can touch the information button, and then any icon, it will come up with a pop-up box and tell you what that button is. And then if you are connected to the Wi-Fi in your home or sewing studio, you can actually download a video that will show you how to use that feature. And then if you are a Facebook follower, you can see me do Feature Friday videos on Quilter's Easy Corner. We put out a video every Friday that will show you different features or different methods of using your Butler Robotics to do quilting. So I hope that's kind of a help. There are other YouTube videos where some of our dealers have done videos before as well, and they are awful helpful too. So there's lots of information out there to help you get started with your robotic system. All right, so we've cycled our needle. I'm just going to pull my bobbin thread up. And
could they see it stitching a little bit?
Sure. So we're going to modify the location of this to the next triangle, and then I will turn the camera down so that you can see it stitching. So we have our triangle all set from the first one we did, and we're just going to move its location. So I'm going to go to my layout button again. And this time, instead of adding a new layout, I'm going to use this little wrench that's down here on the screen. And that's going to allow me to move the location of my triangle from where it was to another place on my quilt. So what I'm going to do is just set the points of the triangle next to it with the polka dots. So I'm going to hit my 3 corners just like I did before. But what's going to happen since I hit modify is it's going to take the design and transfer it over as well. So I don't have to reload the design and resize the design. The one thing that I do have to do, since the triangle's facing a different direction, is reorient it with my rotate button. So I'll have to go to edit, and I'll have to go back to rotate and kind of turn it around and get it in place again. But it's at least loaded and sized for me. That's a really helpful button if you're using a design in the same size square or the same size rectangle over and over again across your quilt. Triangles can be tricky because they change orientation. So you have to do a little bit more work. So I just rotated it twice so that my corners will match up. And then I'm going to go to scale and hit my auto scale button again so that it just moves into place. So we're going to move on over. I'm going to bring the camera over and kind of shoot it down so we can get closer to the stitching for you guys. And I'm going to go through the home button and hit my green and make sure my needle's up and do all of that so you can kind of see it stitch out. So I'm going to do a single stitch, pull my bobbin thread up, cycle my needle next when it moves back into place. We're going to turn the stitching on the long arm and hit the check mark on our display. Maybe if I turn the light off, you'll see better. You can see how quick and smooth this needle is running. So it's a really wonderful machine, and it works perfectly with the Butler Robotics. So I love my King Quilter 16. I love my Butler Robotics. I'm so glad that I do not have to try and quilt with my home sewing machine the way it is. But I do have Butler Robotics on my home sewing machine now too. So I can do kind of whatever quilting I want now. I am a very spoiled young lady. I'm going to cycle my needle. Oh, we have another question.
What about circles and curves? Can you do those? Can you fill in those spaces as well?
You can. You can fill in a circle and curved items. You just have to be careful when you're kind of doing your points that you keep it all very smooth and you don't kind of go in and out and in and out. You want it to be very round and you don't want it to concave. Am I right with that word? Because it needs to be able to read kind of the full curve of a circle or an area. If it kind of dips in and dips out, it kind of gets a little confused. But you can take a full circle, and I've done a full circle. I wish I had a sample on me to show you. I will have to have that for next time. I have done a full circle, and you just kind of set your points around it like you're setting clock points. So I kind of go every ½ an inch around a circle, and you can set that whole circle and it will come up like it does on my screen. You know, I've got my orange triangle. It'll come up with an orange circle, and then you can load your design into that if you're working with circular designs. And there are a lot of orange peels on quilts, and you can set those too. So you have lots of options. I just want to make sure we don't have any other questions because we are all about our times being up. Any other questions, Lindsay?
Yeah, what about daily maintenance? Your robot or machine type like stuff?
So there's no maintenance other than keeping your screen clean. And I use glasses cleaning wipes to keep the oils from my fingers off the screen. So you want to keep that clean, or use a microfiber cloth to keep your screen clean. You do not need to do any maintenance on the motor box other than making sure threads do not get wound around any of your pulleys. And that's kind of general maintenance with your long arm in, you know, overall. You want to make sure that you don't get threads in the wheels on your carriage or anything like that. So that's something you should check regularly to make sure you don't have threads that have come off the back of your quilt or off the edges of your fabric wound around any of the pulleys of your robotic system or around the wheels of your carriage. And you want to keep everything clean and dusted. And for those of us who are pet owners, that can get hard sometimes because I constantly am covered in dog fur and that ends up on my long arm frame. So that's kind of your maintenance there with cleaning. And then with my particular long arm, and you need to check yours, the directions for yours, I just have to oil my hook area every time I change my bobbin out so that it stays nice and smooth. And I think we're about out of time. So I think Blaine needs to come back and tell us how we can get it.
I sure will, Aubrey. Aubrey, thank you so much for being part of SewFest. Great job all this week. And I wanted to tell everybody, if y'all want to meet Aubrey in person, guess who else is going to be at the Road to California Quilt Show in January? She'll be in the King Quilter Butler booth, and she'll be out here along with Becky Thompson. And so y'all make sure y'all mark that on your calendars. It's in January. It's going to be in Ontario, California at the Convention Center. And we're all going to be there, aren't we, Aubrey?
We are. I'm so excited. Not that I want the rest of the year to go by fast, but it's going to be fun. It's something to look forward to.
And it is. And Aubrey's also going to be teaching a Butler robotic class at Road to California. And you can see more information on that if you just type in Road to California. Go to their website. They have the classes listed, and you can sign up right now for that.
Thanks
so much, Aubrey. Blaine. We sure do appreciate it. And let me tell them how they can get these robotic systems. All right, guys, we have 4 different robotic systems. And basically, I'm going to start with the very first one. And the very first one is the one that will fit on your home machine. We've talked about it this week. The price on it is $39.99. Kyle has it on the screen right there. Again, guys, we have some financing available. It's going to be free shipping right to your doorstep. And our people, excuse me, in the call center, they can teach you or talk to you and kind of explain to you how this is going to work with and what you need to work on a home sewing machine. You will need a stitch regulator, and you will need a frame that will accept your home sewing machine. And we have a great stitch regulator from Grace that we use, and a frame from Grace that we use that works great combinations with the numerous machines to make it robotics where you can quilt. The next one is we call it the basic model, and the basic model is $43.60. Again, this has that 8-inch screen on it. It's going to work on many of the most popular long arm machines out in the industry. It works perfect on our King Quilter, but you can also ask them about what machine's compatible. Almost all of them out there are long arms with frames it will work on. The next one after that is the Basic Edition. The Basic Edition comes with that 10-inch screen. It actually has more designs built in and more features. It is going to be $5,600. And then we have the Professional, which has the 12-inch screen on it. It has a lot more features unlocked on it, and that bigger screen, the more features. So it just opens up a lot more, things for you. All 4 of them, you can go right now, check them out. Just put Butler in the search bar at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and it'll take you to all the Butlers you can see. And naturally, give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you have questions, because we sell more robotic systems, more long arms than any dealer in the country, and our people are experts on it, and they can really help you out. All right, so we're going to continue on, guys. It is time for the next educational session. Let me bring Jane back in.
Well, hello.
Jane, it's going by very fast today. So we're already at the second educational session, and
I can't believe
we have one of the best coming in. So I'm gonna let you take it away.
We sure do. And the best of the best for this education session doesn't need an introduction, but I'll give her one anyway. Angela Wolf. She's an entrepreneur and a fashion designer. She's the host of the PBS series It's So Easy, and host of At Your Side virtually and behind the scenes, their weekly Facebook and YouTube shows. She is the founder founder of Angela Wolf Patterns and the Angela Wolf Academy. She is a brother ambassador. She is the leader of the Wolf Pack, and she has the Fashion Sewing Club along with many online classes that you can find out there. She is an author and contributor to many sewing magazines. I don't know what she hasn't done, but you'll love her. She's here with us today. Oh, and by the way, I did forget one thing. You could see her hosting From Fabric to Fashion on Made It Myself TV. Angela Wolf, welcome to SewFest. Hi, Angela.
Hi, Jane. I was like listening and I was thinking, gosh, I really did a lot of those things. Do you think I ever sleep?
I don't think you ever sleep, but like, I don't know. I was reading about being inducted to the Sewing Guild Hall of Fame, and it was like you have to nominate someone. Like, I'm gonna nominate you.
That would be an honor, Jane. That would be an honor. But I think you have to be old for that. I don't want to be old.
Okay, well, we got time. We got time. I'm just saying, it's just come to my attention.
I'm just kidding. You don't have to be old. I don't want everyone to say, I know who. There's some wonderful people in there.
Amazing.
That is a huge honor.
Soon, Angela. Soon for you. So
You know
today, what?
By the way, speaking of American Sewing Guild, I want to let everybody know, speaking of fabric to fashion, that you were just mentioning,
yes,
we had a meeting yesterday, and I've got a big announcement this coming Wednesday on my live show, so you don't want to miss it, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. You might want to plan an in-person watch party. I'm just giving you a hint. And so I was thinking American Sewing Guild, right when I was writing notes when you logged in, I was like, that would be a perfect place to do. Gather your groups of American Sewing Guild, but I can't say anything else till Wednesday.
Okay, we got to wait till Wednesday. And tell us when your shows run again. That one's Wednesday. Which one is that one?
1:30 p.m. Eastern over on my Angela Wolf Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch.
Perfect. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn.
Now we're going to continue on with knits, because yesterday was super fun with all of your little hacks. I think you did 4 of them. And today we're doing tips for sewing with knits.
Yeah, because, Jane, at the beginning, we started with fabrics and negative ease. And by the way, Blaine, if you have all those people come out in February and you're serving them chocolate, he was joking about negative ease. We're going to have a whole conversation about negative ease. But we talked about that. Then we did pattern hacks. And that was a lot of fun yesterday, Jane.
It was so fun.
I actually had an extra one and I didn't have time for it. It was so much fun. But I got to say, the SMP Nation is amazing, because last night I was going through emails and so many people, you can log in and sign up for my knits class here on SMP. And so many people signed up for it and purchased patterns. And I just want to thank you guys so much. I love you.
They love you. You're such a great teacher too, because you make it easy. And yesterday I loved that you were using like the mini patterns, because it was just that easy, and it was easy, so we could just incorporate that into the larger patterns.
Yeah, I love working on the mini patterns, unless I'm not wearing my glasses and I'm using a rotary cutter, because it never turns out well.
Or unless you thought you were using them to actually make the shirt that you were about to put on, and then you're like, well, that fits my doll. Okay.
No, that's when Wynn does my laundry. Then it turns out like that.
Oh, Wynn.
All right.
Well, all right.
Some tips.
Get to it, Angela.
All right. Well, I have some tips for you all today. And excuse my casual attire. My mic is pulling my shirt, but it's my husband's birthday. And I thought I was going to have to pre-record this, but he's working on the boat. So I said, can I just have a half an hour with SMP Nation and the Wolf Pack? Because I love being here in person. And I read all of your comments last night. I always do. I love it. You guys are all so positive and great. So let me give you some tips. Let's get rolling. I'm going to take you over here. We already talked about fabric. We talked about choosing patterns. We talked about pattern hacks. You can go back and watch those episodes anytime on SMP Nation. But now today, I'm going to give you some tips for sewing. And hopefully, of course, I'm giving a giveaway. I didn't tell you the word yet, though. I won't tell you till the end. You got to hang till the end of the show. And it's so nice to see you all. All right, so come on over here. I have so much stuff laid out. I cannot figure out why my studio is always a disaster. I think it's because I do these shows and then I shove it all in a bin. So this is what you missed yesterday, in case you missed that. And the one shirt that I did not have time to show you, it actually is a pattern. So you didn't miss out on much, but you can see all the different hacks in that pattern, all the different seams. Now that I showed you how to do that, you can do it yourself. All right. We already did that. Now let's talk about sewing. So my friend Rhonda at Schmetz, she is amazing. She has so many fun things for us to use. I'm just making sure my mic battery. Nope, we're good. I've got this whole collection. This was a gift from her. and this tag. Now you can get these on her website, or watch my live show on Wednesday. There might be a giveaway there and a big announcement of how you might be able to get these for your friends too, for free. So these are the different needles. So in general, I would love to know in the comments how often you change your sewing machine needle. Because when I first started sewing, I don't think I ever did. In fact, I didn't ever. There wasn't YouTube then. Not that I'm that old, but YouTube's pretty young. So a couple things when you're sewing knits, you really, really, really have to grab either a stretch needle or a jersey needle, okay? A stretch or a jersey. And I can never remember the details, so guess what else I got from Rhonda? A great Schmetz book. And in here, she has like every single needle. This thing is priceless. They also have an app too that's free. Just download it on your phone. Schmetz needles. You can get these obviously on Sewing Machines Plus. So on here, she talks about the jersey needle, and she says it's a medium ballpoint with a regular eye. So she gives a picture of this particular needle. Blah, blah, blah. All right, but over here was over a couple pages. Did I flip the wrong way? The stretch needle is the one that I always have on hand, and I'm just going to show you the difference of the color. Yeah. So the stretch needle, she says, is a medium ballpoint, but a smaller eye. So you can kind of see it there. So when do you use these? Well, I always, first of all, keep around 11 or 12s. Always. That's my go-to size. I very rarely use anything larger or smaller, except if I'm using a Ponte knit for a jacket or something like that. But for regular tops, stretch or jersey, stretch is pretty much my go-to. All right, so I have some different ones here. They have chrome needles, which last a little bit longer. A couple other needles, which we'll talk about when we get into hemming, is the twin needle, although I prefer to use the serger and the cover stitch, but you don't have to. You can use a sewing machine. And for all of you that did sign up for the class, the knits class, I show how to sew knits with a sewing machine and a serger. So you can skip ahead or skip around to figure out both, but there's the twin needles. And every once in a while, you can't find the right colors of thread, or when I did alterations and made clothing for people all over, I didn't have time to switch out my whole cover stitch, because back then it was a lot more of a nightmare than it is now. Now it's pretty easy. So I would quite often just refer to a twin needle. And this needle has where you have two needles, and then this goes right into your machine, and you run 2 threads through your machine, just like if it was one, and then put one in one side of the needle and one in the other. All right, so that's that. There's the needles. And I always use a new needle. And the other thing is, if you have skip stitches on your serger or your cover stitch machine, particularly cover stitch, I will make sure I have stretch needles for that as well. All right, so let's head on over here to the fabric section. Here you go. And a couple of things I do with my fabric, and we talked about this yesterday, and I was still laughing when Jane reminded me. I had a total squirrel moment. Like, what do you do when the fabric rolls up at the end? Now, this is rolling because this is the bottom of the fabric, okay? That's different. I was referring to the selvage. This is the selvage. I've already cut some fabric out of this to make it a little bit smaller. But if I were to take this entire piece of fabric and lay it out, here. If you look closely at the selvage, the fabric is tighter here, and then it comes out. So what I mentioned that I do is I will literally cut off part of this. So here you go. Part of it. And then I leave a little bit hanging on. So a lot of times I might have 3 yards of fabric, so I have some extra to do a top and a tank top. And by leaving this little hook here, I know that that's my selvage when I go to cut this again. So this is a jersey knit, really nice fabric, great recovery. When I talked about recovery with you all, that means when you stretch the fabric, it goes back into place. Because if it doesn't, your elbows will bag out, everything will bag out. So I have a question for you. How many of you have leggings? That's a knit. And you wear them and they sag, the knees are bowed out. I mean, it's just a hot mess. That's because of the fabric. So the other thing, if you don't like to use a rotary cutter, serrated blade. These are my Kai scissors. I love them. They'll put your name on them. We've got Angela Wolf ones. You can get these at SMP Nation. This is serrated. So what does that mean? When I go to cut, you can feel that fabric underneath. It's holding the fabric. Serrated edges are great for cutting silks, anything like that, but with knits particularly. There you go. So serrated edge scissors or a rotary blade. And when you're using the rotary blade, make sure that you have a brand new sharp blade, or if you run over a pin or something, you definitely need to discard that blade and grab another one, okay? Because if you don't, you end up with all these little, well, I don't need to tell you. Because if you've done it, you'll know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you're really one lucky person. All right, so I'm just going to cut one more strip here. There we go. And I'm just going to take you over to the sewing machine and give you a little bit more to see. All right, on my way though, I'm going to check and make sure you don't have any questions on my way over, because I've got a little bit more to talk about. We have sewing, serging, cover stitch, and pressing. Do you press knits? I do. But I have a trick for that. So any questions rolling in? Yes, I agree, Susan. Serrated works awesome. You could use regular scissors too, but the serrated edge, it just kind of captures that fabric. There's, I'm sure, a technical term for it. We're going to go with capture. Okay, so let's head on over to the sewing machine. And I'll show you, if you're sewing, what would be a good option for you. All right. I'm not going to trip, I promise. Okay, so on here, if you go into the sewing side, there's a few things to consider when you're working with knits. First of all, if you're sewing a super, super stretchy knit and you use a straight stitch, what's going to happen? When you stretch your knit out after sewing that straight stitch, it's going to pop out. You're going to have broken stitches. So a couple things, if you're going to use a sewing machine, they have this stitch here. I call it the lightning rod, but it's actually a stretch stitch. Now, the key to this one is, I used to absolutely despise this stitch on any machine. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if you had a Luminaire or a $200 Brother machine. It doesn't matter. The thing is that it's a really tiny stitch. The stitch length, if you look down here, is 2.5. So that's really narrow. And if you're trying to sew a seam together on a jersey knit or a rayon knit, the fabric can really cause, it'll make little puckers. So what I prefer is, if I'm going to use that, and not every machine allows you to do this, I will change the length and I will test it first on a piece of fabric between a 3.0 and a 3.5. So what this stitch does is it goes back and forth, just like a lightning bolt. But by using a little bit longer stitch length, it gives you a little more control of your fabric. So come on over here. And it sounds like the gremlins are out today. So that means Blinky's probably going to show up here soon, because it is Friday. So if you all see Blinky, let me know. Well, actually, we'll just hope Blinky goes away. All right, so I'm just going to use just a piece of fabric here, show you what this stitch looks like when I go through 2 layers. I'll just grab a little piece right here. Now, one thing to keep in mind when you're sewing, you've got a pretty big opening on your throat plate here. They also have the single needle, but you can't use that if you're using a zigzag or something like that. So when you start stitching, do not start at the very edge of the fabric, because if you do, that fabric, you've got a pretty high probability of that getting stuck inside of there. I'm sure that's never happened to you, but I'll just leave it at that. All right, so this is a 3.5. Let's see what this looks like. And as you can see, that does not look like that long of a stitch. Like a 3.5 is what I use for top stitching jeans. But because it's going back and forth, all right, so take a look at this. See, it looks like a zigzag. Make sure I'm going to go this way. I'm kind of over you now. All right, and then if you pull this, see what happens? You can stretch it and it goes back into place. It's not the prettiest stitch, but from the right side of the garment, which would be right here, you can't tell that you just did that lightning stitch. or even a zigzag. But also, here you go, you can stretch it and it doesn't come out. So that's on a sewing machine. There's a couple more stitches here I use just to give you a little heads up. So the triple stitch right here, I use this for top stitching jeans. A lot of people ask me, do you use that to top stitch your knits? Well, if I'm doing top stitching like on a knit jacket, a Ponte knit, something like that, yes. Something like this lightweight, no. A rayon knit, no. It has to be thicker. It's just too much thread for that fabric. And sometimes when I add a binding to the neckline, some people will recommend using this. I just find it to be really bulky. So that's my personal preference. Another few other things you'll see here are different zigzag stitches. And some of these, this is for elastic zigzag. You can see how it has little breaks. If you're going to use a zigzag stitch, and this is really, really important, if you do something that wide, unless you're doing something like a bathing suit, which is, needs a lot of stretch. And again, this is just for sewing machines. I would change the length to go a little bit longer, and I would change the width, which I'm moving these right down here. And see how it's a much narrower zigzag, a little bit longer. It doesn't, I just don't want it to be too short. It can ruin your fabric. So always, always, always test. I always even test on a serger. So those are the stitches that I do on a sewing machine. And that's the main thing. Now, if you're going to hem with a twin needle, then you'll use a straight stitch on here. And I usually will use a stitch length of 3.0 to 3.5, but I always check and test it first. So again, if you're going to use anything with knits, you cannot, I'm going to move this, you can see, you really can't use that single needle plate that we love to use on like chiffons and stuff like that. So you need to make sure that you have that wider area here, otherwise you'll break a needle. All right, so that's the sewing side. Now let's go to the hemming. We're kind of going back and forth because I don't want to get you seasick on my camera. So let's go over here to the ironing. And if I see any questions, just drop them in. I can see most of them from here, but not all of them. There's so many people on here. I can't see the questions fast enough anyways. You guys are really excited for today. I cannot wait to see who wins. And unfortunately, I'm going to be at a birthday party, but I think I'm going to have this on in the background because 6:30 is probably when the cake's coming out. And I will be here. All right, so I have a knit top here. And if you watch my live shows every Wednesday, I'm always sewing something, and I usually don't ever hem because it's you'll have to just follow me to get that little joke. But lately I'm breaking my boundaries. I'm hemming. Well, it's actually because it's kind of fun. So this is a rayon knit, and this is the one I'll be sewing on Wednesday before I make the big announcement. All right, so when I go to hem, have you ever taken a knit like this to the cover stitch and you start running it in the cover stitch and all of a sudden this gets all twisted and you end up with little lumps and bumps? Well, this is pretty easy to do. So I'm using my Laura Star iron. You can use any iron for this, but what I do with my knits is I have an iron shoe. So I'm just going to take this off real quick. That's an iron shoe. With that iron shoe, I can press on knits, I can press on faux leather, I can press on just about anything. So I do not use any stay tapes, any glue, anything else on my knits. I very rarely see that in a ready-to-wear garment, and that's where I learned how to sew, from copying ready-to-wear. So I don't use any of that. I don't stretch and then press it back together. But I do press before I go to hem. So if this is my front piece, which it is, I will fold up my hem, which is usually about 1 inch. Give it a little pressing with some steam. I use my tailor's clapper. Just hold it down in place. That's it. How simple is that? And yes, I will sign your tailor's clapper if you grab one. There's a big one and a little one, a mini one too. Let it sit for a second, and now look at the difference. This side down here, I did not press up, and this side, I did. Can you see? Let me make you just a little brighter with that dark fabric. You see that? press crease, it stays that way. I've even washed items that I always press them up. That doesn't mean I always take the time to hem them. That's a whole different issue. And I just fold this up, and when I go to the machine, I can run it through the cover stitch machine, and there's no twisting, no turning. It's a beautiful hem. All right, a couple more tips. Let's see, I got 8 more minutes. I'm watching closely. This is my center back. I always put a little snip here. So on your pattern, if you have notches, don't cut that triangle facing out. Just do a little snip. And I made this a little more exaggerated because we're live, but it would really be about 1/4 of an inch. Can you see that snip right there? There. Okay. And then here is the front piece. Again, a little snip. Why do I do that? Because when it comes to putting the binding on or whatever I'm doing for the neckline, I can easily find the center front and center back. And then these are the sleeves. Again, you'll see little snips here. There's 1 notch for the front. There's my shoulder notch and 2 little snips for my back. Really, really easy to do. And then my binding, I usually will cut 2 inches wide. This one I cut 2.5 inches because I have a different idea for this top. And I prep it. And I'll take you out a little bit. The same way, give it a little steam, a little pressing. And I will do this for my entire piece of binding. If this is going to be my neckline, if it's going to be binding for my armholes, wherever my binding is, I press it first, and that makes a nice crease for attaching into the neckline. And again, it stretches. So that's your little pressing tips. Now let's head over to the serger and the cover stitch. I think we have just enough time for both. Headache saver. That's a total, Ginny, that's a total headache saver. The iron I'm using, Patty, is the Laura Star iron. It is a great iron. All right, for the serger, just a couple little things here for you. If you look up, and you're probably going to get to see the back side of my studio by the back door, which right now is a little messy, you have 4 spools of thread. A lot of people say, why do you use 3 spools and why do you use 4? The main difference when you're sewing garments or anything with the serger, 4 threads is more sturdy, 3 threads is not. I mean, it is fine, it's just not as sturdy. A lot of times when I make my knit tops, I will use a 3-thread wide overlock, which means I take this one out. If I'm doing something and I'm going to wear a lot, like leggings, I definitely use 4. So the 2 options you have is these 2 right here. You can take this one out, and then that's what we call a 3-thread narrow overlock. You can take this one out, and then you have a 3-thread wide overlock, or leave these 2 in, and you got the 4. So for those of you, this is the Airflow, the Brother Airflow. You can see down here, it's super fast and easy to thread. And don't forget, if you got this from Blaine, that register your machine, and there's a free masterclass that I did with 2 of the Brother educators. That's absolutely amazing. Did you know you can actually serge beading on here? Yeah, that was one of them. And on the Brother live show at noon on Tuesday, I'll be showing how to hem your pants with a serger. All right, so there's the serger. And I'm just going to run this through real quick and then take it to the cover stitch. When you're doing this for your serging, and I'm just grabbing just a piece of fabric here, if you have any puckering, you can change your tensions, but one thing on the serger is this dial right here. You can turn it lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. So I start serging, lift up your presser foot. Make sure you can get in there. I think this is the one that always is the blinky. I wrap my thread around the front right there, and then serge. And when I do that, you can see how, well, I make it a little tighter than that. It captures it inside your seam, makes it kind of neat. But then look, see how much I can stretch that? So if you have a really, really old serger and you can't stretch this 4-thread overlock, you need a new serger. Add it to your Santa's list. I'm sure there's going to be good deals coming up if he doesn't already have them right now today. All right, there's that. Now I'm going to bring you over. Just follow me over here without getting sick. If I don't trip over it. The last one is the cover stitch. And we've got like, whoops. I did so good till I tripped. All right. So for this one, you would use your pressed piece. I didn't press this one. I just folded it. And you'll see, just real quick here, when this goes under, if it's not pressed, and this is why I'm showing you this, when you go to run this through for a hem, this area can get really wonky. And all of a sudden, you're getting close to the end. And look at what happened. It got wider and wider and wider. When it's pressed, you have that sharp pressed edge along one of these guidelines to show you how to hem that knit. Super, super easy. And if you want to know how to do this in a circle, like for a sleeve, and finish your edge, just go to my YouTube channel. I did a show on it. I think it was behind the scenes last week or the week before. So you can see an entire full tutorial on that. And like if you're hemming a sleeve or hemming leggings or going around, how do you get that cover stitch to end? How do you get the double cover stitch to end? That's always the tricky one. So just hop over to the YouTube channel and I would love to see you there anyways. All right, any questions? So nice to see you all. I've got 2 minutes so I can check your questions. And if anybody has any good ideas for Wynn's birthday, let me know. Jane.
I've got lots of good ideas for birthday. Let me just ask you a couple questions that came through. This is when you were serging. Did you change the tension lefty loosey righty tighty on before you were serging?
Well, for this one, I did not. I was just saying that if you serge an edge of anything, maybe you're doing a fleece, it doesn't have to be a knit. If for some reason your stitches are stretching out too far or coming in, there's two things you should check. The differential feed, which is on the side, it's a button. And then if that doesn't work, then that knob at the top, that knob at the top will bring your presser foot higher or lower. So if you've got a big wad of fabric, you might need it higher. And if you have thin fabric, you need it lower. But if you have it too low, it will stretch your fabric out as it's serging. It's a mess.
It's a mess. Erin, it is not too late for ideas for the birthday. Somebody asked, how do you prevent snow plowing when, and I missed the end of that. Snow plowing when, I think it's when you press, because I don't know.
Snow plowing? All I'm thinking is I'm in Michigan and I don't want to see that S word yet. So I don't know what.
No, we don't want to see that. Okay. So I think it was, that's okay. So here's the thing. They wanted to also know the big announcement is Wednesday at 1:30 on your show.
Yeah, on my show. And do we have like 1 minute? Can we do a giveaway real quick?
Oh my God, of course, let's do a giveaway. Yes.
Okay. So I have a Serger master. It's not a master class, but I have a Serger class that's not with the airflow. It's on my Academy site. It shows you how to use a Serger from beginning to end with a ton of tips. Shows you how to use all the feet. And I would like to give that away. And if the person that wins already has that class, you can have the cover stitch class if you like that one instead. So it's your choice, whichever class.
I like it. Okay.
What should be the word? Are you just going to draw? Just draw.
Let's just draw. Yeah, we'll just draw. Let it rip. I'll let you do the honors. Oh, Kyle, spin the wheel. There you go.
Kyle, spin the wheel. I love this. And you know what, you guys, there's so many free things on YouTube to check out if you want to learn how to use these. Diane Zimmerman, I recognize that name. Congratulations, girl. So, what is it, Jane? They fill out information on your site.
So they're going to go to smplive.tv. They'll scroll to the bottom of the page, give us all your information, and then tell us what you won. And we will make sure that Angela can check and see if you've already have that class. And then will you ship the class out to them, or does Blaine send them the link?
It's I email them.
Yeah,
so
okay, perfect. So
I have
make sure you
Angela's
put your email.
information. I will be sending that out first thing tomorrow morning. I have Jen. I didn't get her information, but I know her information. And then Diane, once I have all the emails, they send it to me and I send you a link to class.
Easy.
Oh, it's so fun.
You're the best. That was so great. I love all of those little tips because we're always like in all four of those situations with our knits. You know, I like to press mine too, and that Laura Star iron is fantastic.
I'm going to have to go check to see what people wrote about getting their fabric stuck in that little.
You know what? Everyone's face was like, I know. We all knew. We've all been there. I got it. I know.
Bye, guys.
That's so funny.
All
Angela,
right.
go celebrate your husband's birthday. Happy birthday, Win. And a huge thank you to you, everyone. Thank you to Angela. We will. Well, I know we'll see you soon because we'll be watching next Wednesday for this big announcement.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. And don't forget, Tuesday at noon on Brother's site, I'm going to show how to hem pants with Serger. So that might be cool too. So see you all then. Thank you for being here. Jane, great to see you. And Blaine and team, great to see you this week.
We love you, Angela Wolf, everybody. It's Angela Wolf. She is the best. Love her so much. Hope she has a great birthday celebration with her husband, Win. Blaine, we did a giveaway, so I know you know that's okay. And what else did we do without your permission? Oh, all kinds of things.
There's no telling, but that's okay, Jane. It's so fast, so you can get away with a lot of stuff today. But
I like
hey,
it.
Jane, we're going to get to the next demo. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes. We're counting it down. It's getting close to the end of the day, everybody. But before we go, hopefully, everybody cross your fingers right now. Because we got Jennifer Davey coming back in. She's with Janome and Elnita. And hopefully, we're going to get to do a demo of Elnita today. She is coming back in. So y'all welcome Jennifer back to the show. Oh my gosh, we still don't have any. Okay, your StreamYard is muted.
Sorry, that was my bad on that time.
Awesome, we got it. Yes.
We got it. So it turns out that Norton decided it didn't want me to work. And so it threw on the VPN and it threw off the internet. Anyway, all sorts of fun technology issues today. But I think
you're sounding good. We can see you. So we're going to let you take it away and we'll get through this one today. And I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Thanks so much, Blaine. All right. So fingers crossed, we're on the lowest tech machine. It is one of my very, very favorites. I'd like to introduce you to my girl, the Elnita EF1. She is literally one of the cutest machines you'll ever see in this beautiful color. This is a straight stitch only high speed machine. It's a fast speed, smart design. The EF1 is a professional. It's semi-professional. I used to work on an industrial machine on the daily with my job as a tailor, and I absolutely loved the machines. They were super fast. They were super strong, but I didn't want the hassle of having that big machine. But when this girl came to my house, I swear it met all the needs of the power, the speed, and accuracy, and way cuter. Anyway, so let me dive into some of the features on this beauty. She sews up to 1,600 stitches per minute. So anything that you need to get done quickly, accurately, this is the one for you. Okay, so this is a story probably for another day, but I sewed 300 pillowcases inside of 2 weeks on this. When you accidentally sell a pillowcase in a social media post, it's a whole different story. All right, so it has sturdy construction. We have 9 inches of throat space from our needle to our base. We have beautiful LED lighting all the way through the harp space. We have a max stitch length of 6 millimeters. When I'm doing my bag making whatnot, I tend to keep my top stitch about a 3 to 4. It makes a beautiful top stitch. The thread tension controls right here on the front, easy to use. Our built-in needle threader. This one is set up a little different than your standard machine because it is the high speed, high power, and you're actually going to be threads from the left to the right. But your needle threader will take care of that for you, and I will demonstrate that here in just a second. It has your needle up, needle down. So by the touch of one button, you can have it where it lands in the down position or in the up position when you're complete. Of course, we have our reverse. This is just like on my industrial machine. We just do a push down and that reverses while we're sewing. So those are the basic features on here that everybody needs. But we also, on top here, we have the independent motor on our bobbin threader. We thread our bobbins with our button right here. We have this beauty right here, which is our thread cut. It pulls your threads to the bottom and clips them off. Let's talk for a minute about the accessories that come with this, and then we will go back through the list of all the amazing things that this machine can do. I'm going to throw a photo up on the screen. and show you all the accessories that come with. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. All right. Well, I'm still on the screen, so I can still tell you about all the accessories that come with it. It comes with an accessory box, a large screwdriver, a smaller screwdriver, because you'll need that for some of the smaller bits. Of course, our lint brush, a thumb screw, a set of needles, a cloth guide. This is one of my favorite cloth guides right here. So it actually screws into place on our needle plate, and it has a lovely about 1/4 inch guide here, and you can adjust what your stitch width is. So this screws right into the needle plate. If I'm doing a long batch of anything and I want that consistent stitch length, this is far better than any of those magnetic seam guides that magnet to your plate. It allows you to just guide it right along the edge here, and you get a nice, secure, no slip on the base there. But you can adjust it to whatever the width is that you're working on. When I'm doing my my strapping for my bags and things, I like to keep it really close to the edge, and that allows me to do that without having it slide one way or the other. We have our spool holder. So on the back here, it's actually, we can get our full cone threads on here. We've got 2 spots in the back for our thread. It has a, let's go over my list of spool net. Of course, we have several different presser feet. Our standard presser foot, our rolled hem foot. You can get a beautiful, nice, narrow rolled hem. It comes with a little bottle of oil. Of course, our instruction manual, our foot controller, our knee lifter, which is amazing, and a soft cover to keep it the dust off of it while we are not in use. There's a wide range of optional feet that you can also get for the machine. As I mentioned, it is a straight stitch only, but that doesn't mean that you can't free motion quilt with it as well. So when it comes to the free motion quilting, we don't drop feed dogs on this machine, but in our set, it comes with a needle plate replacement, and this goes over the feed dogs and keeps them from manipulating your fabric. So you're able to use the presser foot, our darning foot, free motion quilt foot on the machine with no problem to get your quilting done. Or your darning if you're working on repairs. Let's see, here's another specialty foot that might actually be better on the second camera, so I'll see if I can flip it around. But this right here is our HD roller foot. And it is kind of a beast of a foot, but does some beautiful things. It allows you to feed your fabric through really nicely. Let's see if I can get this to flip for me. It can, there we go. The lighting isn't, there we go. It has, if we could even see the texture right here on the wheel, it grips your fabric and helps feed it through really nicely. So that's good when you're working with your leathers, you're working with your vinyls, anything that's a little tougher, thicker weight. And it's really good for going around those corners. So it gives you a nice smooth corner on that. Let's go back here. It's just me again. All right, so let's get down my list. You can also get a concealed zipper foot for this machine. We can get our amazing even feed foot. So let's talk about the even feed for a second. What is an even feed foot? What else do we call this? Often called the walking foot. You guys are on top of things. So the even feed foot is designed so that when it's set, it matches up we have feed dogs essentially inside of the foot, and it'll feed the top layer along with the bottom layer of your fabric. So the even feed is also great for, we like to use it when we're using, okay, let's put, what is your favorite thing to use a walking foot for? Anytime we're using layers, right? So we love it for layers. We love it for using with our cuddle, our minky, anything with bulk, with nap. But it keeps an even pressure on the top as it does on the bottom and moves things forward. Yeah, for quilting, absolutely. You guys are on top of it. Yep. Anything with layers. That's what we need that for. It'll keep those things from slipping and keep them nice and even, so you don't have to pin them every inch to get it to stay together as it slides. So often the cause of the bulk of those layers creates the slide if you don't have that top layer moving forward. So it's essential for those things. This one, as I mentioned, is an accessory item and it does not come standard, but I highly recommend. It is a beautiful, it's got really nice long feed dogs on it to match up with the beautiful length of the feed dogs here. Oh, putting bindings on? Absolutely, Marty. Okay, trying to read through the comments to make sure everybody's getting perfect. All right. So you can also get, as I mentioned, we talked about I keep wanting to go back and tell you more about other things, but let's look at some of the features on the machines. There's a leather kit. There's extra needle threaders. We've got piecing kits. We've got a 1/4 inch foot. I absolutely agree. A walking foot is absolutely, for me, a necessity versus an extra. We even have, beyond the zipper foot that comes with, we have an adjustable zipper foot as well. This actually looks like some of the old school zipper feet. This is fantastic. Okay. Oh, great for thread painting. Do you use a walking foot for your thread painting versus using a darning or a quilting foot? That's interesting. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the power of this machine too, because I have done projects on this one days on end. As I mentioned, this cutest machine of all time, and you can go through layers and layers of thick fabrics. So this is just a cotton webbing, and if I have this set up, and generally when I'm making a turn on a project or on something, I like to keep it in the needle down position. I'm going to wait and push that until after I'm actually engaged on the sewing, but it goes through these thick layers like butter. So this is a pretty heavy weight, but I'll go through denim, I'll go through whatever I have really easy. But I'll even start with my needle down. And once I move to the red right here, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a up arrow and a down arrow. And when it's in the up, it's a green light. And when it's in the down, it's a red light. For me, it's a go. So I can do my stitches, get close to where I want, and it goes in the down position. I'm going to move my guide out of the way because I don't need it for this. I'm going to use my presser foot lifter in the back. I'm going to rotate my project, put it back down. And so again, this is 3 layers of webbing, and she is putting out absolutely beautiful stitches. I'll bring it closer to you here in a second so you can see. Needle down is crucial for those pivots. So this being such a simple machine, I could go through these features and show you for days. Let's use our thread cut. And whereas I was not straight because I wanted you to be able to see, it did it beautifully. No balling up thread. That's just I need to trim that piece off. through all those layers of webbing without a problem at all. So let me show you where I would do it with those layers of webbing. So this cute bag right here, I have beautifully stitched through. This is actually a webbing right here, and I've covered it in fabric. And you can see these beautifully perfect stitches all the way along. And here on the end, I actually doubled over, and that's 2 layers of webbing. So it gives me a nice soft handle on the curve of this cute little zipper pouch. But it goes through all my projects that foam. So through the heaviest weight canvases with no problem. And you're going to get nice, even, straight stitches. Because with a straight stitch, you're not getting any wobble in your needle at all through those thicker layers. You're not getting those skip stitches going through the denims beautifully. I love a good top stitch. Yeah, this is a beautiful machine for bag making. You can get through these layers of all these fabrics that you love. This is vinyl and cork. Cute little pattern, but you can't see all the stitching, but it was no worry to get through any fabric that we're working on. This one was created with like a backpack fabric, a cordovan, really thick, but I got those stitches here. I did some in an alternate fabric. Can we see how beautiful that's stitched? And zippers, no problem. Okay, so this is actually from an embroidery machine. But going through the webbing through all of these pieces, the bag making is phenomenal. I absolutely love, I can't even tell you how much I love this machine. I mean, I can because we're nearing our point in the game. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to show you is where our bobbin case is. We do have a beautiful metal bobbin, and it holds a lot of thread, but it is a little different. I have this currently set up in, it is a nice big bobbin, Janine. I absolutely love it. So it lets me sew and sew without running out of bobbin thread. I have this set up in the universal table, and that gives me a nice, even, flat space to do all of my sewing without interruption. Since I've got a bigger bed here, I don't have a free arm, but our bobbin is going to be down underneath here. And I did have a picture that I could show you, but you'll actually lift up here. I'm going to actually move. This is the perfectly fit design to go underneath, but so that I get that smooth surface. But the bobbin is right under here. So you're actually going to reach with your left hand underneath to get your bobbin case and your bobbin out. And it's just a standard bobbin case. Well, not standard because it's made for this machine, but what you're familiar with. But with a nice metal bobbin, which is made for the high speed. So it really does help get that nice speed that you need so you can get the whole 1600 stitches per minute. We do have a little speed setting here, so you can set it down to snail's pace here. Actually, it has a turtle, a rabbit, and then a faster rabbit. So you can actually make the speed change there and not be afraid of the 1600 stitches per minute. Patty, not Patty, let's see. Somebody asked if this actually takes oil, and the answer is yes. It does come with oil. There's a couple of different spots that you oil it on the regular. There's a little hole here, and there's one right here, and there's an underneath in the bobbin case. I do a drop of oil every so often, like when you're changing your needles or if you're doing a lot of sewing, then those couple little spots are a great location to do that. That is a great question. It is super easy. It's a great machine. Oh no, Marty lost a knee lifter. Okay, you know that, I bet you that could be replaced and we could buy another one to fit. But yeah, no, knee lifter is an amazing accessory to have. Yeah, Jennifer, this is like isn't this the prettiest? It's like a beautiful minty green. Every time I actually found the right nail color to match it. So if you're like me and sometimes you need to match your machine, I did find it and I can tell you what the color is. I'll have to look it up again. But it is nice to have something that every time you sit down to it, it makes you smile, but it also stitches beautifully. So if you're looking for a straight stitch that makes you happy, this is the one for you right here. Absolutely love this machine start to finish. When I'm stitching on my other machines, this is the one that I'm like, oh, that machine is so beautiful. I have so many good machines, but this one, if I'm doing those heavy weights, if I'm doing anything that I need to go super good and fast on, this is my baby. This is the one that I love the most. Absolutely. Look happy, be happy on this one all day long. Okay, so I want each of you to get one of these, obviously. So maybe Blaine has some deals for us. Blaine?
Well, hey, I sure do. And hey, thank you so much for being on so fast. And sorry we had technical difficulties on the Janome part of yours. That awful. But today you got through it on the Elnita. We sure do appreciate it. And thanks for being on so fast.
Certainly. It's been a pleasure.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. All right, everyone. This is the Elnita. This is the EF1 straight stitch speedster. Now, this thing is a speed demon, 1,600 stitches per minute. We do have a call-in special on this. It's in that beautiful pistachio green color and white. The picture doesn't do it justice. This is really a good-looking machine. Like we said, it's a high-speed straight stitch. It has the bright LEDs under it. The maximum stitch length is 6 millimeters. Excuse me. It has the built-in needle threader, has the thread tension controller, auto declutch bobbin winder, adjustable thread tension, needle up, down, reverse buttons, and it comes with a really nice accessory packet with some more feet, different feet and things on it. And we do have a call-in special on this. So if you're looking, excuse me, if you're looking for a great straight stitch sewing machine, look no farther. That's why it's on the show, because this is one of our favorites. We absolutely love this machine. And again, from Elnita, the EF1 sewing machine. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Free shipping nationwide. And naturally, we're going to have some financing available for you as well. So give us a call right now. All right, we're going to continue on. And we have Wendy Owens coming in. And we're going to talk about the Viking Designer Topaz 50. And Wendy's been on here all week pulling double duty. So y'all got to give a big round of applause and a big thumbs up for Wendy, because she has worked really hard this week. So Wendy, welcome back to the show.
Hi, thank you for having me, Blaine. It's Friday.
You've been a busy lady this week, and we sure appreciate all your hard work and all the demos. And I know everybody's been a huge fan of yours out there watching all the demos. And today we got two more great machines, and this is the first of two. So we're going to let you get going.
All right. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me back. So I know you all, I've been reading comments and stuff. So I know that you all asked some questions, and I did try and go back and see them. So I know you're all interested in my headpieces. So this one I do have to show you. This one was made by me. It is a flower that you can find on the My Sew Next Studio. It did take me a few hoopings because it is quite layered. Let me see if I can pull it out so you can see it. So it is a couple layers. This is I did it on some leftover silk that I had. And then in between the two silk layers, I did put the heat and shrink, the stabilizer, the interfacing that shrinks with the iron. So it gave it some texture. So I just wanted to share that with you. It is on the My Sew Next Studio. And then someone asked about a Facebook page for me. Sorry, Blaine, I don't know if this is allowed. Yes, I do have a professional Facebook page. It is Sew, S-E-W, Wendy, W-E-N-D-I. It's some people say it's hard to find, but the image is the mouse from Beatrix Potter. So if you want to go ahead and befriend me, you'll see stuff that I'm working on. You'll see costumes that I'm working on. That's where I post a lot of my I'm going to start posting a lot of my costume stuff there because I do work in the theater still when I'm home. So I do that. And one other little thing I have to say, no, two things. Viking, don't forget, if you're taking advantage of Blaine's wonderful deals this week, don't forget, head over to the website and see if that particular machine that you picked up qualifies for a rebate. The rebates are going for dollar amounts. So if you spend X amount of money, you'll get X amount of rebates. So that is above and beyond Blaine's awesome deals that he's having today. All right. And one more thing. I sewed through my finger this morning. It wasn't bad, but it's still bleeding. I'm okay though. So let's talk about the Topaz 50. And this is the Topaz 50 here. I'm going to give you a quick little shot at it because I am going to have to move in closer to it. But this is that beauty little machine. It's a midline machine. It is a sewing and embroidery machine. So it has some great features. I am not going to go too much into the sewing this time because I did spend a lot of the demo in sewing mode when I did this on Wednesday. So you can go back and take a look at those videos. I'll briefly go through some of the stuff that I talked about. As you can see up here, the stitches, you can see the stitches here. So there is a menu to get to those stitches. And there are 261 built-in sewing stitches for this machine. It includes decorative stitches, buttonholes, eyelets, some quilting stitches. I'm trying to see if it had the heirloom stitches on it. Yes, it does have the heirloom stitches. They are right here in the C menu. So if you, oops, my hand is there in the way. So if you want to do some smocking, you could do some smocking. Just pleat that up and you could do smocking with some heavier weight thread. It does have 5 sewing fonts. So if you need to make, well, camp is no longer here, but next year for camp, if you need to put the name in your kids' underwear, you could just go ahead and sew that into the elastic area right with the sewing machine, and you don't have to worry about the label fading from using a pen to label their underpants. 9 buttonholes. So you have 9 awesome buttonholes to choose from. So, you know, you have the coat buttonhole, you have the blouse buttonhole, you have the curved buttonhole, you have a bunch of different buttonholes to choose from. 2 eyelets. Eyelets can be fun. 29 needle positions. That is amazing. 29 needle positions. You can get super close to the zipper teeth. Perfect for top stitching, for edge stitching, getting close to the piping. Whatever you need to do is it's great, right? So then I also want to tell you here that we do have a larger screen here, and it is in color. So let's go ahead. I am in embroidery mode. That's what you're seeing right now. It is the 3.5 screen. So let's go ahead and do some, I'll go over this real quick for you. So we do have a speed control here. Speed control is awesome. We do have our automatic thread cutter. We have a stop button, a fix button. This is our presser lifter up. And then we also have an extra lift. And then you also have your presser foot down, your start stop button, and your reverse button. And if you are in, it could be a continuous reverse. If it's not doing it because I'm in sewing mode, but it is a continuous thing. No, this machine does not have the dual feed. So you would need to use a walking foot with this. I'm sorry. Dual feed, great feature though. Just move up on the line and you'll find the dual feed. Okay, so that is the front of the machine here. We do have a needle threader. So the needle threader is built in. Little thread snip over here. All right, let's do some things here in embroidery. I'm going to move a little bit closer to the screen so that you can see it. Hopefully that works. I'm trying to get rid of that glare. All righty. So it does come with the stylus. Here is up here at the top is where you would wind your bobbin. Okay, so right now, this is what I have on my screen. So this icon right here, this allows me to choose my designs. So here, this is all the designs that are built in. There are 159 built-in designs. If that is not enough designs for you, there are third parties where that you can purchase them from, but you can also get a subscription to my SewNet. starting with the silver version, there you will have access to over 10,000 embroidery designs. So you can, if you want the software, you can do that. So the software has 3 different versions. So if you need a little bit more features to manipulate your embroidery than just on the machine, you do have the option of the silver, the gold, and the platinum MySewNet software. So look into that. I am a software person. I prefer to do a lot more of my work in the software and put it on a flash drive and bring it over to the machine. But that is just me. But just know that is an option. So let's go back here. Our 159 designs. So you can just scroll through those and see all the different designs that the machine comes with. Okay. And this, oops, let's go back here. This is the alphabets. So these are the fonts that are built in for embroidery mode. And you'll notice that they come, oops, is there more fonts? No, that's all the fonts. 2 fonts, but they come in different sizes. Okay. And then this here, that is edit. There's nothing on the screen, so there's nothing we can edit. This is our file folder. If I had a USB connected, I do not, and that's why I can't do anything with it. But that's how you would bring over your embroidery designs that you purchase from somewhere else. I mean, I know that there's a bunch of embroidery designs out there. I believe the popular ones right now are Sweet Pea and Kimberbell. So all of those designs can be done on this screen. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close that. And then here, these are our tools. And you have your sewing machine settings, so you can change the language. You do have audio repeat, and you can lock your screen, touch screen. Here are your different stitch settings. Again, this is for the sewing mode. This is where you can adjust your presser foot pressure, adjust your balance adjustment. So if you have, so those are in sewing mode. So there are some stitches that when you stitch out, if they don't perfectly line up, you can adjust the balance on that. But straight out of the box, they should be okay. The only time I've really had to adjust my balance is after maybe I had the machine serviced and the service guy doesn't remember to sew off some of those stitches that need to be balanced, but you have that option there. Okay, over here we have more settings. We have our twin needle. So we can choose what twin needle we are going to use. So it's like a little safety feature. And then you have your stitch with safety. So I can turn that on so that if I was in the center needle position and I'm going to be doing free motion or I'm going to do piecing all day, I can turn that on so that if I accidentally choose a different stitch, it'll remind me that, hey, you need to turn that off to use this stitch. Our selected thread cutter, I do have that on so that I can use it. My sensor foot presser lift, I will always have that on. I can't imagine not having that on. And this is our auto fix. Here we have our hoops. So what I like about this is here is our selected thread cutter for embroidery. Yep, I'm going to leave that on. And then if I have the embroideries, most embroideries now have a trim command built into them. And if I have this option turned on, it will honor those trim commands that are built into the design. But this right here, the hoop selection, what I like about this is you can see it's showing all the hoops that can possibly be used on this particular machine. But if I choose this hoop, so the 360 by 200 does come with the machine. So you do get that one. And then I also have the 180 by 130. That's the 5 by 7 hoop. I do have a lot of these other hoops, but just for sake of demonstration. And then the 120 by 120 comes with the machine. So when I choose those 3 hoops, when I go over to select my hoop for when it's time for embroidery, and I'll show you that in a few minutes, those 3 are going to be moved up to the top of the list. That way I'm not scrolling through all those hoops to get to the only hoops that I physically have in my sewing room. They're all right there at the top, and I'll show you that when I go to change the hoops. So that is a great little feature. And then this is our presser foot height if you need to adjust that. And this is in case you have the sensor Q foot. The sensor Q foot is a separate embroidery foot. what comes with the machine is the R-foot. And I hope that is not, I see a blinking thing in my screen. I hope you guys don't see that. But this is the R-foot that comes with it. So this could be used for embroidery as well. And the center Q-foot I have on my other machine. And I should have taken it off so that you can see it, see that option. But I'm not going to take that off my other machine. It'll take too much time. So back to the machine. Alrighty. So those are our options in our machine. So I'm going to say okay to that. So right here, this is where I have my option to choose my hoops. Let's see if I can get in a little bit closer. So when I do that, do you see how these three, because I selected those are the three that I said I physically have in my sewing room. So now when I go to choose a hoop, I don't have to scroll all the way down. I can just select that hoop. I do have this 360 by 200 hoop ready to show you something. So that is why I chose that hoop. And what I'm going to do now is let's go ahead and I'm going to choose a design. And I know it's down here. My cat is at the door crying to get in. So number 82, this is the one I want. Okay, so it's in the middle of the hoop and that's okay. So if I touch this, this is called Alt. This is going to bring up some additional options. So this one is move. This is my rotate. This is my scale. And this one is my zoom. And I keep touching it. So if you are not sure what an icon is, oh, they're telling me to let the cat in. No, he will be all over. He has to wait. So if you're not sure what an icon is, we have this little question mark right here. And if you look, a little question mark with an arrow came up. So if you're not sure of an icon, you just touch that question mark, touch the icon that you're questioning, and then it tells you exactly what that is. So you don't necessarily have to memorize what all of these icons are. So what I want to do is I already stitched this one out. Okay, we're going to do some design positioning. And with design positioning, I can literally get my first stitch to this embroidery to line up perfectly right here with just a few clicks of a button. I did not hoop this one. I floated it because I wanted to show you something, because I know there's a lot of people out there who are floaters. I am a hooper, and I will tell you, you do get a much better stitch out when you actually hoop your fabrics if you can. I understand there are times that you cannot hoop your fabrics, but when you do hoop it with the stabilizer, you are getting a better tension on that fabric and you're getting less stretch on it, especially when you're doing knits. Now, I know there's plenty of times that you cannot hoop something. I get that. That's where the magnetic hoops come into play, people. Those magnetic hoops are made for you floaters out there. It is very helpful to have that, especially if you're quilting in the hoop. So look into those magnetic hoops. But anyway, back to my design positioning. I am going to slide this under. And I am going to say, oops, I do want to rotate it. So let's go here so I can show you how I rotate it. Because I have this design and I already rotated this design so that this point is coming down. So I need to do the same to this one. I do need to rotate it because I went out and came back in a few times. So now I'm going to touch my rotate, and I could do it by degrees right here, or I can turn it. And I went a little too far. There you go. Do you see how I have that point? Oops, I wanted that point down instead of off to the side. So we're good there. Let's go ahead and go to go. And everything, all my cameras are going to move because that's what they do. And I am going to slide my hoop on. Okay. And we'll say, okay, it is on. And now let's go ahead and do this. So we have some more options here. And this one is our current positions. So you have current position, park position, bobbin position, trim position. Trim position is a great little position. So trim position is for when you're doing applique. If you touch your trim position, it will move the hoop away from the needle to give you some space to go ahead and trim the applique. It's a nice feature because then you're not removing the hoop itself from the machine. And then as soon as you touch the start button, it goes right back to where it left off. Great little feature there. And then you have your center position if you need to get into the center position. Bobbin position is just that. If you're running low on the bobbin and you need to change it, then the hoop would go into a good position for you to remove the hoop so that you can get to the bobbin area. Okay, oops, I didn't want that. Okay. Oops, I don't want to do that. This is our basic design positioning, which we'll go into that in a moment. This here is monochromatic. So if you wanted to stitch out a design that has multiple colors in it, but you only want it to be one color, if you touch that, then the design will keep sewing. It will not stop in between all of those color changes for you to press the start button. It will just go. And then this one here is based around your design. This is telling us that it's one color, and this is how many stitches are in it. And that's what this information is as well. So it's giving me my final, and it's going to tell me where in that design I am as I'm stitching. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and touch my basic design positioning. And the first step is here on the hoop. And you can see that this turned to a little red cursor, right? So I'm going to move that up to this point because I want this point to match the point that is already stitched out. So how do I know I'm there? Well, I'm taking an educated guess right now, but if I go ahead and I zoom in on it, so here I can zoom into that point, I can zoom into the hoop, I can zoom into just the area here, and then I can do a box select. So let's go to the point. I am nowhere near where I need to be. Do you see that? So that zoom is super nice. So now I can go ahead. Oops, where'd my point go? Okay, so now I can move. Oh, I went to step 2. Sorry, let's go back here to step 1. So now I can move that right there, and I can adjust it by the arrows here on this right here. Move over. So what I'm doing is I am literally getting on top of that point, and I'm going in between because this is like a candle wicking stitch. So I'm going to go right in between the 2 points. So now I know how close I am. I am that close. Okay. So now if I go to step 2 takes me to the hoop. So let's switch cameras here and see if I can get you in closer. Okay. So I want to be right here. That's where I want this to line up to. So I can, and I'm going to go here and I'm going to zoom back to the hoop so I can see my design. So what I did here on the screen, I zoomed back so I could see the whole design because I can either use my arrows here up and down, left and right to move it, and it'll move a little bit slower, or I can just click and drag it. Okay, so what did I do here? What did I mess my thing up? I did not. Okay, so now I'm going to go to step 2. So now, because if you see how far away I am from the point, instead of using the arrows, I can just drag this down and get me to around about the area of where I need to have it. And I went way too far. And now that I'm close to it, I'm much closer, but I'm still not there. Now I can go ahead and use those arrows. So I'm really fine tuning this, and it's only moving like 1/10 of a millimeter or something like that. So yes, it is going to take a little bit of time, but you saw what was happening when I was moving my hand with it. It was just going all over the place. I'm going to drop my needle right here, and you can see I'm not quite there yet. I know you see a different angle than what I did, but I am not quite there yet. Lift my needle and we'll move. Again, I'm using the arrows on the machine itself. This is taking I thought I was a lot closer than that. All right, I am almost there. It is nice that I have this option that I can move it quickly on the screen. So if it was on one end of the hoop and I needed to get to the other end of the hoop, I can do that. And right now, boom. Can you see that? I am literally right there at that point where I need to be. So now this is going to match up beautifully. And I'll come here back to the screen and I'll touch my check mark and it's going to stitch out where I need it to be. So right now it did go back to the original start point of the design. So what I was doing was when I moved that point up, that is my placement point. It was not where I want the design to start stitching. It's the placement point to get those to line up. So now it's going back here and that's going to be its original stitch out. Does that make sense? Okay, good. It is nice. I know someone gifted their granddaughter a machine. It is interesting. I mean, for this, you'll notice that our hoops do not come with the plastic templates because we don't need it because of that design positioning. You get that close to that stitch. You can literally see the satin stitch. You saw how spread apart, how different candle wicking stitch looks close up opposed to how it looks on the screen. We got to see every little stitch point of that. And that is huge if you're trying to do something that is endless, or if you're trying to do edge-to-edge quilting. All of that makes a difference and it makes it easier. For the edge-to-edge quilting, throw in a magnetic hoop and you are golden because you've got these really heavy magnets on it. I didn't pull one out, but you have these really heavy magnets on it and it really holds them into place. And if you needed to just shimmy your fabric a little bit, instead of unhooping your fabric and unhooping it and moving the fabric, you could just lift up one or two magnets, give it a little shimmy and get it right where you need to be. So having those two things work in tandem is awesome. Okay, so let me see what else I have to show you on the machine itself. So I did that. Oh, I should do the basting. So here is our basting. So what it's going to do is it's going to baste around the design. And when I am floating something, whether I'm using a magnetic hoop or not, I'll do this if I am using slippery fabrics that I had to I had to float, is I'm not going to use my start-stop button. I am actually going to use my foot pedal. Again, our machine lets you use the start, stop, and the foot pedal in tandem. So if I needed to move a little bit slower than the machine, or I wanted to have my hands in there to make sure that this stays flat, I can. Because when we press the start button and we're floating, the foot can slip under your fabric. And what's the first thing we're all going to do? Our hands are going to go up in the air and we're going to yell, stop. Why we freak out, I don't know. We all do. I do. But an instinct is to lift your foot. So if your fabric starts shifting or the foot goes under it, all you need to do is just lift your foot and less damage has been done. Less frustration, right? So let's show you that. I'm going to do this with my foot pedal. And I can put my hands in there. So what it's going to do is it is going to take a few stitches backwards to kind of lock that in. Now, for what I'm doing right now, it's not that necessary, but do you see I can slow it down? If I need to pull out a wrinkle as it's basting, I have that opportunity I have total control. I can go faster, I can go slower. If I feel secure that I'm okay, and let's say I'm going around the whole entire hoop, I can now press my start button. So I can do them in tandem. And do you see where the basting is? That basting is basting around the design is what it did. So let me get it. And you can see here, let me pull this out. you can see here that the basting went just above the previous stitched embroidery. And that is telling me that I'm going to be there. I don't have to worry about them. That is awesome. We have so many wonderful options on this machine. Yeah, sideways stitching. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so I have a few minutes left. Let me give you some inspiration. I'm trying to think, did I miss something on the front of the machine? We do have the sewing advisor, so let me show you that, because Viking is known for their sewing advisor. So in sewing mode, you can choose what type of fabric you're using. So you have your wovens, you have your knits, and then this is like a leather or vinyl. So you're letting the machine know that you're using a leather or a vinyl. And then if you choose what application you're going to do, the machine will set the tensions for you, assuming that you're using, your 40 weight thread in the top and the bottom. This machine is already adjusted for embroidery, so you don't really need to do anything to tensions there. So we have that. Now let's go ahead. I want to show you some inspiration. So why not? Yeah, very good stuff. Which foot? Happy to help. I don't know who that was for, but anyway, I want to show you some inspiration. Okay. First off, this book, let me get closer to it. You see all that stitching there? This is just a book cover. And it is a marine vinyl that I bought at am I allowed to say it? Hobby Lobby. I bought it at Hobby Lobby. It's just a marine vinyl. So how I did this is one of the designs that is on my sew net. And by the way, if you do not have a Husqvarna Viking Stinger or FOF machine, you can still purchase designs a la carte from the My Sew Net, and you can tell it what file format you need. So the file formats for the other machines are up there as well. So if you like this design and you're like, oh, I don't have a Viking or FOF machine, that's okay. You can still stitch this out on your machine. Just tell it what file format you need. So this is a heavily stippled design, and I have in our form behind it. So what happens is with all of that stippling, it's going to bring that in our form up, and it's going to make it, what is the word? Trapuntoed. It's going to elevate it so that it has a really good texture. All right, so let me show you some more inspiration, some other things that you can sew on this. So this, I'm going to toot my own little horn here. This was created, it is a little girl's outfit. I did digitize that design, and oops, there it is. And you could do this you can embroider this out on the machine. This was featured in Classic Sewing Magazine, fall of 23. So it was last year's fall issue. So if you're interested in this, you can go ahead, head over to Classic Sewing and take a peek at that. And this can be sewn on the machine and if you look close, I do have metallic thread in there. So metallic thread is wonderful to do. You just make sure that you are using metallic needle. That makes a huge difference. Some people like to use the Microtech needles. I do prefer the magnetic needles, metallic needles, because there is a little groove. And if you get your magnifying glass out, you can see the little groove on the top, and it helps glide that thread through without all of that breaking. They make them for a reason, everybody. Let's see. This was done on the machine. So this is called felting. Okay. So this bag was done on it. And what I mean by felting is that we used felting needles. The needles are barbed, and it's a starter kit that you can get. And it can be done on any machine that is not top thread dependent, such as these machines. And it is done in embroidery, so you do need to use an embroidery hoop. And what it does is, this is a denim. So there's no thread, no bobbin involved, no stabilizer. I used a magnetic hoop, and you hoop it so that the wrong side of the denim is facing up, and then the barbed needles are pushing the white color of the denim to the right side of the fabric. So all you're seeing here is the fibers coming from the wrong side to the right side. So this was multiple hoopings because of how large it is. I think it was the design. I think I had to do maybe 3 hoopings. And again, because of my design positioning, I was able to line all of those multiple hoopings up like that. Perfect. All right, one more inspiration. I'm running out of time, but I have to show this one because he is my favorite. So this is my Voodoo Bear, and his original form is on my Sewnet, and he is called Mr. Teddy, and he is a design collection, or you could purchase it separately. But I took him into the digitizing software, and I got rid of his original face and everything, and I replaced it all with decorative stitches that you can find within the software. So here he is. It's my little Voodoo Bear, and my daughter saw it. Now she wants one. And if you look at the back, he is open because he has a battery operated mechanism in here, so that when I take a pin and put it through his heart, you can't feel it, but he vibrates, he quivers. So totally love this bear. Some people get freaked out by that. I am not a voodoo princess. I just wanted to have a little fun. But it has the mechanics in there, and how it works is it has conductive fabric around the mechanism, and when the pin goes through it, it's connecting those two conductive fabrics, and that's what makes him vibrate. So when the pin's not there, he's not vibrating. So I had to leave him open so that I could get in there and change out the battery. But do you see what kind of fun that you can have? I totally changed Mr. Teddy into something totally different with the software, and then was able to bring him over to this. He was a few hoopings. He will not fit in one hoop because all his components, they are laid out, and then you do piece them together afterwards. Yeah, it was fun. I had so much fun doing him. He was like a pet project of mine. I saw a Voodoo Bear on Pinterest. I no longer call it Pinterest. I call it Time Suck. So I was on that device one day, and I saw that, and I'm like, I could do that. Mr. Teddy has been around forever. I mean, I remember still having him. I remember when I had my Designer One, I still have the CD collection of it too. So that's that. Oh, one other thing I wanted to tell you, since we're talking about hoops, when you upgrade your machines, your legacy hoops are still compatible to these machines. So I just said that I used to have a Designer One. Well, my 5x7 hoop is from the days of my Designer One. It has the little purple knob on it, and I could still use it on this machine, and I can also use it on my Epic 3. So we are very good. Husqvarna Viking is really conscious about making sure that the feet that you have invested in and the hoops that you invested in will move up the line with all of your machines. That to me is huge. I know there's other brands out there that when they come out with a new machine, because of the changes that they made, they have to have a new foot because of the shank or the ankle, whatever you call it. But for us, we are very conscious to make sure that you can move up the line. All right. Any questions? That is definitely a plus, Anita.
Well, hey, Wendy, great job. And then we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. We're going to tell them how they can get this.
All righty.
All right. All right, guys, this is the Husqvarna Viking Designer Topaz 50. And Kyle's going to put that overlay up there. Oh, there it is. It is $33.49 SoFest pricing. It includes that embroidery module, and we're going to give you a $300 SMP gift card with purchase. Naturally, it's going to be free shipping right to your doorstep, and we have some financing available on this. So if you've been interested in one of these machines, give us a call right now. This is the sewing and embroidery machine. Great price on this for such a great machine, and that $300 gift card back. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. to place your order. If you're on the website and you're checking that out, we have live chat agents on the website too that can answer your questions as well. They'll just pop up and you can talk to them. So let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine.
All right, Jane. We're moving right on around, so I'm going to let you get going the next demonstration, and we're counting it down.
I got you. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's keep the party going. Our next presenter, I always get so excited when he's here because he is such an expert and so easy to listen to, and you learn so much. Trevor Condragood of Saskatoon, Canada, is considered one of the true embroidery masters of our time. And just like Walter Floriani Jr., Trevor was born the son of an embroidery master. And his father and family lived embroidery. Now he's forging his own path. Trevor has learned and taught almost every brand of embroidery software out there. Even software companies invite Trevor to Europe or Asia, wherever they're at, to teach educators on maximizing their program's functionality to get the most of their features and benefits. And guess what? You are so lucky because he is here with us today. Put your hands together for Trevor Conjurgood. Hey, Trevor.
Hi, Jane. Hello. How you doing?
Oh, I'm so good. How are you? We're so happy to see you.
Yeah, me too. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me at SewFest. I'm so happy to have my chance to give a little presentation. It's great to see you. Did you know that I'm coming to San Diego in just a few days?
Just a few days? Come on.
Yeah, see you on the beach. No, I don't know if you're going to be in town, but I'm going to be in at San Marcos store. So I can't wait to get there, but that is Trevor live in person.
Trevor live in person.
Plus. Yeah.
I'm going to be the paparazzi outside taking your picture.
All right. Well, I'll look for you.
So you're going to talk today about the Fusion Bundle.
Yeah, I absolutely love this program. It's a must-have for anybody that does embroidery, and I would love to show you some of my favorite parts about it.
Okay, I'll let you take it away, and we will see you in about 28 minutes.
Thank you, Jane. That's awesome. I'm going to probably show my screen in a minute, but I have some awesome embroideries that I want to talk about today, and things that you can do using the Floriani software. And so if you don't mind to switch over to showing my screen right now, we can come back on and I can talk to you guys again later. But yeah, that is, it's set for now show my screen. Yeah, there, that's better. I did that to you guys. Can you see it now? Let's see. Am I coming on with the SewFest? There we go. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to talk about Floriani Fusion, and that is the perfect embroidery software for anybody that likes to do machine embroidery. I'll just go through some of my favorite things and then actually go in and demonstrate how I use it. But browsing for embroidery designs, because oh my goodness, Jane, I know that people are collecting, and if you've got a lot of designs, this is a great way to browse them. It's all iconized and really easy to see, and you just drag and drop to bring multiple designs on your workspace. Then you can resize your designs, because I'll be honest, Jane, most people I know that buy the Fusion software buy it because they want to edit their embroidery designs. And I know I'm going to inspire them to try and digitize, but the truth is most people are happy to resize embroidery and just know that the software can generate new stitches. You can tell it like less or more, to say, 20% less density, and push a button and it'll, optimize your design. And the sewing simulator, I use this every day. If a design's going on the machine, it's going to be on my screen in my computer. And I use the sewing simulator so I can understand what sews next, because sometimes it says red on the machine and you're like, well, is it Santa's hat or is it, like the chimney, which is it kind of thing. So I don't do this one as much as some of my customers do, but if you care about the thread brand and want everything to be on your printed run sheet, just perfect in your thread brand, it's like one click to match to different thread palettes. It's so easy to customize all that. This is probably one of the most popular tools, the Save to Sew, and I'll definitely show how this works. But basically, when we make an embroidery design, we don't always know what you're going to sew it on. And this is the ability to tell the software, I'm sewing this on a t-shirt, or I'm sewing this on a denim jacket. And the software can make design adjustments and then give you the perfect recipe for stabilizers and hooping. And eventually you're going to want to digitize, and there's auto digitizing tools. There's two sort of advanced and basic auto digitizing tools, and I can show you how easy it is to create embroidery from your images. To me, after editing designs, text is really the reason to get into it, Jane, because we want to personalize our embroidery. We have something that's really important that goes on there. It might be their name, it could be their business name, it could be the birthday or the wedding anniversary. All those things, you got to get it looking perfect, and our text is by far the best embroidery text. And there's so many fonts. You won't believe how many fonts there are. And you can make your own, embroidery from true type fonts. And there's multicolored fonts. So if you like really beautiful decorative fonts, it comes with beautiful decorative sort of multicolored fonts. So there's so much I want to show you guys, Jane, and it's like artwork. You might not think this is important, but a lot of people have digital cutting machines, and this program could be just as valuable for your embroidery machine as it is for your digital cutting. You can use this for splitting. So nowadays, not most of us have a pretty big hoop, but if you're starting out, new in embroidery and you still have kind of limited hoop sizes, the split design tool is awesome for getting, your big designs down into smaller hoops. And you can still use, if you've got really big hoops, but you want to do massive sizes of embroidery, then you can still use the split design tool, to make it all one. Yeah, it's really good. The layouts, I use these a lot to create really beautiful, frames and sort of decorative templates like that. You can use it to color sort, and there's just so many things. The net blocker is absolutely essential if you're sewing on towels. I want to show you all these things and more. And so we better get on to the program, because I know I only get 30 minutes and there's a lot to show. The Floriani software looks like this, you guys. And I brought it up. It's got the chicken applique on there, and you can select your applique designs and resize them. If I wanted to start a new workspace, I can just click new, and I still have the chicken over here in case you want to, work on your chicken. But applique is so easy to do because there's an applique tool. So basically when you create the shape and you tell it it's going to be an applique, just click on the applique button, and you can interact with that applique. Whether you want a blanket edge, because I know that makes it more handmade, but sometimes people want satin edges. You can easily change all of this. And there's all kinds of settings that you can adjust to really make it perfect for the sort of type of embroidery you're doing. When I browse, that's my favorite thing, right? Is looking through the stuff that I already own, and I can just go on my sort of designs tab and then click. I have a library where I can just click on one of my folders to see what's in it. You can use the browser and use this to literally go to view any folder of your entire computer. But whatever one you click on, then that will be the one that when you go over the designs tab, these are like little tabs. They fly open, they show you the contents. You can click and drag and let go, but then they close again. And if you want to see, we still see it, you just go back over the designs tab and, oh, there's more designs, and you can keep browsing through and, bring in another design. So once you bring a design in on your workspace, if you click on it, it will select it and put a box around it, tells you exactly how big it is. And it says it's 98 millimeters tall, Jane. That's because I'm from Canada. So of course I brought Canadian software, eh? But, oh, I'm just kidding. All you have to do is right click on the ruler and you can just change it to inches. And now it says 3.8 inches tall. And so it's not just for Canadians. You guys can do it in metric or in inches. But the point is it makes a box and it tells me the size. And if I want to change the size, I can just click and drag. And there's like a little sort of floating tool tip that tells me how big it's getting. Of course, if you know exactly what size you want it to be and you want to do it like mathematically, you could just type it in, right? Exactly 5 inches tall or whatever size that you want it to be. But when you saw it took a moment to like resize it, and that's because it generates all new stitches. So notice up at the top, it says there's 11,979 stitches. But if I hit undo, originally there was only 9,800 stitches. So that's the benefit of having, your own sort of editing software, as you can resize. And like I said, if you're like, well, I stitched it and it feels kind of heavy, there's a, density optimizer button. I can just click here and say, I think I'm going to make the fills 80% less. And maybe the satin's also 80% less, and you can adjust the run stitch length. But when you say, okay, it adjusts that. So instead of 9,800, now it's going to be less. So we'll wait for it to calculate. It's processing all new stitches. And when it's done, it'll actually have 8,500 stitches, you know, so you can really see how it can be a handy tool, even just for the designs that you've purchased. Yeah, so I mean, slow redraw. Remember I said I might turn on 3D. It makes it look a little more realistic, and you can zoom in and out. I'm using the wheel on my mouse to do it, but there's a magnifier here. You can just double click on it. It tells you up top how far you are. You could quickly go to any, you know, if you really want to see it up close, you go to 600%. Double click on your magnifier to see the whole thing, and click on play to watch it sew. You know, and you can speed it up and watch it sew faster. Or you can pause it and just grab this little blue thing and slide it and make it go as fast as you want to. And if you're like, what just happened? You can rewind it for a minute and sew in reverse and then go forward again. But I just really love to do that so that when I'm on the machine, I fully know what's coming next. And that can be so much fun. You just keep clicking new for another workspace, you know, if you want to start another one, and you go browsing through your designs and you find the design that you want to do. And it says it's all in the Floriani polyester thread. And that's, of course, I always put my designs in Floriani poly. But if you're like, well, I also have some other thread, Trevor, that's no problem. There's a one-click button right here. Just click on it and choose from all these different thread brands that you might have, might have bought. And so I'll go ahead and change it to, let's say, the Jenny Haskins thread. Does anybody still have any of that? So I'll click on the Jenny Haskins thread palette, and instantly it finds the closest match for each one of the colors in this new thread brand. And you can see here that it's now all listed in the Jenny Haskins colors. And if I go and I click on print preview, you'll notice that it makes a printed run sheet, and it has all the colors listed in there. And this is where it can be so helpful for a new embroiderer because, you know, you haven't necessarily learned all your recipes, you know, and there's so many great recipes to learn. And all I have to do is click on the button, save to sew. And I can tell the program what I'm sewing it on. You know, is it a baby onesie? Is it a backpack, cotton, you know, t-shirts, denim, you name it, right? So choose, let's do a knit t-shirt. And then there's the question, I digitized or I didn't digitize. Well, I usually joke at this point and say, well, if you don't know the answer to that, you should choose I didn't digitize, because if you made the design, you'll know, you know, that you did. But you can do it either way. And honestly, it does less editing if you didn't digitize it than if you choose I did. It does more. It's sort of like if you click on auto digitize and then you want to run through save to sew, you want to choose I did so that it knows that you want, you know, fully help me with this, please. And so you'd click on to turn it on. If you don't check the checkbox, it won't even edit your design. It'll just leave your design the same way, and it'll just give you the recipe. But in my case, I'm asking it to analyze the design. We're putting it on a knit t-shirt. What would be better than what's already set up? And so we say next. And the software analyzes the fill and the satin, and, you know, tries to decide about the underlay and the density and the stitch angles. And then it comes back with a recipe. It says, if you're going to sew this on a knit t-shirt, we think you should fuse cutaway medium fusible. And that's going to be based upon the number of stitches and based on the size. You know, it's a fully filled in style of embroidery design. It's suggesting that we hoop it up and top it with our heat and gone topper. And if you're like, what the heck's that? You can click here to see the product info, or click here to watch a YouTube video on it, or click here to print this recipe if you want to. But when you click finish, it asks you to save the design, you know, and you could be like, this is the bunny for t-shirts. And that could be different than the bunny. You could have a different version of the bunny for different materials. But when if I zoom in, okay, and I'm just going to hit undo, and you can see that this is what the design looked like when I opened it, kind of just generic settings for things like density and underlay. But when we told it, you know, stretchy knit, you can see some changes. There's certainly more underlay stitches have been added in. And I think maybe even the edges get a little bit bigger, like it's a little bit more pull compensation. It basically knows stuff. The Floriani family recipes are all bottled up and saved inside of the tool, Save to Sew. And so that is why it's such a great tool for the new owner, because of your auto digitizing. And trust me, I love to auto digitize, right? You just start a new workspace and you click on your little wizard hat, and there's the basic one and the advanced one. And if I just click basic, there's just a few clicks to making a design. Select the image. And this can be any kind of pixelated image, JPEG, PNG, BMP, that kind of thing. You select it and say next. And it shows you the size of it, and you can crop it. And it says it's a 2-inch dog right now. And so I say that, if I want, I could make it 4 inches. I mean, you can change the size later, but if I change it now, it helps the auto digitizer make the right decisions for whether it should be a satin stitch or a fill stitch or a run stitch, those kind of things. So you tell it the size you want, then you say next. Now it shows you the number of colors. And trust me, if you pick a photograph of a red rose, there's going to be like more than just a few shades of red, and it'll reduce it for you, but you can reduce it more if you want. You can add and subtract the colors from the design. But when you're happy with the colors, you say next. And if you start with clip art like I did, it's easy for the software to discern, the different shapes like that. This is where it's sensing white as a background color, and it's saying unless you check the checkbox, it's going to leave it out. And there's a little slider here that if you were sort of missing any parts of your design, you could slide around to try and pick up more of the artwork. But if it looks good to you, then you click next, and it asks you, what do you want to do about lock stitches? How about always? And trims? How about always? And then say finish. And so it creates the dog, for you. We didn't digitize the dog. The software digitized the dog. But now that it's done, yes, I can resize it and it'll generate new stitches. Or I could select on this ear and be like, I was thinking applique. Maybe I just want to change that to be an applique ear instead of maybe I want one of those blanket edge ones like you had on your rooster to make it look more handmade. I could quickly go through and change the whole dog into applique, with blanket edges. And even his face could be done, like the whole thing. So it's very easy to learn to use it because it's what I like to call artwork-based embroidery. And what I mean by that is when I go over here and I'm browsing in the library, Jane, there's all different kinds of images in here. So yeah, some of these are embroidery designs, but like the black truck here, that is actually a JPEG image. There's no, look in my sequence view, nothing. This is simply part of the background. If I zoom in and I get close enough, oh, sure enough, there are pixels, there are red ones and, black ones and gray ones and, something in between, I guess. But if you need to create embroidery from this, then somebody has to do the digitizing, right? You could use the pencil and go ahead and click, 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 click. And you can click and click and you can select and edit. And it has all the tools of a vector graphics program, like a Corel Draw or like an Adobe Illustrator, only it includes the ability to instantly convert them into embroidery, and you can draw and then convert it into embroidery or not. Maybe you want to make shapes. Maybe it's the opposite. You want to convert your embroidery into artwork so that you can take your applique and cut it with your brother's scan and cut. And it can be that cool. Now, yes, you can auto or you can manually click, but there's also auto, like the magic wand, because the magic wand is going to see a color. So if I click on the hubcap, it'll actually digitize it, like trace it. See, there's a shape in my design. If I click on the wheel, then I get another shape. I'll just hide that. See, I can click and hide the background there. And if I click on the truck, it's going to get like all the outlines that are part of that shape that I clicked on. And so we're almost done, like vectorizing this, right? Once you vectorize it, what can you do? Well, you can add the thread, because now I got a whole truck. Now I can select my whole truck and then come down here and decide on a style of embroidery. If you just want it filled in, you click on fill, and it'll be like a solid filled style of embroidery. If you want something more fancy, you could do stipple fill or applique, or how about a fancy motif fill, you know? And now I'm getting like all creative, but there are really creative stitches in the software. You'd have to zoom in to see what I just did, because that doesn't show yet. But now my truck is made up of like a cool pattern, you know, and you can come in here and go, oh, there's like hundreds of patterns to put in my truck, you know. That's really fun. And you can make them bigger or smaller. So I'll make this one like 10, so it's a little bit bigger and you notice it better, you know. There, that's better. So it's, oh boy, Jane, like it's so much fun to auto digitize, or if you want to call this manually digitizing. But you know, we did start with a picture of a truck, you know, and put the hearts in there. Now, another thing I like to do is lettering, and I think I couldn't go through the presentation and not quickly show. You have all these different lettering tools that are like horizontal text, circular text, vertical text, text along a path, monogramming, import true type font artwork. It's all there, and there's beautiful fonts. I think it comes with 70 or some odd fonts, but you can add your own as well. And it also has the decorative fonts. So in terms of letter styles, there's a lot, is what I'm saying. And then notice right here, if I check the little checkbox, these are the embroidery ones that it came with. But if I check here, now it's just all my true type fonts, and it'll instantly convert the true type fonts from your windows into embroidery stitches. You know, it's like auto digitized on the fly. So there's a lot of fonts. And then there's so many things you can do with the fonts. Like if I right click, I get the little handles. So if you need to adjust any letter spacing, it's very easy to do. There's enveloping handles that you can use to make your text, you know, kind of extra cool spaces. Like, you know, sometimes people like to deconstruct that baseball and do like cool embroidery onto the baseball. Well, you might need to be able to do an envelope to get it to kind of fit the ball shape. Yeah, that's a fun one. There's so many things, and the text it couldn't be easier to use it, right? So we'll make this say Jane, because my text, who wants to embroider my text when you could be embroidering the words Jane like that? And so it's kind of fun to do. So all that said, Jane, I could keep going and going. And so I feel like I'm kind of running out of time. If I could show like just one more thing, I would say it would have to be the nap blocker, because that is like so important to me when I do towels. Like if I've got, it works with text or embroidery designs, but like this is the perfect example here. I have this embroidered on a towel, but the trouble is everybody's like, well, you got to put a topper, you know, that's going to help it not sink into the towel. But the trouble is all this run stitch, Jane, no topper is going to hold up that run stitch when you tear the topper away, because toppers are tearaways, right? You just tear it off. What you're going to find out is the topper all tore away and the run stitch just sank into your terry towels, and you can't see the little run stitch. And so this is a perfect example of an embroidery design where I would add a nap blocker. It's right here up at the top, little button. You click on it, you can tell it how far around your design, how much offset you want. But when you're done, it creates a mesh background. It actually becomes the first thing that sews. And I would sew that like tone on tone, you know, if you're going on a gray towel, make it gray, or make it, you know, yellow on the yellow shirt. But you don't have to. If you want, you can make it orange on a black shirt and call it a contrast color and make it a halo. And if you don't like the outline that got made, you can come in and edit the points, you know, and change them and sort of easily correct anything that you didn't like about it easily, you know, perfectamundo. And then when you're ready to embroider it, you still use the topper. Oh, absolutely, Jane. But now look at it. Look, how easy is it to tear the topper when you just tear around the outside? Like, let me just quickly show it with text, and then I promise I'll stop and I'll come back on and chat with you for a minute. But if we put the words "my text" in here, let's put it in one of my cool embroidery fonts. like, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, but we'll do it in Andrew. And so it's like quite a thin little font. It's kind of curved around it, and I can decide where. And I don't know why we wouldn't put like Trevor on the top and Jane on the bottom, or maybe the opposite. But the point is, I got our names kind of quickly, put around the Halloween tree like that. And so now all I have to do is select that and then click on the nap control tool, and it's going to add the nap control behind our names like that. And I would do it tone on tone. So basically, if you want to bring me back on camera, I'll show you the towel, because I made this towel with what am I trying to say? The towel that has the Halloween tree. I'm holding it up right now. So bring me back on screen. There you go. And you can see how you don't even notice the nap blocker on it really at first, but there. So, and look at this one here. I made this when we were doing the Hoop Fest in the spring, and it's got white. You can't even see it's in there. You have to get like literally within 12 inches of that to notice that the nap control's in there. And it's so easy to tear. Have you ever been trying to tear the tearaway or the topper away, and it's like inside of the little hole inside the letter E, and you're trying to get the little bits out? Now the nap control, you're tearing around the outside of that whole thing like that. So it's actually quite easy to tear it, because it's just one shape to tear around. And so, Jane, it's so much fun to create embroidery. And we are the best for teaching it. The RNK Software Club has lessons, tons of lessons, and you're going to want to do spirograph embroidery with your Fusion.
I mean, I'm in. Oh, yeah.
I know you're in. You're a Floriani girl. I already know that.
I mean, you just make it look so simple, and you just answered the question. The biggest question that I saw coming through was, is there education? How will we learn? What's the learning curve? Because you obviously make it look so easy. But I know that there are videos.
Once you install it and you kind of are a member of our RNK Software Club, you'll find out that we're going to email you every Friday with a new video. And there's all the past videos going back for like many, many years. It equates to hundreds of videos, and it's a great search. You just search up applique, and now there's a series of videos that if you want to learn any specific technique or feature, we have. So it's a great resource. And I want to say, we have wonderful technical support. I'm only one person of a team. When you need us, you'll get a response sometime within the hour. Yeah. Wow. And you can call our office, and a human being answers the phone. It's not even automated at RNK. You can call and be like, help, help, help. And we'll help you, like, really. Wow. So yeah, that is part that is the special part that you don't find until after you buy. But there are a lot of owners I know that will sing that song, say, wow, when we needed them, they were there. So it's a great program, and you can save any format. So it's not just for Floriani, like it's for every embroidery machine, all the brands.
And I love well, I mean, there's so many things I love about this. You can put it on any laptop, right? So it's just when you're uploading it.
Any two computers, actually, you can have it on your desktop and your laptop. So, if you're taking on the go with you, you got it.
I love that. The nap blocker is a game changer.
It's so easy to do. You just click.
There trying to pull the topper off between the little E mark, and then you lose the accent. I've been there.
Yeah, and you end up tweezing the loops in the towel, and now you've basically damaged it, right?
Then you're like, oh, I can't get this one away now. I've just ruined the loop.
I hope they don't wash it, is all you're saying to yourself. You're like,
I hope maybe they don't do this. They won't notice that there's a little loop that I pulled right there. The recipe is great. Learning curve, easy. It's right there on the screen. And you can take a JPEG, a PNG file, and you can pull that in and turn it into an embroidery file. That's what you're telling me.
Absolutely. I mean, you can do it automatic, but if you want to take control, there's that control level that you can really do it however you want.
Which is really great. You are awesome, Trevor Condragood. We've got a couple of bundles for everybody to check out because you got
There's three. These are absolutely stunning because it's the software plus extra goodies, and they're really great prices. This is the best time ever to buy the Fusion software with the bundles at SoFest, you guys.
Oh, and you know what? You're not lying because I've seen the prices. I see what's in the bundles, and they're amazing. So this is the time to get. If you want the software, you better get a bundle because you get all the extra treats.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll have a great time in San Diego. I will be watching you walk the red carpet and taking your pictures as you're walking into the store and blocking all your fans. But you're the best, Trevor. Always great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane. Good luck.
Thanks. Oh boy, I'm going to need some luck. Let's talk about these bundles. I mean, you might need some luck to decide which bundle you are going to buy today. Okay, let's kick it off here with the Embroidery Entrepreneur Bundle. This is the first of the bundles, and this is really, again, you're going to unlock a world of creativity. In this, you're getting a 10-count Floriani embroidery threads. You're getting some mesh. Oh, excuse me. I was talking about the essentials. I'm going to go to Entrepreneur. Thank you. You are going to get 10 Floriani threads. You're going to get stabilizer assortment. You can see that there. You get 125 embroidery designs. You're going to see that there. And then you're getting the Floriani Fusion embroidery software. You see it there. Your SoFest pricing, $799.99. Go ahead and call in. Call in if you want this today, 800-401-8151. The right online, the SoFest pricing is online. If you want to just go ahead and buy it online, you can do that, but you can also call in. Here's our next bundle. This is the Abundance Bundle. You get a 30-count Floriani embroidery threads. You're getting 50 sheets of stabilizer, assorted stabilizer. You're getting the Floriani 20th Anniversary Design Collective. You're getting a Floriani 5-piece tool set. You can see that right there. And again, you're getting the Floriani Fusion embroidery software, which Trevor just showed us. This is a value of close to $3,200 there. You see that MSRP pricing. Right now, SoFest pricing $799.99. It's right there online, smplive.tv. If you want to buy it right now, hey, or you can call in. See what you can do. 800-401-8151. Moving on to the Essentials Bundle, which is where I started. You're getting the 10-count embroidery threads. You're getting that mesh stabilizer you see right there in the middle. You're getting the Floriani 20th Anniversary Design Collective, another 5-piece tool set that you see there. And again, the Floriani Fusion embroidery software, all for $500.99. You could get it at smplive.tv, or you could call 800-401-8151. Absolutely, you can buy the Fusion software by itself solo, but why would you do that when you could get everything else in one of these amazing bundles? Blaine, thank you for putting those bundles together because they are really great prices.
They are, Jane, really good. So if anybody's looking for some R&K, get on there right now. Give us a call and check those bundles out. And as always, Trevor did such a fabulous job.
He's the best. He's just great.
We got him. We're gonna have an event out here in the San Diego store or the San Marcos store out here by San Diego. And Trevor's coming. I think it's next week, and got a big event doing. So still have signups available, so y'all can get out there. I think maybe it's sold out. Usually he sells out, so it's probably sold out. I shouldn't say. Call the store if y'all want to.
I told you, I'm going to be the paparazzi taking pictures.
All right. Well, hey, Jane, we're an hour away from announcing the big winners. So let's get going, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes. All right. So, hey, we're going to bring Wendy Owens back. She has been a staple here all week. She's been pulling double duty. This is going to be her 10th demo of the week. Can y'all believe that? 10 different demos. This girl's a rock star, and we're super happy to have Wendy part of the show. So y'all welcome back Wendy Owens.
Hi, guys. I really don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow, Blaine. This has been, a part of my life this whole week. So tomorrow I'm going to run around aimlessly.
As hard as you've worked this week, I think you deserve just to lay around and not do anything tomorrow.
I already cleaned my sewing room. It's a hot mess right now.
All right. Well, we're going to let you take it off, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes, okay?
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying this. This has been a great experience for me. I'm really enjoying this. So I want to tell you, I have to tell you, when Trevor was showing that towel, I was like getting super close to the screen so I can see that nap knockdown. That was pretty cool. So today, this time around, we're doing the FOF Creative Ambition 640. It is a sewing and embroidery machine. It is our anniversary machine, 160-year anniversaries. Yay! That's pretty cool, right? So some of the features about this machine, it does have 150 stitches on it, and that includes your utility stitches. So you have your buttonholes, you have your quilting stitches, and you have your decorative stitches and things like that. 29 needle positions, and I talk about that a lot because that means something. 29 needle positions. Left and right, you can move it, get close to whatever you need to get close to. Your piping, I said top stitching, you know, the edge stitching, all of that stuff. So you have that. It does, and maybe I should just go to the front of the machine and show you what some of the features are. So this is, let me position the camera better so you can see it. So that is the machine right there. And you can see the stitches that are on top of the on the lid. It shows you all 150. So this is the top of the machine. And let's go ahead and get in closer to this so that you can see them. Let me adjust my light and see if I can get that to stop glaring. Let me see if I just turn it off. There you go. Okay, so it's going to be hard to see, I know, because the window is actually behind me. So it's not that convenient. But here we have it. All right, I'll just use, I don't have a pointer. I'll have to use my finger. There is no stylus that comes with this machine because everything is done using the buttons itself. Okay, and to bring in a stitch, all you need to do is just type in the number right here. Let's just go ahead and I'll bring in 4, and then you'll see that it changes. So here you do have your stitch width, and then you also have your stitch length for that. Over here, we do have our needle up, needle down. Here is our tie off, and when I touch that, you can see that we have a tie off indicator right here so that you know that that tie off is engaged. And I'll just go ahead and turn that off. We do have the thread snips right here. Down here at the front of the machine, we have a start stop button. I know it's hard for you to see that. I don't have like the perfect angle to do that, but we do have a start stop button on this machine right here. And then here is our reverse. Again, it is a continuous reverse. So if I engage it, the indicator light comes on to let me know that it is engaged. So it will stitch in a continuous reverse motion. I'll turn that off for now. These buttons do double duty. So you can see that there's an embroidery hoop here. So these will do 2 different things. It depends on if I'm sewing or in embroidery mode. So here, this is my sequence. So if I want it, if I touch this in sewing mode, it's my sequence. So I can bring in multiple stitches at one time. All I need to do is just type them in. So I'm going to bring in 133. There's 1 stitch. And then let's go ahead and bring in 119. So I can do a sequence of stitching, whatever I want to do. Oh, there's 134. That's cute too. So we'll bring in that. And do you see how you can start? You can create a whole entire sequence. If you made a mistake and you changed your mind, right here, you do have a little trash can icon. So then you can just delete what you didn't want. So it's pretty intuitive. 135 looks cute too. I could just be sitting here playing with these stitches all day. It does have 2 built-in alphabets, but let me go ahead and go here. So now there you go. It's going to stitch that out. And again, if I have the opportunity, and it's beeping at me, so that is telling me that it is at its fullest stitched width. So I can't change it. I can't make my stitch width wider, but I can make it narrower. And you can see that it's changing right before my eyes. I have to tell you, my cat is now meowing at the door. And then you also have your stitch adjustment here as well. And you're seeing it all happen right there before your eyes. Pretty cool, right? And let's see if this one doesn't have the alt. The alt is in some of the stitches, and I'll explain that in a moment. So, and then here we have our alphabets. So this is our alphabet, and how to get to that is we will use the control wheel here to get to the letters that we need. And then if I need to get to the lowercase, the accents, or the numbers, I actually touch this up here. If I want this alphabet, that's how I do it. So what I want to say that's Greek. I don't know if it's Greek or not. Forgive me if someone recognizes what that is. But you have that alphabet there as well. Okay, we do have our mirror left and right. So these are good for in sewing mode and in embroidery mode. Let's see. Let me go back here, and I am going to type in stitch number 92. Type in stitch 92, and now we have that stitch there. Okay, so what we have here, this is our stitch width. It's beeping, so I can't change the width. This is our stitch length, but we also have here, I'll show you what alt is. So do you see how it changed that? That is a density. So this is a continuous density. So I can adjust that stitch. Do you see how I adjusted it? I only have 2 points. I have 1 or 2. So I can change that density, and it made that stitch bigger, but it's not changing the density count. So it's all those stitches are still going to stay close together to each other. And then I'll just go ahead and do that. And now you can see that this is my width, and I'm making it larger. So more spread apart. So we have those wonderful options there. We also have our information. So here it's telling me for this particular stitch, I should be using the 2A foot with stabilizer. I have the opportunity that I can adjust my tension if I need to. Okay. Well, we also, let me move this down here. We have a speed control. Speed control. So if you're a speed demon, you can adjust that if you need be. One of the other cool things about this machine is it has a semi-automatic needle threader. So let me switch cameras and show you that semi-automatic needle threader. So I hope I'm close enough here so that we can see this because it's cool. So I do need to put this here in a thread guide down here. Okay, just right in front of the needle. And then I'll bring it up to this little thread guide here. And I'm bringing it around to the side of the machine here. And I'm just going to break the thread. And this knob right here, see if you can see it. This knob right here, I want to go back here so that you can see what's going to happen. And there you go. Now it is threaded. How easy was that? If you noticed up here with my automatic needle threader, I do have a presser foot pressure. I have that as well. So I have to tell you, I know all week I have been talking about using my start stop button and my foot pedal to do free motion, how we can use those in tandem. And I dropped the feed dogs on this machine already. I have the correct foot on. So I was bound and determined to show you guys what I've been talking about. So all the sewing machines that I have been talking about that we can use the start stop button and our foot pedal in tandem, you can do this on all of those machines. So let's go ahead and let's do that for you. Okay, so I need to go to this one. Now I just have a small piece of fabric here. It's gonna work out great for me. I don't have the space to have something big here, but we do have a good opening. So again, if you are someone who goes to quilt guilds or you go to sewing classes and things like that, this would be a great machine. I think maybe 14, 15 pounds. I'm not 100% sure, but hopefully Blaine will tell you the weight of this machine when he comes back. But it's a great little machine. And before I get into the free motion, it also has the IDT. You guys have been seeing me do the IDT presentation this whole entire week. It does have IDT. And again, for the price point of this machine, you do have that feature. I'm not going to do the demo. You've been seeing me do those IDT demos all week. I'm not going to do it. Go back and watch my other videos and you'll see those demos. Before I leave, before I cut my face off here, this machine also comes with 5 additional feet, and it does have our little anniversary date on it. So it has the invisible zipper foot, the piping foot, the narrow edge foot, an open toe foot, and a couching / beading foot is a bonus that comes with this machine in this nice little handy package. And it does come with your other standard feed. It comes with your OA foot, your this free motion foot that you would also use for embroidery. And then it has your blind hem foot and a few of your other utility feet comes with it, along with this little screwdriver and things like that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, come back over here, and we are going to go ahead and do that little free motion demo that I have been talking about all week. So here's my start stop button up here. Here it is. And then of course I have my foot control down on the floor. So to get me started, so when and the reason why I do this is so that I don't have to have my foot on the foot pedal, because when you do your foot on your foot pedal, you're trying to control your foot, control your hands, and stay with the speed of the machine, right? So I am adjusting the speed of the machine, and I showed you that little slider. Right now I put it like towards the middle, so middle speed. And then I do need to lower my presser foot. And again, I have a presser foot pressure over here on the side of the machine. And now if I press my start button, and I don't mind starting with the stop button because it's going to create a little knot. I know some of you out there are cringing because you are more of a person that brings your bobbin thread up. I am not that person. I am fine with little knots because my quilts, to be honest with you, are utilitarian. I am never going to enter my quilts into a show. So if I give you a quilt and you complain about the knots, I will say, please give it back and I'll give it to someone else. And I get that. And you can bring your bobbin thread up if you want to, but the little knots, they don't bother me. Okay, so here we go. I am going to start with my start button. My foot is nowhere near the foot pedal right now. So when I press start, and I might want to adjust the tension, and you have that opportunity, you can do that. So you see, instead of me bringing my hand up to touch the start stop button, if I need to adjust, I just touch the foot pedal. I didn't touch anything else. My hands were able to stay right here, and I was able to touch that foot pedal to stop. And then now I can readjust. I can even put my needle down, and let's go ahead and now use the start button. I'm running out of fabric here. Oops. It's not easy doing it with a small piece. So if I need to readjust, go ahead, and then I can pivot. And now I can touch my start stop button. And that is not very good quilting, but you get the idea of the importance of being able to use your start stop button and your foot pedal in tandem. And then I'll just cut that. So isn't that pretty cool? I love that feature. I love being able to do that. Any questions on that? Okay, so let's go ahead and let me talk about some of the features with the embroidery side. I'm not going to put the embroidery unit on, but this is the size hoop that comes with the machine. It is a 240 by 150, not bad for a pretty beginning level embroidery machine. Oh, I do have to put the embroidery unit on because for this machine to recognize embroidery, you do need to put the embroidery unit on. Here is your accessory tray. And then let's go ahead and slide this on. I am going to have to move my camera, but you guys don't see that camera right now. So we're good there. All right, let's pull this in. Hot mess, right? Hot mess on this camera. So let's slide this bad boy on. Okay, so what is going to happen is once I pop this on, the machine does kind of like, it doesn't turn itself off, but it turns itself off. And then it will recognize, and then I'll say okay to it, and it will calibrate the embroidery unit. So that's what it was doing here. And let me see if I can give you a good view of the, I think that screw is stripped on my thing. So let me see if I can get you a view of this. So there you can see the embroidery units. Not super large. Again, if you wanted to go to a class to do some small projects, this would be a great machine to take with you to classes, or those who love their glamping, take it with you in your camper, such fun things. Okay, so here we go. We have our, let's bring this in. And again, it is all, it's all touch. And there are 15 designs that are built into the machine. So let's just go ahead and bring in, oops. And there's, I just brought in number 15. And then there are 86 stitches, I believe, on a flash drive. So let me do this really quick. I still have the flash drive in my computer. I want to reach for that. On the flash drive, not only do you have the remaining 86 embroidery designs on it, but there is also a booklet, a PDF booklet of all of the designs, including the 15 that are built into the machine and the 86 that are on the flash drive. So to access those, you do need to have this little flash drive, and the flash drive does come with it does come with the machine, so you can access those. While I'm still at my computer, I'm going to do you guys a favor. I know you were asking for my Facebook page, so I'm going to go ahead and see. I think I dropped it in there. So go ahead, and maybe I didn't. Let's see. Let me do it one more time. Oops. I'll put that in there. So go ahead and like it. Grab that. Go ahead and friend it. And I promise you, I will start putting stuff up there. You'll make me post. Okay. So here is our flash drive. I'm going to put it on the side. So it's not only this flash drive, but if you were to purchase designs from a third party, wherever you purchase your designs from, you can use a flash drive. I wouldn't use this one. I would use a different one, and I'm having an issue popping that in. Okay, got it in. So let's go back to the machine so you can see some. Is it compatible with my SewNet? So my SewNet, this is not a Wi-Fi capable machine. It is more of an entry level machine. However, you can purchase individual designs from my SewNet from the library, and you can put that on a different flash drive and take it over. And just because this isn't Wi-Fi capable, you still can use the My SewNet software. So if you want more creative ability, or you want to do some customizing, you want more fonts and things like that, that's where the software comes in, is that you have that creative freedom. And again, it comes in 3 levels. You have your silver, your gold, and your platinum. And you can test drive that software too. Anyone in the world can download the basic version as long as you have an email address and you could create a username. Anyone in the world can do it. And even if you have a different brand of machine, you can still download My SewNet and use it. So there is a basic version that allows you to do some customizing, some combining of designs, some basic features of it. But yes, that is how they would be compatible. It is not Wi-Fi capable, if that is what you're asking about. Okay, so back to this screen here so that I can show you some things up here. So we do have this one, but let's go ahead and let me show you how we can access the designs from the flash drive. So right here, we have this little heart. And if you touch that, and you can see that it has the embroidery collection book. So your option, you can either print that off or and have it at hand. So for me, because this is a black and white screen, it's not in color, I would print off those pages so that you have the color change on it, so that you know exactly what colors there are. And I was showing my husband some of the designs. He was looking at it on my computer, and there was this very detailed eagle on it. And he says, print that out and show it to him. Well, guess what? My printer didn't want to print today, because I'm live, right? So I would print those off if you need them. And then here you have the embroidery design files. And so let's go ahead, and I'm going to go down, and I'm going to choose that. And then they're in individual folders. Okay. So, and again, and it has 1 through 15 and things like that. So I don't remember the number of that eagle, but let's just go ahead and we'll choose a folder, and I'll just randomly choose a design. So that's what you're going to see. You're going to see some numbers, and I have no idea what it's going to be. But we're just going to go ahead and bring it on up. Oh, that is some bottles. I remember this design. It's 3 bottles, and I believe they are applique. It's telling me what size hoop is best for that. Of course, it comes with the 240 by 150. And if that's the only hoop I have, then here I am. I'm going to go ahead and choose that particular hoop right here by toggling through them. This is telling me how many stitches are in the first color. So this is the first of 7 colors that are in this design. So this is the total stitch out, and this is telling me how many are in the first color. So if I were to toggle through the different, oops, it went to hoop. If I toggle through the, slide that on. So if I toggle through it, it'll tell me how many are in that particular color. So now you can see in color 2, there's 766. Okay. I also can do the reverse. I can mirror it if I need to. Do I need to? Oops, nope, that's not what I want yet. Should be able to mirror it. Maybe not this design. Okay, that's all right. We'll go ahead and go into here. So we have basting. This is monochromatic. This is positioning. And your manual will tell you all that. Unfortunately, on this machine, we do not have that magic question mark. And that's okay. Your manual will tell you what all of these are. And if I go into here, and then let's see, I showed you that. And now that we're in sewing mode, so here is your reverse. And you have this option here. I forget what that is. Oh, please forgive me. And then this will take you back to this screen right here. So you do have quite a few features on this machine. Some great features. And and there is a font in here. I think there are 2 embroidery fonts as well. So great little machine if you haven't gotten started in embroidery. This is one that you can get into. If you want a smaller embroidery machine that has IDT on it, this is a great machine. You're getting those extra feet. You have the 101. It was 101 designs between the 15 built on the machine and then the 86, if I'm doing my math right, the 86 that are on the flash drive. So you have all kinds of choices. So all of the samples that I showed earlier, like my teddy bear, I know you guys saw this. This could be done on this machine. All you need to do is just download Mr. Teddy and take them into the software and adjust them. This was made for me. Not necessarily, but it could be done on this machine. It's just a little mug rug. Do you see that? SVP. Oops, SVP. That is the company I work for, Singer, Viking, and Pfaff. So you could do the mug rugs. I know I showed this earlier this week. This is a dress that I digitized in the software and took it in and made it endless. So you can go ahead. That can be done on this machine. There is a lot that can be done on the machine. Just because it doesn't have a touchscreen or anything like that, that doesn't mean it doesn't have the capability to do things that you want to do. You can still do all of those other techniques like applique, freestanding lace. The only limitation that you have is the largest hoop is the 240 by 150. You can purchase additional hoops that are smaller than that. So if you're doing smaller designs, you can purchase some of those hoops. And I believe the 130 by 150, the 5x7 metal hoop will work on this machine as well. I know the 100 by 100 metal hoop will work on this machine. So many options that you do have with this. So any questions? YouTube channel. You guys have no idea how nervous I am in front of this camera. Can you imagine me in front of a YouTube? Is the bear itself is available on my SewNet. He's called Mr. Teddy. He's been around for years. However, I did take his components into the digitizing portion of the My SewNet, and I took out all his original features and threw in those decorative stitches and to make his stitches and things like that. So I did take him into that and totally gave him a whole new makeover. But there is also a bunny that is very close to, that's like Mr. Teddy, that is in there as well, that you can most of it is done in the hoop as well. Some of it is done outside of the hoop because he is, the way these are sewn on. I could have sewn them on with buttons to make it jointed, but the instructions just have you sewing it on regularly, just with thread and stuff. So I'm watching, I'm seeing if there's anything else there. I'm really going to miss you guys.
Well, hey, Wendy, we're going to miss you. I tell you what, thank you so much. This was a great week, and thanks for all your hard work and all the great demonstrations. And everybody, they're going to try to find your Facebook page, and everybody go check it out. It's Wendy Sews, WENDISEWS, and on Facebook, and hopefully they'll get you a bunch of followers and start posting some stuff.
Yeah, I do. I just reposted it. I'll plop it in there one more time. I just put it in there twice, so hopefully you can grab it. Yes, I will. There's not much there. I'm not going to lie. I just started that board a few months ago, and I just haven't had a chance to do it. I do travel a lot, so I will. You guys will motivate me to get more interesting projects up there and let you know what I'm doing and where I'm at.
All right, Wendy. Well, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody. We were talking about the 640, and I tell you what, this is the Ambition 640 by Pfaff. This was a sewing and embroidery machine, and we've got a great price on it. I mean, look at that. It's $17.99. You're getting a fantastic machine, and not only that, we're going to give you a $175 Sewing Machines Plus gift card with purchase. And this thing is loaded up. I mean, you're getting all the extra feet that comes with it. It comes with the software as well. So you're getting the software, has that large embroidery area. And again, if y'all have any questions about any of the things that for this machine, you can just go to smplive.tv. Right at the top of the page, you'll see that product. You can click on it. It goes right to the product page. You can read all about it. Everything about it. This, this machine punched a big packs a big punch, I should say, for 18 pounds. And again, a great machine brought to you by Pfaff. And so we would love for y'all to go check that out. So let's bring Jane back in.
Hi, Blaine.
We're down to our last presentation of the week.
Unbelievable.
And so it's been a long, fast week, and everybody's still on board with us. It looks like still got a bunch of people watching, and we're going to count it down. So basically, we got Cutterpillar coming up next. So
yes,
we're finished up. Hey, we're going to pick our 5th finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway, and then you and I can kind of do a little recap. Then we'll announce all the winners of the contest, and then we'll draw out for the Dream Studio giveaway there at the end and call it a wrap.
I mean, in the next hour, things are gonna get exciting. That's what I'm talking about. Starting off right now with Cutterpillar, because we know they've got a couple of packages to talk about. And then when we wrap things up with all of the winners and all of the prizes, and the grand prize is going to be so awesome. But let's go to our friends from Cutterpillar. Let me introduce you to them because they've been with us all week long, and they've been so much fun to have here at SewFest. We've got Jack Thompson and Lindsay Lamoureux. Now, we know that Jack started Cutterpillar with his brother Kelly in 2012. And now Jack is from a family of sewers and quilters. And he actually learned how to sew as a teenager. So he's attended lots and lots of quilt shows over the years. And he loves presenting and listening to the customers to find out what they need to empower their crafting and make it better and easier everywhere from quilting and sewing and paper crafting. So he is in tune with what we need. We know that so far from hearing from him all this week. Lindsay is a lifelong quilter, sewist, and all-around crafter. Now, she's a salesperson and presenter and social media expert. She currently is in charge of Cutterpillar's social media content creation and their publishing. So when you see them on the social media, you know who is behind it. In her spare time, she loves taking care and creating a legacy of creativity with her 4 children. So welcome back to the show, Jack Thompson and Lindsay Lamoureux. Hello, dynamic duo.
Thank
you, Jane and Blaine.
Hi,
you guys are wrapping it up here. You're on the tail end, and I know we've got some real exciting things. So we're gonna talk about the quilters package. Then we're gonna come back and then we're going to dive into the all in. So I'm going to let you see what you're doing there. I'm going to let you get started with the first package because I don't want to run out of time.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Jade. Yes, don't go anywhere. We have some awesome, exciting stuff for you today. All right. Good afternoon, SMP land. We're so awesome. We're so excited to be here on the final day.
Can't believe it's been 5 already.
Jane introduced me. I am fellow crafter, quacker. I am a quacker.
Yeah.
I do talk a lot. Crafter, quilter, and sewist, joined by the famous Jack Thompson again. And we have a ton to cover today. So Jack has a little joke that
the thing is I just got back. This is a whoop whoop for Garden of Quilts, our local quilt show. I was walking around with my bling. I know. I'm sorry. That is just terrible.
Jack,
it's just terrible. Shout out to Garden of Quilts though, our local quilt show.
All right. Awesome. Okay.
But I did, remember what I told you about Monday? So my wife went to the doctor, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So she went to the doctor and he told her she needed more fiber. So she ran off to the quilt store. Yes. But the reason why she was at the doctor is because she had these repeated motion, injury. And the doctor says,
tunnel,
like where you do the same motion over and over again. And the doctor's like, well, it's too much pickleball. It's too much, scrubbing, washing dishes. And the doctor finally asks, he says, what's the repetitive motion you're doing over and over again? She's like, threading the needle over and over and over and over.
Okay, all right. These jokes. I know. I mean.
All right, that's it. That's all you have to hear from me.
We're done with the jokes.
We're done with the jokes.
Okay. All right, if you're into quilting, sewing, applique, paper piecing, embroidery, cross stitch, paper crafting, diamond painting, stamping, mixed media painting, or any crafting in general, you're going to love the 2 bundles that we have for you today. Okay, so here's a question to start off and introduce the first bundle. Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever had a hard time making sure your quilt fabric is cutting is accurate. Okay, we need accuracy always. And when we don't get it, it's frustrating. Do we see those ones coming in? We see those ones. Awesome. Okay, we have, 3, but we actually have 5 amazing innovations to show you and share with you in this package that deliver more light, convenience, and precision cutting than you can imagine. All these products, they just keep getting better and better. Well, they're all just equally so amazing.
We have some new ones today too.
Yeah. Okay. I know. That's right. Okay. Jack is a genius, always behind these innovations, and he loves making crafters' lives easier. And one thing that I love about Jack is that he values you and me, the customer, because for years he's taken your suggestions, and he's gone to 1 million quilt shows over the years and talked to 1 million of you, and he takes these suggestions to heart to create these innovations for you. So, all right, Jack, what exciting innovations will you be showing us today?
Well, I am really excited to introduce the bundle that we put together for you today.
Okay.
It's perfect for lining up and seeing what you're cutting, making it easier to rotate your cuts.
Oh, yes.
And being as precise as possible.
Awesome. That's awesome. Okay. First of all, don't wait to order. You could order all the information. The phone number is on the bottom of your screen. It says only through SMP. Only through their site, and it's just exclusive for SMP. So don't wait. Get started on Christmas today.
Nobody else has these deals.
Nobody else has these deals. You will not find these anywhere. Again, just for SMP. Okay, Jack, what innovations are in the quilting bundle? This bundle is called the quilting bundle.
Our last bundle is the Ultra plus the gridded. Mysterious. The swivel plus the gridded, and the mini clamps.
All right.
I may have just given away that one.
All right. Well, take it away. Show us this Ultra.
All right. So let's talk about the Ultra. Now, when you say Ultra, that sort of connotates something big.
Let's get a close up on this.
If we
can even see, I'm going to have to come down oh my gosh. This is awesome.
It's too big for the screen.
But not very heavy at all.
No, it's not too heavy because
not too heavy.
26 by 19 inches.
26 by 19 inches. Wow.
I have not seen a bigger board than this.
Again, thin. Wow. Lightweight. Okay.
Let's
go for it. Go for it.
It has a USB-C 12 volt this year. That's new. And let's start cycling through the lights.
Whoa.
One.
Okay. That was so bright. 1, 2, 3.
And 4. Now,
4 levels.
We've been saying this. Now you see how it's glowing off this. You can get a better idea of the light you're getting from this. Now, why do we have the different settings? As I've said before this week, if you are in your bright room in the middle of the afternoon and you have a dark fabric, you want to have that brightness. It's almost too bright. Like
no,
I like to bring it down.
Unless you can see my bags. We can't have that,
but it's also good to bring it down for when you're in that dark room and you want to tone down that light a little bit.
That is
26 by 19, 3 levels light. Now, if you're just joining us
in every sense of the word
and want to see what's different about our light boards, and I'm going to quickly show this. This is a great space for your transfers and your tracing, obviously, and
totally
all of
fits
those
a
things.
fat quarter square.
My gosh. They say, you never regret going bigger. This is the perfect example.
For reals, this is perfect.
Now,
for
what makes
sewing.
Cutterpillar different from all our competitors, again, this is our mat. This is our translucent
edge to edge
this
goes
PVC,
all the way to the edge.
Self-healing mat, so durable. Now with this, it's so bright, it's blinding our camera here.
Yeah, I know. Let's do another close up like this. Can you guys see that?
So you see those grid marks and all those hash marks. Those are your reference points for your paper piecing, for your foundation, for your placement, your squaring up, all of those things. They shine through the fabric, through the backing, through your paper piecing.
Oh my goodness!
So
this is game changing for paper piecing.
Absolutely, what I like the most about all of our light boards, especially this, is no matter what your ambient light is, you could have 6 different lights around you, and I somehow always seem to get the lights behind me. So when I lean in to work on something, I'm blocking the light here. The light comes from underneath.
There's no shadows. Sorry, I just jumped the gun.
It becomes your favorite working space because there's no shadows.
That is amazing. Jack has really thought of everything.
The mat goes to edge, so when you're cutting along that, you don't have to worry about anything. You've got 26 by 18 by 19 inches of cutting space here.
Wow! So. Again, you can cut right over the light board because of the translucent.
It's made for quilters, crafters, diamond art, stamping, paint by numbers, kids, tracing, all of these things. And with this mat, now you're cutting your applique, your paper piecing. The mat is just.
What about people out there saying, I don't know if I need one that big?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. But I can tell you what, after doing the shows for 10 years, people would buy the small one. And a half an hour later, they'd say, you know what? I want the big one. And they don't ever come back and say, hey, I got the big one. I don't want a small one. I want the small one.
So great. But it's not too, it's like just the perfect big size. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's got a 6-foot cord.
I was just going to say, it's not rechargeable, but it has this nice long cord.
It's a 12-volt, but it's got a nice long cord, so you can put it in lots of different spaces there and do your thing.
Oh, Jack, you always outdo yourself. Wow. It's big enough for any project. Oh my gosh. I love that. Okay. Lorraine from Vancouver says this about the Glow Ultra. Great, thin, lightweight, bright. That is exactly what this is. It is awesome. Okay, put a 2 in the chat if you've ever felt like you've ever had a rotating mat but haven't liked it. Does anyone have a rotating mat? One of those old school ones? Okay, put a 2. Are we getting any 2s? Yeah, I know. Yep. Well,
let's talk rotating mats.
Let's talk about it. Because this one is not like any you've ever seen out there.
We're going to push this out of the way for just a second, but we're going to bring it back.
Turn off the light. I mean, it's so pretty.
We'll turn out the light so it's not distracting.
All right.
So
we'll come back to the light.
Yeah, we're going to come back to the light there because they are connected. So we call this the Cutterpillar swivel.
Wow.
So for years I had one of the PVC on PVC rotating mats. Where you've got 2 pieces of PVC and there's a little pin in the middle and they rotate. And they work pretty good out of the box. And I think a lot of people would agree with this. As soon as you start to use them and the fabric dust gets in there. And then you go to turn it and then it knocks your coffee over. So
it slips around.
Ball bearings.
And it's like no.
Exactly, because it's the PVC grinding against the PVC. So ball bearings are the way to go. Now we're not the first ones to come up with the ball bearings.
Let's get a close up of this. Okay, let's see the ball bearings.
There we go. But what we have done is we have take the ball bearings to the next level. The next level. So.
Okay.
So why would you want ball bearings? The reason why is because they're always going to run. They're going to run for years without any lubrication, without ever wearing out. Now, what we did though, that's different than a lot of our competitors, is they glue their mats to the top of the base.
Glue it.
They glue it. Yeah, so it's a permanently affixed to
Yeah,
that.
that
So when you wear this thing out, now you've got
you have to replace the whole thing.
You got a $150 paperweight. So not only did we allow it so you can cut on both sides.
That's
so
genius.
If you're cutting on the printed side and you're using this for your reference, cut on this side. But if you're using a template, which a lot of people do, then cut on the bottom side. And boy, I don't know.
And then you can replace these.
Let's zoom into this to see how thick. There we go. How thick that mat is.
That is going to last you
it's
a
one
good
of the
long
thickest
time.
Mats on the market. And by the way, if you do somehow manage to wear this mat out, you can replace the mat for a very inexpensive price.
That is. I noticed that's like not moving.
Yeah.
How is it staying in place?
Well, so
like
here's
that?
another thing we did,
Okay.
and so you'll see here. See how the bearings are in the center versus along the outside there.
Yes.
The reason why is one of the things is when I'm cutting with, and we're going to pretend here, is I'm cutting shapes out. A lot of the our competitors, nothing to stop that from moving, which means is these are fingers here and this really sharp instrument.
Oh, wow.
So what we did is we put the bearings in the center and we put these little silicone feet around the outside. Now watch what happens when I go to cut.
Yeah, it's not moving.
It stops.
It's solid.
Those silicone feet catch. So when you go to cut, the board stops moving.
And
it's
you
one of the
need that.
safest.
Because you do not want to ruin your fabric.
I don't want to
you're-
ruin my fingers.
That too. That too. But no, when you find that your favorite piece of fabric and you're making this prize quilt, you don't want it to mess up.
Well,
you
here's
want to
another
rely,
thing.
You want to have something reliable.
When you're cutting, where's our fabric here?
Maybe okay. I don't know. We can use any of this. We've got all the kinds of fun fabric.
There we go. So when you're cutting your fabric, let's get something a little smaller.
Oh, right,
Tell me, is it easier to cut like this and cut like this and then go around backwards like this?
Absolutely
or
not.
Is it easier to turn your fabric versus turn your body? That's the real idea. And I know y'all have seen rotating mats before, but now here's what we did. That's the icing on the cake.
Yeah, I knew this was coming. I'm so excited.
So I spent a lot of time and a lot of money making the original prototype to this thing.
Wow.
And it had LEDs into it. And we had to figure out how to make the LEDs work and spin. And one day I'm like, why am I going to so much trouble to make this light up when we already have our light source?
We already have it. And we need this
Ta-da!
too. Well, I love that this is big enough that you can use the rotating mat and work over here and do what you need to do over here.
So,
you have
it
the
shines
light
up through. That's why this thing is translucent. It allows the light to shine up through all of the layers and give you those reference points. It doesn't mean you have to have a light, but if you happen to have one of our light boards,
and again, it holds it in place with these stoppers.
if you happen to get our bundle today, then you get the advantage of having that light.
Don't wait. Everything's at the bottom of your screen. Order now. This is the best Christmas gift that I could think of. This is what I would want. We have another bundle too that I would want also. So awesome. Okay. Well, yeah. What if we already have a rotating mat?
That's a very good question. Do you have one of those PVC ones that maybe is not spinning like it used to? Do you have one of the other expensive ones that doesn't have the same features, that you're a little bit worried about it constantly moving under you? Or if you're getting a light board, you have a light board. Yeah. This works obviously on this big Ultra, but it also works on any of our other models. Which I will show you
some of
real
our other
quick.
packages, we have the.
So if you have a light board, you
premium.
can see it works on this too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just to give you a little reference point.
Thank you, Jack. Wow, so much light right where you need it. Again, and the ability to rotate, the ability to stop for precision.
And do you ever use templates? So you would turn it over so you're not on the printed side, so you don't wear out the print.
Okay.
And if you have one of these, this might be part of our bundle.
I think it is, but really quick. Cheryl from
Go
Phoenix
ahead.
says this about the Mini. Love this rotating mat. It doesn't spin too easily, is much more stable than others. The cutting surface is smooth and won't warp as easily as other mats. Yep, she's totally right. Oh, okay, awesome. Okay, now put a 3 in the chat if you ever had a hard time holding your rulers. Let's see those 3s coming in because Jack's going to tell us all about these little green things that he was wearing on his little medallion.
That was my bling. That was my bling. The reason why I can wear those on hanging upside down on that way,
vertical like that.
These things will hold forever.
They do.
They're the metal center.
We've tested them.
The rubber is really thick. These will hold 100 pounds of resistance.
So these are the minis. These are the mini clamps. in this. Oh, okay. You're outdoing yourself. You show off.
That's what you can do with this. So you can imagine if it picks up that with no problem, it's easily going to hold on to your little templates.
Yeah.
And I can tell you what.
I love that they are mini because yeah, you need these little guys.
So if you ever use templates, these are a template stream. So how awkward is this? Can we zoom in on my hand here?
And slipping and
is especially if you have fingernails. How awkward is that to try to hold that down?
Wait, I have a good story.
Sure.
A couple, if you follow us on social media, I need a close up. Well, you can't see it now. I cut without using a clamp. It was stupid, right through the middle of my fingernail. And it took like 2 months to heal. It was so painful.
I remember.
And it was horrible. And I was like, duh, why didn't I use our mini clamps? I was just in a hurry.
Watch Lindsay. She pushes the air out.
Yep, you push it,
locks it.
locks
Now
it.
her fingers are away from the cutting line.
Yeah, I'm going to save my fingernails.
And also, you get so much more leverage than trying to hold with your fingers like this. And if you have fingernails in there like this, yeah, go ahead.
No, this is a different rotary cutter.
Yeah,
there we go. Awesome. Okay, turn it. Whoops. Oh, this is awesome, Jack. So easy. Yeah, I'm not going to be.
Although I don't know if I cut. I did test that blade, so we may have probably tested the blade first.
Yeah, I probably should have tested the blade, but wow, that is so nice.
Okay.
So
that's a dull blade, folks.
Moving all around.
So there you go. These not only do these work on mini templates, but they also work on your big rulers.
That is awesome. What if I already have a ruler? Well, you don't have the Cutterpillar ruler.
You don't have.
That's kind of a no-brainer. These ones are.
So these little green devils are one of our favorite, probably our most popular product because of the price. They're a great little price.
They're awesome. Okay, so you're getting all of these things. Wow. It's okay. Yeah, it holds any ruler in place.
The 24 by 6s, that 12 by 12, anything from this tiny one all the way up to the 24 by
tiny one. Oh my gosh. Okay. Nancy from Texas says this about the mini clamps. Holds. Oh,
hi.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
We're going.
We gotta talk. We have 8 minutes.
Move, man.
I know.
I'm gonna tell everybody how to get this quilter package because we're gonna come back and talk about all in. So you guys set up for that. I'm gonna talk about this amazing SewFest special on the Cutterpillar quilters package. You saw Jack and Lindsay demonstrating. Here's what you get. You get that Glow Ultra Light table and crafting mat. It's gonna give you 3 levels of amazing light. It comes with the standard non-slip self-healing mat, and you're gonna also get that swivel self-healing rotating mat that you see right there as well. And then 2 mini quilting clamps. I tried this out when Jack showed me at a conference I saw him at. It's amazing. And I got to tell you what, this is the quilter package, but you could really use this if you are doing any type of sewing, crafting, whether it be quilting or not quilting. Again, SewFest pricing is amazing, $239.99. You're going to save over $80 during SewFest for this package. That's your quilters package. So 800-401-8151. But wait, that's not it. I'm going to go back to Jack and Lindsay so they can tantalize us with the all-in package.
All in. Go big or go home.
This is the all-in bundle. Okay.
Look at all this stuff.
Is where it's at. Okay.
And the discounts you're getting on this are some of the biggest discounts we've ever given out.
It's and this isn't for everyone, but if you're serious about quilting or crafting of any kind and having the best tools for professional results every single time, this is your bundle. This is for you. Okay. And you deserve it. We know your husbands have been out buying all their fun things.
It's hunting season.
That's right.
New tires for the truck.
That's right. That's right. You deserve it. Kids are going back to school and they're getting all their back to school stuff. This is your time. This is mom's time. Okay. And Christmas is coming. You want to outfit your craft room. This is it. Okay. So Jack, we don't have a lot of time.
We're going to go fast. Okay.
So pay attention.
So the all-in bundle. Let's go big.
Okay, let's start with the
flip and fold mat. So if you haven't seen this, we're going to go really quick. This is a 48.
You do. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say
48 by 36.
If you want to see more about all of these products, you can go back to our other SewFest days, the other previous days. We're at the very end of SewFest, so it's easy to find us.
And
You
they're
can
on they're on the website.
They're on the
You can see-
website too, so you can look at this.
Look, I went from 18 by 12 to 36 by 48.
I'm sorry, I was talking through
That's
this,
okay.
but there's 5
They
mats
get
in
it.
one. Okay.
This is your portable mat. This gets you out of
Jail.
your space, gets you out of jail, Quilter's jail, and gets you
Quilter's jail.
to the on a different space, get you to the guild show, and
You can
do
store
it.
that
That's the flip and
anywhere.
fold mat. That is huge. Okay, so now let's go back to the Ultra. We saw that, so that's in.
Okay, so the flip and fold is in this bundle. The Ultra, the
Which includes
largest
the
light
cutting
board
mat.
that we have, which includes this heavy duty $100 probably cutting mat right there, edge to edge.
So I'm going to contrast this Ultra with the other thing,
Okay.
which is the Mini.
The Mini is part of it too.
So the Mini is the one. So obviously the Ultra is not something that you would want to take with you to the guild show or go to your friend's house. So that's why we put these two together.
Yep.
This stays home. This goes with you wherever you go, whether it's the couch or whether it's to
Let's get
Houston
another close up
Festival.
on this. For those that miss, again, you guys can go back and watch all of our presentations over the last 5 days. But look at that. Easy to
Okay.
take. Awesome.
So let's move on to some of the accessories.
Yes, it comes
Yeah,
with the cutting
they
mat,
all
of
of our
course.
boards come with the cutting mat. That's what makes it stand up.
So
from
you're
our
getting,
competitors.
oh my gosh, you're getting 3 cutting mats with this bundle. The flip and fold that you can take anywhere, you can store anywhere. You get 5 mats in one there. Then you get the glow mat and the mini mat with the mini light board and the ultra light board.
Now let's talk about some of the accessories
Okay.
that make these things even better.
Oh
So
my
if you
gosh.
saw us the other day, we had
You can do any of this stuff.
these are the mounting magnets. Now with the Mini,
Where's-
they're built in, right? So if you're doing your transfers and your tracing,
It's
these
magnetic.
little bad boys hold on to anything you put on there. Look, I'm shaking that as hard as I can, and those are not coming off.
We
there.
tested this the other day and we put a heavy template, like a, what are those, tracing templates?
Tracing template, yep.
Scrapbooking paper, fabric, and it held everything while we
Now-
vigorously shook it.
Here's the beauty. I don't think we put it on
Here's
this new
another
one,
close-up of
but
it.
it also comes with a set of plates.
Oh, they're right
There's
there.
6 plates here. Now we didn't put them on the Ultra here, but they just mount
Yep.
on the back. We just haphazardly put these on there.
Yeah.
They're a permanent mount that allows you to
They're
turn
peel and stick.
the Ultra into the same thing. So you're mounting on the Mini and you're mounting on the Ultra both.
Yeah.
So that
So it comes with the plates, referring back to this lovely display, comes with the plates that you can add to the Ultra, or you can put more on your Mini, whatever. And then it comes with these special magnets. They're designed specifically for our innovations. I know what you're doing. Oh, there's so
Yes.
many good things. This is it. This is the package that you need in your craft room.
and
Do you have it?
we have it. Oh, right here. Okay. This is the Flex Light. Guys, this is one of our most popular products. This is flexible light where you want it.
You
This
can
tip moves wherever you want to go.
thread your needle, so you don't have to have,
You have to
your wife
repeated
going to the
motion
doc-
injury. You can open the bobbin, all those things. This little light lasts for about 8 to 10 hours.
There's 3 levels. It's super bright.
This is a fan favorite here. So
Okay.
that
Oh,
could be
gosh.
mounted anywhere.
Seriously. All right. What's next? We got to show them we just did the swivel.
The
The
tempered
swivel's
glass?
of course included, but let's go to the tempered glass. Should we just use this? Should
Let's
we pull
use
it
this
out?
one. Yep.
Pull it out of the package here.
So the tempered glass is one of our most popular add-ons. It can be used on any of our size boards. It can be used on this especially. What's great about this is you could be tracing and transferring your applique on the Ultra here and bring it right over here. And because this is, you know what this is? I don't think I mentioned
What,
this. Time.
applique?
This
What?
is this is stovetop glass.
Oh.
That's why you can iron on this.
You can iron on this. You can
It goes up to
cut.
hundreds of degrees, and you're fusing your applique
So
with
you
the
don't need-
pattern underneath it, and you're lining it
Jack.
up perfectly.
Jack.
So you fuse all of these things at once,
I think you should win an award for all this. This is insane.
and you don't have to have a
Okay.
separate station. You don't
Awesome.
have to have a wool mat. All those things.
Do you have the okay? All
that's
this. We also it comes with this huge Ultra tote.
Right here?
Okay. Yes. Oh yeah. You bring it out. This fits the Ultra plus like a million other things. You
All
can fit-
padded.
Yes, all padded.
It keeps it safe and protected.
Fully extra
you can
pocket
just
for. In fact,
get
I
on
think,
that.
I'm almost sure you could almost fit every
I think
single
you could
thing
too.
in here.
I think you could. There's
Every
just so
single
much.
item will
like,
fit
we
in this
could.
tote.
I don't think we can.
We won't do it now.
Load it now, but we've done it before.
Reinforce the bottom. It's got all metal hardware straps, a suitcase strap to strap onto your suitcase handle.
It's got this other huge
Extra pocket
pocket,
there,
two
yeah.
huge pockets, again padded for protection there.
We've
Okay.
talked about the swivel.
We
So
talk about the swivel. That's included.
the
We
clamp
haven't
light.
talked about the clamp light.
We got to talk about the clamp light.
The what? Oh yes. Sorry about
Okay.
that. Oh,
Sorry.
look at
We're
all
trying
this
to
stuff.
fit it all in. We don't have enough time.
Can you imagine this all wrapped up under your Christmas tree? I mean, exciting.
So you
like
s-
Christmas morning, Santa came.
You
Okay.
saw our mini clamps, right?
Yes, we
Well,
saw the mini clamps.
They're so popular, we thought, let's figure out a better way to cut. Rather than just hold templates, but
Yeah.
a better way to cut. This is called the clamp light. And I kind of ruined the big reveal here. So what's nice about this is you can see it, rather than holding it with your fingers, you're holding this with your strongest muscles. You go from your weakest muscles to...
Let's get a close-up of this right here. We got to show them the best
No,
part.
we saved that for last.
Okay. Are we going to do it? Are
That's
you
the
going to
big
do
reveal.
it?
So
The
it
big
goes from your
reveal.
weakest muscles. When you grab that, it's all triceps. So now when you're cutting here, you don't have your fingers are out of the way, and you have these strong cuts here. Now here's the icing on the cake.
You guys.
It illuminates your
Jack.
cutting.
Yes.
So as
That
you
is insane. Because
you
we
can see your
need-
hatch marks.
You can't have enough light. This is just fabulous. You cannot have enough light while you're cutting. You've
This
got
will
to-
hold 100 pounds of resistance. Now show them how easy it is
Oh
to
my
move it too.
gosh, That is awesome. You just lift this little thing and you just move it,
Push the air out.
put it down. Wow.
And
That
it
is
charges
awesome.
with the same USB that all of the other products charge.
Again, all this information is at the bottom of your screen. Take advantage of it right now through SMP's SewFest. This is it. This is all so amazing. So much for comfort, space, light, innovation, right where you need it. Do not miss out on this. This is awesome. Blaine, Jane, do you guys have any questions for us?
No, but I do have
Once
one
it's not
funny thing.
over.
Our friend Kathy McBride says, please take my money now. I just want to end it right there. That was amazing. Please take my money now. By the way, you can also iron on that tempered glass.
Oh, yeah.
We showed that the other day. But the all-in package is where it's at. And you had said something, you should win an award. Yeah, well, Jack should win an innovation award because of all these super cool
100%.
things that he's brought to us since 2012.
Yeah.
So,
I wish
it's
I could
amazing.
take credit for it, but it's all this guy.
Cutterpillar, it's been amazing to have you with us here at SewFest. Finally, you are here. You are here
We're
in our
here.
reach. We like it a lot.
You're not going to get rid of us now. We're
Good. Doesn't matter what you wish for. We want all of those things and we want you. So let me tell everybody how to get their hands on the all-in because I am all in. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Lindsay. Okay, here's your all-in package. Woo! Wrap it up the week. That's a big one. Look at that package. It is the all-in. You get everything. $599.99. You're going to get the Glow Ultra Light Table and Cutting Mat, the Swivel Mat, the Flip and Fold Mat, the Glow Elite Mini Light Board, the mounting magnets and plates. Pick them out on the screen there, friends. The tempered glass mat, the Flex Light, the Ultra Tote, and the Clamp Light. Whew, look at all of that stuff at that amazing price. Yes, Kathy McBride, take my money now. $599.99. That's an amazing price for all of that you're getting there in the all-in package. So again, 800-401-8151. All of the different packages from Cutterpillar are online at smplive.tv. So if you want to just go straight there and get them, you can. They're right there for you to see and pick up right away. But again, I just think that's a great price for what you're getting in the all-in package. Now, maybe you want one of the other packages. I think that's a great idea too. We love having our friends from Cutterpillar here, and it's been such a fantastic week. So you thought that was fast and furious and great. The next 30 minutes are going to rock your brain. I know it. Right, Blaine?
Well, Jane, I hope so. I hope they do rock everybody's brain. And again, we worked a really good price on the Cutterpillar with Cutterpillar. So if y'all want to take advantage of those savings, make sure y'all go check out those packages and get the best one for you. And I tell you what, Jane, that all-in package would make a great, great Christmas present for somebody. because it has everything. It is awesome.
I mean, that is, you could like separate that and put it into a whole bunch of different gifts, and then your gift giving is done. It is a really great price. Blaine, thank you for putting that together. I think all of the different bundles that they have are really great, but if it's like I can't decide, the all in, I mean, you just can't beat the pricing.
Well, that's true. I mean, you're getting it all. So, and it's, I think it's a $250 savings on the whole package like that. So it's a really good package. Plus, we're going to ship it for free. You can't beat that. So,
and again, like innovation with the lights, the last thing they showed with the clamp with the light on it, so you could actually see. We talk about lighting. We've been talking about lighting all week, and it's just so important. So to have a light on everything just makes it that much easier.
It does. Well, I know they're blowing off the shelves, so y'all make sure y'all get your order in, and we got plenty of stock to ship everything. So get on the phones right now, everybody. 800-401-8151. Well, hey Jane, you know what time it is?
Well, I do have one question before what time it is, because I know what time it is.
All right, what's your question?
My question is this: all of the SoFest pricing, you're going to honor it up until?
I am going to. We're going to honor it all the way till 4 p.m. Central or Pacific time tomorrow, and so that'll be 6 p.m. Central time Saturday. We're going to honor all the pricing, and then what I told them this morning, if some of the products are running out of stock, and to give you an example, if I order, I make a deal with somebody on 10 machines at a certain price. When those 10 machines are gone, I don't really get that special deal anymore to pass the savings, but I'm going to eat it and go ahead. If we're going to honor the pricing, if you order it, it'll be a pre-order on the website. If it's sold out already and it's a pre-order, you have to pre-order it before Saturday. I'm going to honor the price and just eat the savings.
Blaine, there you go again, slashing prices just to make everybody happy.
Well, I think it's the right thing to do, and unfortunately, some of the manufacturers they limit us, to 10 or 20 machines sometimes on certain things, so and I don't want, if something's that hot and everybody's wanting it, I don't want somebody to not get a deal. So we're going to make sure we honor that all the way till close of business Saturday. So if it's out of stock, don't worry, go ahead and place the order. It'll go in a pre-order status, and then the next batch we get coming in, which we are ordering every day, we'll just go ahead and honor that same price for it.
So we know, get your orders in now. You have till tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock Pacific time. Okay, Blaine, now what time is it?
All right, so what we want to do, let's go ahead and draw the name for the Dream Studio 5th finalists first, and then we'll go through some of the things, and then we'll draw that out at the end. So right now we've got 4 finalists. This is for the Dream Studio, worth over $25,000. Kyle, spin that wheel.
Ooh.
The 5th finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway.
A big deal right out of the gate. Woo.
Cindy King. Yay, congratulations, Cindy King. So I think Cindy, is she in California? Local. Yeah, I think she's a local. She lives in here. So
wow.
So
she can pick everything
Cindy.
up.
She sure can. All right. So Jane, here's a couple things I want to basically talk to you about.
Okay.
So one of the things is, we talked about, all the products we're going to honor those prices, right? Okay. We're going to honor them all the way till close of business Saturday, which is 4 p.m. Pacific time, our time.
Right.
We're shipping everything that, people bought on the show, shipping it for free.
Yep.
But the other thing I wanted to say and emphasize, if there's something that y'all are been looking at, okay, and you have questions about it, you're like not sure, get on the phone, give us a call, and let's talk it out, because we can really help you. Our salespeople are the best in the business, and I'll stick them up against anybody when it comes to sewing and stuff. They are so knowledgeable. They can, if they don't know the answer, they're going to find that answer out for you.
Good.
But they can help you answer all those questions that sometimes you just can't get from a website. The other thing is we have thousands of products right now on SoFest specials. So just because, again, we only had 70 slots, Jane, on the show. 70.
Yeah, you can't fit thousands of products in 70 slots unless everything is an all-in package.
Right. So there's certain things. If you had your eye on something, give them a call and say, hey, is this on the show, the SoFest special? Because there's a good chance that it is on special. So that's kind of one of those things I wanted to make sure that everybody we know, and don't be afraid to call. Don't be bashful.
By the way, don't be bashful. We want to hear from you. Cindy King just floated her message right by. She said, "I'm screaming my head off."
Tell her she needs to scream louder because I don't hear anything. All right. So what we're going to do, let's go ahead and we're going to announce our winners of the contest, the garment and the sewing contest. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to acknowledge the top vote getter of the people who submitted the quilts. And we're going to give a $250 gift card for that person who won the most votes on the quilts. And Kyle, do we have that winner? The winner is...
Oh, cute.
Anne Grotefin.
How cute is that quilt? That's so cute with all the little animals.
So
Adorable.
Kathy Ann is our winner. Kathy Ann.
Congratulations.
So she's going to get a $250 gift card from Sewing Machines Plus for that. And you'll still be able to enter that quilt in Quilt Fest in 2025 in March. So go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, Kathy Ann, and fill out all that information and just put in the notes that I was the top vote getter for the mini quilt contest, and we'll get that gift card emailed out to you.
And you guys just put the name with the submission, and you know that she's the right person.
Exactly.
Because I could go there and be like, I'm Kathy, and you're like, no, you're not, Jane. You're Jane.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
All right. So next up, Jane, is
Yes.
we are going to give away our top vote getter, the People's Choice Award for the garment sewing contest. And this person wins a Handy Quilter Stitch 510 sewing machine valued at $1,500. And the winner is Ella Bly.
Oh, Ella, that's great. Congratulations. How cute. Barbie pink faux. Adorable.
And look at that. If you read the description, she has a lot of pink in it. And if you look at all the work that she did on that, that was really good. And she had the top votes for what we call the People's Choice Popularity Contest. She got all of her friends and sewing buddies out there to vote on her, and she won the top vote. So we appreciate that, and we want everybody to do that. We want them to share it to a lot of different pages and get them over here to Sewing Machines Plus.
That is awesome. Great job, and nice work.
All right,
promoting it.
So here's the serious part. This is the garment sewing contest. The top three judges' choice, starting with third place. And they are going to get, Kyle, let's show what second and third place is going to win. Second, third place is going to win an SE 2000 sewing and embroidery machine valued at $2,500 and a Finesse Thread 16 pack valued at $87. And this is the third place, or third place is, boom, Deanna McGinnis.
Wow.
An elegant evening jacket.
Gorgeous.
And look at the detail on that, Jane.
Yeah, I'm looking at the detail. That's just stunning.
So
wow.
she used a pattern, I think a McCall's pattern, to make the jacket.
Mm-hmm.
And then she did all the glitter work on it herself.
Beautiful. I would love to see Deanna in it.
And it was really a nice garment. We looked at that, and the judges loved it. And that was our third pick.
I'd like to see that walking the runway in New York Fashion Week.
There we go. All right. Second place in the garment sewing contest is Michelle Dempsey, the Princess Aurora. And this is an original pattern. And she did everything herself. And you don't really see the detail work in that photo, but it is absolutely detailed out. Great job on that. So congratulations, Michelle. And you saw what you're winning there.
That's really beautiful. The details are great. And I know there's so many more details than what we can see. Congrats, Michelle. Great job.
All right. So let's show what we're going to win for first place. The first place is going to get that Janome Continental M6 sewing machine and quilting machine valued at $4,000.
Wow.
And a Brother Print Moda fabric printer valued at $1,600.
Wow.
And the first place goes to Jane.
Yes. Oh,
Dennis Schill. Shell?
Wow, that's
Shell?
so great.
I think
Shell.
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 All right, Dennis Shell. And it's 18th century court attire. And again, a lot of this on there was hand sewn originally. He did it with some machine work, and unbelievable
Really
piece. And especially if you go look at the details on it on the page, submission page where everybody submitted it. So congratulations, Dennis. Great job.
Talented, Dennis. Very nice. That is so great. Both of them. Just beautiful. All of the designs, really. You know what I say. Anything handmade and all the time and talent everyone spends doing it. Everyone is an inspiration.
They are. All right. So we're going to empty this prize closet right now. So Kyle.
Let's do it.
First thing up right now is going to be some sew mats. We're going to give 2 of these sew mats away to 2 lucky customers. Kyle, spin that wheel. Here we go.
We need some spinning music, maybe.
I think we do.
Of course. We can dance to it.
Here we go. CD Valley 1. So CD Valley 1 is our winner of the sew mat. So how they need to claim the prize, Jane? They need to go where?
SMPlive.tv. Scroll to the bottom of the page. You'll see where you enter all of your information. Make sure you tell us where we're sending it. And most importantly, tell us what color you want and what size you need for your machine. And the SMP will get it right out to you. And you have 30 days to claim your prize. But you should probably just go there now.
Yep. All right, Kyle, let's spin another one. And let's give one more away, Jane.
Okay. Vicky
Wise.
Vicky Wise. Vicky Wise. Congratulations. Hanging with us on Facebook, Blaine. Vicky, just head on over to SMPlive.tv. You won yourself a sewing machine mat. So what you need to do is scroll down to the bottom of the page, fill out all the information, and make sure you tell Blaine and Kyle what color you want and what size you need, and they'll get your mat right out to you.
All right. All right, next up, we are going to give away a Brother P-Touch printer and a label maker, and we're going to give 5 of these away.
Woohoo!
5
Okay.
Brother P-Touches, $139 value. Plus, Jane, we're going to throw in an extra cartridge just for goodwill.
Yeah.
Kyle, spin that wheel.
I mean, that is one of my new favorite prizes. I got to tell you. I know you know that.
A So Sweet Lady. All right.
Congratulations.
Wow. In that wheel.
We got to count, Blaine. How many?
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire. Rapid fire.
Number 2. P-Touch. Camilla. All right. That's number 2. Spin that wheel, Kyle. Number 3.
Number 3 on the P-Touch.
Diane Gerling. All right, number 4.
Number 4. I like the rapid fire, Blaine. This is good.
It is. It's fun.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Gina.
Nice.
Cole? Gina Cole.
Gina Cole.
All right. And here's our last one, number 5.
5th and final, P-Touch.
Cheryl Cop. Yeah, Cheryl Cop. Watching today, Facebook. All right, all you winners of the Brother P-Touch, here's how you got to claim your prize. Go to SMPlive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says Claim My Prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit, and we will get your P-Touches with the extra cartridge out ASAP. All right, Jane, next up is going to be a sewing machine.
Ooh. Okay.
Here we go. It is a Janome 1522 PG, $279. Kyle, spin that wheel.
Come on, Kyle. Amy Maybe.
All right. Tell her how to get it. Claim her prize, Jane.
Amy, well, thank you for watching us on Facebook. Head over to smplive.tv. Scroll to the bottom of the page and fill out all the information. Let us know that you won the sewing machine, and we will get it right out to you. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us at SewFest. Wow. Sewing machine. Amazing.
All right. Jane, we're going to give another sewing machine away.
Okay. Let's do it. Blaine, you are clearing out the prize closet.
Chris Draves watching today from YouTube. So Chris, you're playing that Janome. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. We'll get you a brand new Janome shipped right out to you.
What's next? What's next?
It is time to draw the winner.
Oh!
For the Dream Studio giveaway. I have my bucket, Jane, right here. Y'all can see it's empty.
Empty bucket. No
All right.
sleight of hand.
The first name goes into it was Monday's winner. It was Lisa Schwartz. I don't know. Can y'all see that? Can you read that, Jane?
We see it. Lisa
All right.
Schwartz. Yep.
Lisa Schwartz. Okay. I'm folding it, dropping it in.
Okay.
Tuesday's winner. It was Jerry Lutter.
Jerry Lutter.
Okay.
Perfect.
Wednesday's winner, Donna N.
Donna N. Alice says, I'm nervous. I'm not even a finalist.
Thursday, Vicki Woodward.
Me too.
Woodard.
Go, Vicki.
Vicki Woodard. All
Jan
right. And
Vegas, hold her
today's
breath.
winner, Cindy King.
Cindy Keen. She's still screaming as loud as she can.
All right. Here we go. I'm shaking it up, Jane.
I know it. Oh my gosh. Come on.
Y'all ready?
Yes.
All right. So if you don't win, this is the winner. So if you're not drawn out, you're all going to get a sewing machine, right? A brother sewing machine.
Yes.
But this is our grand prize winner right here in my hand.
Oh my gosh. I'm so we're all nervous.
Donna N.
Donna N.
is our $25,000 Dream Studio winner.
gosh. Congratulations, Donna N. Amazing.
Well, there's what she's winning up there, Jane. Look at all that. She's going to get all that stuff on the screen. Incredible studio. Wow, what a great show. And Jane, I hope everybody out there watching this week, I hope y'all really enjoyed this festival. I did. I think this is one of our best ones we ever had. It was awesome.
It's so great. I had so much fun with you the last 3 days. Thank you for having me again, Blaine. And I love hanging out with SMP Nation. You guys are just so amazing, and you make my day brighter and happier. So thank you always.
And everybody stay tuned. Join us. We're going to be hopefully having a show next Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific time on our YouTube channel, Facebook. Come and join us because we may have a special announcement we're working on to let everybody know about. It's going to be pretty cool. Jane's in on it as well. So hope to see y'all then. Everybody have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see y'all next week.
Bye, everybody.
Bye,